Derbyshire deny Glamorgan in thrilling finish. Derbyshire may have felt they were the favourites heading into day 3, that is before Marnus Labuschagne hit a magnificent 130 to put his side on level pegging with their hosts. Shan Massoud had fallen for a relatively low 42, narrowly missing out on the April runs record. Godalming 2 had gone, Derbyshire 170 for 2 at the start of the final day, 149 ahead. Madsen had picked up his 50 in the closing stages of the penultimate day, and at the start of day 4, it was Brooke Guest's turn, adding a half century to his 100 scored in the first innings. And it was the Derbyshire keeper who took his side to 200 runs. Salter punched down the ground for 4, Glamorgan yet to find a morning breakthrough. He's soon overtaken Madsen at the other end. Derbyshire were getting on with it, 150 shared between the two as the hosts looked to quickly set a target with a view to forcing a win. And Guest wasn't done. After taking 137 balls to bring up a 50, he needed just 61 more to reach a second consecutive 100, the attacking impetus paying dividends for the keeper and his side, who were now heading towards a 250-run lead. Derbyshire had another centurion before lunch, Madsen joining Guest on 3 figures, as Salter disappeared to the ropes on the offside. The 200-run third wicket partnership carried Derbyshire all the way through to lunch on 287 for 2, leading now by 268. They were quickly up to 300 after the break, Guest refreshed and taking the long handle to Salter. Madsen 2 freed his arms, Lloyd smacked down the ground for 4 to bring up the 250-run partnership. It had been scored at a run a minute. Brooke Guest would finally depart for 138, the score 349 for 3, and Glamorgan set a highly unlikely 331 to win as Godalming waved them in. Glamorgan had managed just 3 wickets in total before Guest and Madsen shared a stand worth 266 to virtually dispatch any lingering worries of defeat. Harris, Salter and Van der Hoekten took the wickets, the latter at a cost of just 17 runs. But when Glamorgan came out to bat, Derbyshire hopes of victory were boosted. Andrew Salter out just 4 balls into the innings, spectacularly caught by deploy off Lackmal. Now if Derbyshire could just get run machine Labuschagne, they'd really be in with a chance, but the catch didn't stick. How costly a drop would it prove to be? Pretty pricey in fact. Labuschagne wasted little time to add 50 to his first innings 130, up to the mark from 49 balls. Lloyd tried to follow, his side were now flaying their way into contention, and he looked like he'd join his partner on 50. Just 1 away after back-to-back 4s off side bottom, but the bowler responded. Lloyd out LBW for 49, 232 more needed for the visitors, with 8 wickets in hand. Labuschagne took them to 3 figures before the break. They headed into tea, needing 230 in the final session. Labuschagne returned in the very same form, he and North East quickly reducing the required runs to below 200. He got as far as 85 off 87 and the score 160 when Labuschagne picked out Massoud off a bowling of side bottom. Glamorgan stayed with the required run rate and beyond 200 runs soon enough, with the Derbyshire declaration starting to look a little suspect. North East went to 50, an expensive Lackmal over taking him to the mark and reducing the required runs to 105 off a little more than 14 overs. Lackmal made it a bit more difficult for Glamorgan when Carlson was caught behind for 37, wafting at a wide one. Cook too was in the mood for it, batting quickly when he joined North East in the middle, but the approach would be his downfall, out hoisting a catch into the hands of Madsen to go for 32 off 26. A promotion up the order for Nisa, 6 runs from his bat from just his second ball, 40 runs needed off 34 balls, but out for 10, swiping a catch to McKeon off Dahl. Suddenly, Derbyshire too were hunting victory. Cullen, bowled by Sidebottom. Was that the game up for the visitors? If so, North East hadn't got the message. Dahl carted for 6 with 24 needed with less than 2 overs left, and he picked out deploy on the offside boundary. Suddenly the visitors were on the back foot and they put their shots away. The draw agreed upon with more wickets required than balls left in the day. It had been a thrilling finish to an even game. Glamorgan pushed all the way and Derbyshire had stuck to their task despite some defiant batting from their visitors. A mixture of relief and disappointment then for the hosts, who'll sit out next week, returning to action against Worcestershire on the 12th of May. Glamorgan meanwhile will be straight back to it on Thursday. Leicestershire, the visitors to Sophia Gardens.
Stone is in to bowl to Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
come to you now, Cole. Just stick there, and then when the players come down, Brad, you can focus in on the players then. Yeah, right, if you're focusing on the batsman when we come down, that'd be great. Or all the bowlers either. Sure, you can now, Cole.
Once again, it's Good Morning Borodar to the boys and girls, plus the members of staff from Bryn Havard Primary School and Glamorgan Primary School, who are forming this morning's Guard of Honour. Boys and girls, we hope you enjoy your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club, and we look forward to seeing you once again here at Sophia Gardens.
That'd be great. Just down in the bottom of the stairs. Yeah,
Steele, both of whom scored hundreds for the Seconds earlier this week. So the side is Azad, Evans, Patel, Kimber, Mulder, Steele, Swindles, Mike, Parkinson, Wright, Hendricks, the two unlucky men to miss out from the 13. Therefore, Eddie Barnes and Will Davis, two seam bowlers.
Thank you very much indeed to Richard. He'll be joining me on commentary fairly shortly. The Glamorgan side, David Lloyd, Andrew Salter, Marnus Labuschagne, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Chris Cook, a debut for Andy Gorvin, Michael Nisa, James Wheel, James Harris and Michael Hogan. Billy Root and Tom Cullen miss out. It is Hassan Azad to receive strike, left-hander. It is Michael Nisa to bowl, and the pitch is away to our left towards the pavilion side. As Nisa is in to bowl the first ball of the match to Azad, that's through outside off stump and goes through to Chris Cook. Glamorgan currently 4th in Division 2 after that exciting draw at Derby, and Leicestershire 8th in Division 2 have been having a difficult time so far this season. 2 draws and 2 defeats for Leicestershire, 1 win, 1 defeat and 2 draws for Glamorgan. Nisa from this Cathedral Road end. Medium length run for a fast bowler, and Azad is off the mark here as he pushes that one through the covers. Carlson scampers back and does the fielding and keeps them down to a single. High clouds, bit of blue sky here and there. Forecast is for dry weather for most of the match. Possibly might pick up a shower at the back end of Friday's play tomorrow. But we should get plenty of time to get a result in. 1 without loss, Leicestershire. So Captain Colin Ackerman out through injury. Callum Parkinson leads them. And 2 changes bringing in Rishi Patel somewhere at the top of the order, and Scott Steele somewhere in the middle of the order. Sam Evans on strike then, as that's defended out on the offside, and there's no run. Again, you won't hear much of the crowd such as they are today. They're on the River Taff end and on the pavilion side of the ground. As I say, the pitch is to our left, the pavilion, so they've got a better view than in previous matches when it's been down towards the empty grandstand. Here is Nisa in to bowl to Evans, who defends on the leg side. No run. Gorvin gets his first touch and gets applauded for it. So Andy Gorvin, who played at the beginning of the One Day Cup campaign last season. He's 24 years old, coming up to 25 next week. As Nisa bowls, and that one is turned by Evans down to fine leg to get off the mark with a single. 2 without loss, Leicestershire. As the umpire crosses sides between right and left-hander, that's not going to help the over 8. Gorvin did have a few appearances for Hampshire second 11 between 2014 and 2016. So as a pretty young teenager. As in comes Nisa and bowls, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Azad. 2 without loss, Leicestershire at the end of the over. So Gorvin bowls medium pace, bats in the lower middle order. Got an 80 and a 50. And both unbeaten for the second 11 last week. So Tom Cullen slightly unlucky to miss out after just 1 game in the first 11. Michael Hogan, the testimonial man, getting his usual enthusiastic welcome. Last season for Hogan, before he retires from professional cricket, or at least as a player. Probably from all forms of professional cricket, although he might do a bit of consultancy or coaching back in his native Australia. Here is Hogan then to bowl to Sam Evans, and he plays that one into the covers. No run. Carlson does the fielding. Both sides then with 2 changes if you are just joining us on BBC Sport Online or on either of the club websites. Glamorgan bringing in Andy Gorvin and James Wheel. Leicestershire bringing in the 2 players who hit centuries for the second 11 earlier this week, Rishi Patel and Scott Steele. Hogan is bounding in to bowl to Evans, who pushes forward and misses that one outside off stump. Fairly pleasant temperatures, just sunshine here and there over the next few days. Forecast. Hogan then turns that familiar gait, long, lanky, at the top of his mark at the River Taff end. And he's in to bowl to Evans, who's behind that one, defending it back down the pitch, and the ball very gently strikes the stumps at the non-striker's end. So, thoughts on the selection, Richard?
A little bit surprised that both Rishi Patel and Scott Steele have been brought in on the back of... I think Patel was probably predictable as long as he was fit. He hasn't been fit since the start of the season, but Steele a little bit of a surprise.
As this is driven through the offside by Evans, but it's down a little bit finer than I thought, down towards backward point. Wheel comes round from third man and fields and keeps them down to a single.
But they both, as I say, made good hundreds against a strong Nottinghamshire second 11 attack, including the likes of Jake Ball and Zach Chappell, people like that. So they can both claim to be in some sort of form, and Leicestershire's batting has been, well, slightly fragile so far this season. First innings runs have been at a premium, so an important day for the Foxes. Gosh, it looks lovely out there, doesn't it, with the trees all coming into leaf by the river.
It's a beautiful setting as Hogan is into bowl to Azad, who plays one off thick outside edge stroke angled bat, depending on how generous you want to be to the batter, 4 without loss.
Something very reassuringly familiar about the sight of the ground and the sight of Hogan coming in from that end. It's been that way since I've been coming here. It feels that way. Bless him. This is the last season.
Last season for Michael Hogan, yes.
He insists.
Hogan is in to bowl, and forward comes Evans, defends to mid-off, no run. Yeah, he is planning to go back to Australia to live full-time, having been based here full-time for the last 5 or 6 years or so, and his wife will take up her legal career as well, and he'll be primary caregiver, or whatever they call it these days, for their young children, and maybe do a bit of cricket work as well.
Oh, very pleasant. Plenty to look forward to then from Michael Hogan. But what a servant he's been to Glamorgan. Well, so far, not too much in the pitch, but very early days. It doesn't look to be too much in the pitch.
No, the pitches for the other 2 games... Sorry. Nisa was into action quicker than I expected. It's a dot ball. The pitches for the first 2 games have been at the other end of the square and somewhat less than batting friendly for Glamorgan anyway.
It looked just to seem away, perhaps a fraction. I think we'll give Azad the benefit of the doubt there. He let that one go through at the very last second. 3 slips behind Hassan Azad, who's been in good form, but he's found some odd ways to get out, and he's been a little bit unlucky on a couple of occasions as well. Young left-hander as in goes Nasser, bowls to him. That one dies rather into the gloves of the keeper, who took it almost on the half volley. Behind the stumps, might just have shaped back in. It feels like a good morning for swing bowling, doesn't it? It's not hot, but there's just a little bit of humidity. A little bit of haze around, so it might swing a bit. I see they're putting there wasn't a roof on the Castle Howell stand, was there? I'm sure that...
Yeah, there was a small one.
There was a little
one.
Are they extending it?
It's being refurbished.
Right, okay. This is in and bowls. It's a shout for leg before. I think that probably pitched outside leg. We shall have a look at the replay. I think it did pitch outside leg.
That's probably
possibly
what saved
going on
him.
to hit, but
yeah,
it wasn't an entirely convincing shout. Yeah, it pitched quite a long way outside leg, actually. Good appeal, as in theatrically, which is important. The bearded bowler turned and gave it his all. Who are our umpires today? I haven't seen a scorecard as yet. We will find. I will just check that for you. It's a strong man. Bustles in and bowls. Fuller this time. Just leans forward into that one. Azad blocks it out into the offside, off stump.
the umpires Alex Wharf and White. Rob White, is it?
Yeah, if it is, yeah.
Ought to recognise Wharf, but they're very similar shapes, these two umpires.
They are actually, yes. They're sort of both relatively sort of tall, slim men. Nessa is in and bowls again, slightly hurried. Azad pushes forward, pushes out in the offside, inquires of Evans whether there might be a single in it. Evans immediately disabuses him of the notion.
White, a former Northants player. Wharf is about half the width that he used to be, having stopped playing professionally. He's very lean these days.
Yes, yeah. Nessa is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge, I think, unless Azad just tucked his bat inside the line. Let's have a look at that one. No, that was... Well, I don't know, actually. He might just have curtained railed the bat inside the line. Hassan Azad. Either way, it's the end of the over. Leicestershire 4 without loss after just 3 overs. Put into bat by Glamorgan this morning, who themselves made 2 changes, Nick.
Yes, Andy Gorvin in for Tom Cullen at 7 and James Wheel in for the injured Tim van der Hochten. As Hogan is in to bowl, and that's played away on the offside by Evans. No run.
Has he taken a yard or so off his run?
Michael Hogan
just feels a little bit shorter. I don't know.
I haven't
it's just an impression.
talked to him about it, but yeah, you're more likely to notice because you see him. You haven't seen him for a couple of years. He hasn't mentioned it to me anyway.
Possibly not. James Wheel, familiar to Leicestershire listeners, of course, and viewers.
In comes Hogan to bowl, and Evans is forward, playing it through the vacant mid-off position. It's a chase for Carlson. They'll get at least 1. They'll turn and come back for the second because Carlson had not reached the ball by the time the batters turned. So the first 2 of the morning. 6 without loss are Leicestershire. With Glamorgan having in the slip cordon the usual personnel of David Lloyd, the captain, at first slip, Sam Northeast at second, and Marnus Labuschagne at third. Hogan in to bowl. Evans will get another single here, down towards Wheel at wide third man. 7 without loss.
Labuschagne, numbers-wise, has chosen 99, I see. That isn't the number he wears everywhere else, is it? Not sure that's familiar.
Not sure. He's been 99 for Glamorgan for the seasons that he's been here. 2019, 2021 and this year, missed 2020. And this is his second and possibly final home championship game of the season.
Goodness, yeah.
Here comes Hogan to bowl, and Azad is hit on the thigh pad as he pushes forward. No damage done as it trickles back down the wicket to the bowler. Yeah, Labuschagne will play a few T20 games, 6 or 7 he hopes, then off to Sri Lanka with the Australian tour party, and it is, he's told me, up in the air as to whether he returns again, so this season, depending on the whims of Cricket Australia. Hogan into Azad, who's pushing forward, back down the wicket to the bowler, no run.
What there doesn't appear to be in the pitch is too much pace. At the moment, it is not flying through from either of these two Australians.
This is a Glamorgan side who were bowled out for 122 and 132 in their last home match, and only made 234 in the first innings of the match before. As Hogan bowls and Azad forward, defending to cover, no run. So it may be that they've wanted a pitch with slightly less life in it for the bowlers.
Well, Leicestershire's first innings scores, indeed the second innings scores as well, but the first innings scores have not been spectacular. 213, 273, another 213 and 149, which has pretty much put them on the back foot in every game so far. Saved the first, courtesy of an extraordinary last wicket stand of 26 overs. Saved the second up at Durham pretty comfortably in the end, but the last two they weren't able to save. Nessa is in and bowls forward, carefully, unfussily goes Evans, plays it back down the pitch. No run. 10 wickets for Nessa so far this season at 25s.
Yes, he has led the attack pretty well. Doesn't allow the opposition batters much respite.
Yeah, he's been on the money so far. 30 on his back as he goes in, bowls to Evans. Fuller inviting the drive. Evans strokes it rather than sort of drives it. Doesn't really put any weight into the shot out towards extra cover. It goes.
And the hope is that they'll have Nisa's services for pretty much the whole season. I think obviously sometimes players get called back in September to prepare for the Australian domestic season, and Queensland with his case, but he's not involved in the tour of Sri Lanka.
Turns, runs away from us and bowls, finds the thick outside edge of Evans' bat, but Evans head right over the ball, angled back, bounces well short of Labuschagne at third slip. About halfway towards him. Hit quite low on the bat, didn't really get up too much. Pitch looks as though it needs a sort of day's sunshine on it. How's the weather been down here? Has the ground staff been able to get the covers off in recent days?
Yeah, it's not been too bad. It's not much sunshine, but not much rain either.
Nisa is in, bowls outside off stump. A bit more bounce and carry there, but it was too wide, and Evans just lifted his bat over the line of the ball and walks away towards short leg. Evans, decent start to the season, 233 runs, a best of 77 not out. He's averaging 33, but I think he's been disappointed having got in on a number of occasions and not been quite able to go on and really make a sort of decisive contribution. In goes Nisa and bowls to him. Again, he leans forward, plays it out into the offside. Very calmly.
Yes, it's been a fairly sedate start, hasn't it? With no chances and no boundaries so far in the first quarter of an hour.
Two sides, as we've been saying, batting has been fragile-ish for both, so don't anticipate too many fireworks early on, but you never know. Perhaps Evans and Azad are about to cut loose. I suspect not. Nisa is in and bowls across the line. Evans is pushing rather at that one, reaching across Nisa's hands, still on his head. He got plenty of bat on it, pushed it out towards mid-wicket, but had he not done so, I suspect Nisa would have inquired of the umpire as to whether it was reasonably adjacent. End of the over. 7 without loss after 5 overs. We've been saying a unspectacular start, but solid enough as far as the Foxes are concerned, and that, I suspect, will do as far as the dressing room is concerned.
Absolutely. If you want to communicate it with us on Twitter, I'll give you the handles now, in fact, because Hogan's remarking his run-up to come round the wicket. Nick Webb 2017. Richard is now Foxes Cricket 22. No longer Richard Emray.
Rich Emray it was, yeah.
Rich Emray.
A long time.
And Dav Pritchard is Dav Pritchard, with a T in the Pritchard. And Dav, for Leicestershire listeners, is spelt with an F. Hogan bowls, and that's driven by Azad to mid-on, and there's no run. It's the Dav Pritchard. Wonder if there are any others. There's a host of imitators, maybe. But he got in there first. 7 without loss.
9 wickets for Hogan at 35, so he's been not quite as economic as Nisa.
As forward comes Azad, defends to mid-off, and strangely for Hogan, no wickets in the 2 innings that he's bowled in at home. So all his wickets so far have been in the 2 away matches at Nottingham and Derby.
You spent some time in the East Midlands already then this year.
Certainly have. Know those motorways. Hogan into bowl, and Azad a bit squared up by that one. Ball running out into the covers, no run. I think the Leicestershire numbers have changed since last time we played. I don't remember them being green previously.
Yep, but it's a slightly different green, if that.
Yes.
It's a limeier green.
Yes, they look different.
It's a sort of lighter limeier green.
2019, the team's last match here with Glamorgan victorious, as Azad drives to mid-on, fairly gently, finds the fielder.
As you'll see when you come to the Upton Steel County Ground, Grace Road, much of the ground has been sort of, or those bits that were paintable have been repainted in that self-same green. So slightly bilious, but you get used to it. It has a liveliness about it. It works well in the screen. Yes, poor choice of word, really. But seasick green.
7 without loss. Hogan is into bowl. Azad again pushes up to mid-on. Again, there's no run.
Good crowd in this morning. Sophia coming in. The river, is it the river stand, the far end? Is that colloquially known?
Yeah. River end, whatever.
River end,
doesn't have a.
There's a few people in there because they get pretty close behind the.
It is a lovely spot from which to watch. If you're just the left of the sight screen as we look at it, you'll be pretty close over Hogan's shoulder as he bowls to Azad, who again defends to mid-on. Something of a rhythm in that maiden over from Hogan, who's got 3 overs, 0 for 5. Hogan's Nisa is 3 overs, 0 for 2, and it's something of a stalemate out there at the moment.
As I say, that Leicestershire won't be too concerned about that. They just want to see the openers get in and start taking a little bit of the shine off the ball and getting some overs into the bowlers' legs. Evans, who's on strike, 1 and 10, I beg your pardon, 1 and 11 against Worcestershire, 16 and 77 not out. Up at Durham, the 77 going a long way towards saving the game. Nisa is in and bowls to him. Again, he's leaning forward, getting a long way forward, bat in front of pad as he pushes that fullish delivery out towards mid-on. 63 and 33 against Derbyshire, and 9 and 23 last week at Lords against Middlesex. So sort of some decent scores, but only the 77 that has really sort of affected the game, he would probably acknowledge. Waits with bat raised as Nisa is in, bowls outside off stump, made just a straightened a fraction as it bounced past the raised bat of Sam Evans. He just scrapes a little at the crease, Michael Nisa, as he walks back. Blue is the favoured colour of the spray that the bowlers use here to, well, probably the only one that they've got to mark the starts of their run-ups. It is a little jarring on the outfield, which is very green. In goes Nisa and bowls. Driving is Evans. Half stopped at point. Didn't again put his full weight into it. He's going to pick up a couple as the ball was slowed down on its way towards the pavilion. And 2 is what he does pick up. Moves on to 7-9 without loss. James Wheel already starting to windmill his arms around a little bit at mid-on. I guess Michael Hogan isn't quite capable of sort of bowling the sort of 6 or 7 overs, or isn't as inclined, perhaps, to bowl the 6 or 7 over opening spells as his wont in the past. Nisa is in, bowls, tucks up Evans a fraction with the delivery on towards middle and leg, but plays it competently enough out into the onside.
Michael Hogan bowl whatever you ask him to bowl, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But
if you left the ball in his hand, he'd bowl till lunchtime.
Couple of unfamiliar names, I'm sure, to Leicestershire followers. Mr. Gorvin is
be unfamiliar to a few Glamorgan followers as well. His debut.
Nisa is in, bowls to Evans, a little bit short and outside off stump, and a comfortable leave for Sam Evans. Academy product?
He came through the. He's actually coming up to 25 next week. Played a little bit of cricket for Hampshire back in the day, but moved here for the Cardiff MCCU system.
The young man who took the ferry to school.
Yes.
Isle of Wight. Nisa turns, quite a short, bustling run, again outside off stump. A little bit of movement away again, but too wide, and Evans more than happy to let it go through. Just for the first time, just beginning to see a bit of shape to the deliveries as well, a little bit of outswing there, but the line wasn't quite right. It's off in the way. 7 overs have been, usually takes 8 to 10 overs before the ball is at its best from the swing bowler's point of view. A little bit of movement there will encourage Michael Nisa. 9 without loss, Leicestershire, after 7 overs.
So Hogan to continue as Wheel does some warm-up exercises down at fine leg in front of us, just to our right, and Hogan bowls to Azad, who's forward defending to point. No run. Salter does the fielding. So the Glamorgan bowling attack, you'll see Wheel and Harris come into the attack next. You would have thought. Gorvin probably is the 5th seamer. Lloyd also bowls seam but hasn't claimed a wicket this season. As Hogan bowls and driven gently by Azad to mid-off, no run. There's also the off-spin of Andrew Salter. And Marnus Labuschagne is bowling both seam and spin this season. He bowled his first 2 overs the other day. One was seam and the other was spin. So just see where he's coming from.
Irrepressible. Sum him up, really.
His delivery is driven slightly harder by Azad, but straight to Carlson at cover. And there's no run. Harris is the man up at mid-on. Haven't seen him warming up yet, so maybe another over or 2 from these two. Yes, if there's someone having a conversation on the field, it's usually Labuschagne. He's entertaining his fellow slips at the moment. As Hogan races in, bowls to Azad, who gets one on leg stump that he turns away towards backward square. They'll take a single. They come back for a second. Wheel gets his throw quickly in the air, but the batters were safely home, 11 without loss. Azad doubles his score to 4. Actually, Gorvin wasn't at Cardiff MCCU. I must have made that up. So many of Glamorgan's squad players are these days. Hogan bowls, and it's played down on the offside by Azad, and there's no run. Yes, he was. Oh, well, he's not listed as playing first class for them, but he did go to university here. I thought he'd been here around for a while. There we are. This is his first class debut, though. Plays club cricket for St Fagans on the outskirts of the city. As Azad turns that one to mid-wicket, fielded by Gorvin, and there is no run. He is wearing 11, though he's listed as 14 in some places. 11 without loss then. Richard Ray gives way to David Pritchard for the time being. We'll slide in and out of the commentary box here, as Richard has lots of commitments on the radio as well. 11 without loss. All very sedate so far, Dav.
Yes, morning Nick, morning everybody. I think Leicestershire will be quite happy with this quiet start, won't they, after their struggles with the bat this season. As Michael Nisa continues from the Cathedral Road end, and he's in. Fullish ball, which Evans prods to square leg for no run.
Yes, Gorvin last season played National Counties cricket for Wales, and then graduated into the Glamorgan One Day Cup side. Main contribution to catch Cameron Bancroft in the final as a sub-fielder, though he did play in 3-4 of the games.
As Nisa is in again, slightly back of a length this time. Evans defending for no run.
Well, it's a moot point as to whether he played in 4 games, because he's listed as playing in the game against Derbyshire, where teams were named but they didn't actually get out on the pitch. It rained a lot. That was during the period where I was coughing a lot at home.
Nisa sets off on his run again. Powerful all action. Evans defends once more. Gets to a decent workout in a bowling spell, doesn't he, Michael Nisa? All arms and legs.
There's a lot of energy going into there, isn't there? He's scraping away at the crease. He tends to get a bit concerned about his footmarks.
Yeah, early days yet, but as you and Richard have said, it feels like a relatively decent morning to be batting. Morgan, though, won the toss and opted to field as Nisa is in again. Oh, and that leaves Evans. Just as we were saying, it was quite a sedate start to the day. That really reared up from Nisa, just back of a length. Evans went to play at it, and then that really left him rising high and going past the bat around the handle. So a sign of life in the pitch.
Yes, the County Championship noted today for the return to action of Ben Stokes and Joe Root.
As Nisa is in to Evans, who gets a full face of the bat on it this time.
As Root and his Yorkshire side are in the field at Chelmsford, where Essex are 10 for 1 after 8 overs. And Stokes batting for Durham, or will be batting the 26 for naught. The 8th over at New Road against Worcestershire.
as Nisa continues over the wicket to Evans, who works it onto the leg side for no run. And that is the end of the 9th over. Leicestershire 11 without loss.
And since Glamorgan are away to Durham next week, it'll be interesting to see whether Stokes is still on county duty for that game, or whether one game is deemed to be enough in terms of his workload before the England programme. First Test match starts on Thursday the 2nd of June, and the Glamorgan game at Durham is the 2nd, 12th or 15th of May, as Azad drives down to third man. Single taken. Start of Hogan's over, his 5th. 12 without loss. Rule of thumb is that side bowling first, if they choose to bowl first, would look for 3 wickets by lunchtime, but no real sign of those wickets coming so far.
No, it's been a very steady start from Leicestershire. Been accurate bowling from Hogan and Nisa, but yeah, the visitors will be pretty content with their morning's work so far, I'd think.
Evans taking a fresh guard as he drives that one slightly more firmly back to Hogan, but the bowler getting a hand to it in his follow through. I think that's Wharf at the far end, isn't it? The umpire's a fairly similar build.
It does look like him.
Alex Wharf and Rob White, the umpires, yes, it's definitely a little bit taller. Hogan into bowl. Evans drives through the covers. He'll get a couple of runs. It won't reach the boundary. Carlson picks it up about 8 metres inside the rope, turns. No attempt to run a third. And Leicestershire just ticking along, going on to 14 without loss.
Yeah, established international umpire now, isn't he? Alex Wharf.
Yes, he's done really well in the game, hasn't he? England cricketer and an international umpire. Hogan will come belting past him to bowl to Evans, who works that on the leg side. No run. So if you are just joining us, Glamorgan winning the toss, inserting Leicestershire. Glamorgan and Leicestershire both making 2 changes. Glamorgan bring in Gorvin and Wheel for Cullen and the injured Van der Hochten, and Leicestershire bring in Rishi Patel for the injured Colin Ackerman, and Scott Steele, the all-rounder, for Ed Barnes, as Evans defends that one out into the gully. It's fielded by his fellow number 21, Andrew Salter. So Ackerman out through injury, having struggled, and it is Callum Parkinson who is leading the Foxes in this current game. Bit of hazy sunshine, pretty pleasant watching conditions. Hogan into bowl. There's an appeal for LBW as Evans pushes forward. No response from Alex Wharf, as we'll look on the replay. Looked a little bit high and maybe a little bit going down leg as well. So Michael Hogan, a somewhat optimistic appeal. 14 for naught after 10 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, at first glance it did seem like height might have been an issue. With Evans getting a decent stride in. There'll be a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end for Glamorgan, with James Harris replacing Michael Nisa. He had a strong start to the season back at Glamorgan, isn't he, Harris?
Yes, he wasn't entirely convincing in the last match up at Derbyshire with the ball, but certainly previously performed well here against Middlesex. He's probably about the only player who could claim to have performed well against Middlesex here. And Nice's spell, by the way, 5 overs, 0 for 4.
Yes, economical as ever from the Australian. It will be Hassan Azad, left-hand bat, to face Harris, who is over the wicket. And he's in and short and wide. It goes down the leg side, not the start Harris would have wanted. Cook does well to get a hand to it. And the batters will run for one, which is given as a bye.
Oh, harsh. Harsh on Chris Cook.
That was more than a couple of feet wide of leg stump, wasn't it?
Ian Evans on Twitter says it seems Marnus Labuschagne is now a renaissance man of 21st century Garfield Sobers with his batting, slip fielding and bowling variations. Yes, so Garfield Sobers could bowl Seymour spin.
As Harris comes over the wicket to Evans, who looks to drive on the back foot, but it's fielded at point.
I'm not sure Labuschagne is as front-line a bowler as Sir Garfield was. Good morning to Robert Logan, who says it looks lovely in Cardiff. It's similar where he is down in Plymouth, hoping for a good game of cricket.
Yeah, those spectators at the other end, the river end, seem to be in a nice little sun trap as the sunshine breaks through, and Harris is over the wicket to Evans. It's a wide ball outside the off stump, and it's well dispatched through point. Oh no, sorry, it was fielded. Looked like it had got past the but it was a good stop from Salter at point.
Yes, he didn't make much fuss about it, did he? It was a very fine stop, as you say. It looked to be boundary heading on that short side of the ground. It's probably as short a side towards the pavilion as you'll get here at Sophia Gardens for first-class cricket.
Yeah, Harris will be glad he was bailed out there as he's in again to Evans, and that's a better ball just outside off stump, which Evans leaves alone.
So once when I played in a media game here, it was considerably closer to the pavilion. It was so close to the pavilion that I was able to hit a boundary on that side of the wicket, so it must have been, it was probably about 30 metres. It's probably the end strip I think we played on. So we played against a team of Senedd members who I think swung it for us to play here.
It's who you know. As Harris comes over the wicket to Evans, who's on the back foot defending for no run.
Ellie Mackin says she's listening while preparing to head to the Isle of Man tomorrow for the first event of the competitive Scrabble season. Hoping for a good game. Hoping the Foxes can do the East Midlands proud. Thank you, Ellie.
Harris comes over the wicket to Evans. It's left alone once more. And that is the end of the 11th over. Leicestershire 15 without loss. Hassan Azad 5. Sam Evans on 9. I'd be interested to see the standard of a competitive Scrabble game.
There's a change of bowling as
I think
well.
it would be beyond the abilities of us mere mortals who probably only play it now and again at Christmas or as Nick Webb makes way. And I'll be rejoined again by Richard Ray, and while we have a changeover, there's a change of bowling at the river end as well. Michael Hogan makes way for James Wheel.
Somebody, one of Leicestershire supporters said, oh, revenge for Wheel, but he had a trial with Leicestershire when he was released by Durham, or was in the process of being released by Durham, but he was injured pretty much all the time. I think he just had the one first-class game, so I don't think it's a case of revenge, really. It just was one of those unlucky things when it didn't work out for him because he wasn't able to play.
And he's been in and out of the team at Glamorgan as well.
And he comes from the river end and doesn't bowl. Did he drop it there? Or did he just not? No, he's kept it in his hand. I thought for a minute he'd sort of hit it on his thigh or something as he came running through, but he maybe just skidded a little bit or just felt his footmarks were a little insecure, but he pulled out very much at the last second there.
Yeah, it was right at the delivery stride, wasn't it?
Let's see how he gets on this time. Sun glints down on his shaven head and comes in and bowls outside off stump. Has a horrible little sort of waft at that one, Hassan Azad. It was short and wide outside off stump, and whether he was just trying to dab it down to third man. There is a third man, but he was drawn into playing a shot that I suspect, with the benefit of hindsight, he wished he hadn't played. He got away with it. That's the best that can be said. He's on 5 off 28 deliveries now.
Yeah, there haven't been many false shots this morning. It's been pretty watchful stuff from both batters.
Wheel charges in and bowls again outside of stump. Again it's chopped away, but this time Azad is right on top of it, sees it all the way and doesn't miss out. It's essentially what he was trying to do to the previous delivery. Wheel gave him exactly that opportunity to repeat the shot. He did, but this time right out of the middle, and he picks up his first boundary. He moves on to 9, joins Evans on 9. Leicestershire 19 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of a loose delivery from Wheel, wasn't it? Short, wide.
Harris was a bit the same. He kind of got away with it. Evans couldn't quite manage to put him away. Wheel is in and bowls. That's a better, fuller, straighter delivery. Azad waiting in the crease, just leans slightly forward, dabs it out into the offside.
Yeah,
No run.
All 4 bowlers have tried their luck with a few deliveries just back of a length, trying to hit it into the deck, but they haven't had much return for that yet. There was one delivery from Nisa which reared up, but otherwise the pitch seems to be playing quite true.
Yes, it does. Nick did say that that tends to be the way of things on this side of the square, on that side of the square, I should say. Wheel is in, bowls. That's a good line, just outside off stump, but a good leave as well, if there is such a thing. By Azad stepped forward but left his bat raised. Very late decision. Let it bounce through into the gloves of Cook behind the stumps. Sun much more evident now. There's plenty of high white cloud, but essentially it's a fine day, forecast to be a fine day. We cannot use the floodlights during this game, so let us hope that the light stays good throughout. I'm not sure. I think the forecast is a bit mixed. In goes Wheel and bowls again outside Austin, a bit wider this time and a little bit shorter, and Azad leaves.
Yeah, a few clouds this morning. It was a little greyer earlier this morning, wasn't it? And I've seen, yeah, like you, the mixed forecast. Some sunny spells, some cloud cover. I think Leicestershire will be very happy to see the sun come out now. It feels like a very pleasant morning for batting.
It's beginning to feel like the sort of a decision based on the last 2 games here, but pitch looks different. Wheel is in and bowls. Azad is just waiting for that one. Straight delivery, angled bat off stump down towards backward point. And there is no run. End of the over. An interesting one from Wheel. He looks pacier these days than Michael Hogan, which isn't entirely surprising, but perhaps not quite the same as yet. Metronomic accuracy. 19 without loss after 12.
No, quite. It's a bustling action, isn't it? He's all arms and legs, not unlike Michael Nisa, who really gives every delivery 100%. But he does push it through with some effort. Yeah, it's interesting talking about the pitch. The match against Middlesex here, Glamorgan were well beaten, dismissed cheaply in both innings, but the pitch wasn't full of gremlins as the scorecard might have suggested. Middlesex actually batted quite decently in the first innings as Harris continues from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket to Evans, who drives behind point, and there'll be at least a single here. In fact, they do return for a comfortable second run.
And Afridi, I guess, is Afridi. Sometimes feeling he takes wickets by sheer force of will as much as anything. Seemed that way at Lord's last week.
He bowled very well in tandem with Toby Rowland-Jones, and well supported by Tom Helm. Pretty good attack at that level, isn't it?
It's not a bad seam attack, that is for sure.
As Harris runs in over the wicket, and Evans leaves that ball alone outside the off stump.
Keeping the 3 slips in, understandably. Just a couple, as you say, from Nisa towards the end of his spell. Well, 1 or 2, little bit of extra bounce outside the off stump and a little bit of away movement, a little bit of swing through the air, but not too much, really.
No, and it feels so far like Harris and Wheel haven't quite hit the ground running in the way that Nisa and Hogan did. As Harris is over the wicket once more to Evans, it works it off his legs, backward of square for a single.
Foxy Phil, pitch looks fine to me. Van Gogh Fox down in Melbourne, it's a ripper, he says.
Certainly looks that way so far, doesn't it? And yeah, as we mentioned, with that sunshine coming through now.
I wonder what Leicestershire would have done if they'd won the toss. Ask them. We'll ask Callum Parkinson, the stand-in captain, the vice-captain, captaining the side in this game in the absence of Colin Ackerman.
As Harris comes over the wicket to Hassan Azad, who defends. It's a no ball called against Harris for overstepping.
It doesn't feel like the sort of pitch on which both sides are going to be bowled out twice cheaply at the moment. You never know.
Yeah, so far you wouldn't think so, but then, with all due respect, with these two sides' recent record in this competition over the last couple of years, you wouldn't rule it out.
No.
As Harris sets off from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket, and it's a full delivery on leg stump, which Azad whips away nicely for 4. Yeah, over-pitched by Harris on leg stump. Nice delivery for Azad, and he dispatched it well. Leicestershire now 28 without loss. This is the 13th over. Hassan Azad on 13. Sam Evans on 12.
9 off the over from Harris so far, including the no ball.
As Harris comes over the wicket once more. Full again, similar area. This time Azad picks out a fielder for no run. Yeah, Harris, who has bowled accurately at times this season, seems to be struggling to find his rhythm so far.
Six wickets at 40 for Harris. Economy rate 3.32. It's not horrendous, is it?
As he's over the wicket again to Azad, and that's wide of off stump, and Azad leaves it alone. And that's the end of the 13th over with Leicestershire 28 for none.
The economy rates of Nisa 2.65, Hogan 2.71, both well under 3s.
Yes, and Van der Hoogten has been the most effective change bowler for Glamorgan so far this season, so his absence through injury is a loss.
Yep, top wicket taker with 11. What's his injury, do you know? Or is it? Don't worry, we'll find out.
Did have it from Nick.
So, third slip has come out and short leg has come in. First time Wheel will be bowling at the right-handed Evans. Slightly angled run comes in and bowls goes past the outside edge. Drew Evans forward, a long way from the pitch of the ball. Might have straightened a fraction.
Yeah, it was a hamstring injury for Van der Hoogten, so probably best to play it safe with that kind of injury.
It started off as an in-swinger and might just have held its own off the pitch, but Evans playing down the wrong line rather at that one. Wheel getting some good action on the ball there. Turns, runs in and bowls, turn just past short leg by Evans up towards the hip, and Evans turning it into the leg side. Is it Carlson in there at short leg? I think it is. Yeah. Flung himself to his left. He's almost 2 pitches back. I don't think it went past him on the full, but it was in the air for long enough to certainly interest him.
Absolutely, yeah. Didn't quite carry, but some encouragement for Glamorgan.
Wheel is in, bowls. Again, a little bit short, straighter this time, so Evans is able to stand up tall and play it very correctly. Back down the pitch. I was going to say to his former teammate, but I suspect they never played in the same side. At Leicestershire. And I don't think Evans will have... No, he didn't play in the game in which Wheel took a handful of wickets when, having been made to follow on by Leicestershire up at Durham, went on to win the game. Wheel is in and bowls. Evans' big stride, gets well forward. Maybe not quite to the pitch of it, but everything behind it very neat. Pushes the ball out into the offside. Labuschagne now in the covers.
He likes to get involved, doesn't he? Labuschagne, always talking, always geeing up his own teammates and getting under the skin of his opponents in a mischievous, playful manner in the main, but certainly a big character.
Wheel is in and bowls. Good line, good length. Wasn't quite sure whether to get forward or back there, I suspect, Evans. Played it in the end, leaning forward from the crease, dropped it out into the offside, out towards point. No run. They'll be pretty pleased to have got through the first 50 minutes, really without too many alarms. A couple of plays and misses, but doesn't look to be too much going on out there. Expect something to be happening, and there is a little bit occasionally for the bowlers. Wheel trying to make things happen, is in, bowls outside, off stump, goes straight through. Allowed to do so by Evans, end of Wheel's over. His second, none for 4. His figures at the other end, James Harris, none for 9 from 2.
Yeah, very steady start from Leicestershire. Like Glamorgan, struggled with the bat against Middlesex, but as we mentioned, that's a very strong pace attack that Middlesex boast, and you'd think this would do Leicestershire's batting lineup a world of good. A very composed, like you said, almost chanceless first hour here in Cardiff.
Matilda, it's time for bed, I have to tell you. Off you go. It's Van Gogh down in Melbourne. Don't know what time it is down there. Obviously time for bed, anyway.
As Harris continues over the wicket to Azad, it hits his pad, but it's well outside the leg stump. Perhaps half an appeal from Harris just to put the batters off their prospects of pinching a quick single there.
He's had 1 or 2 interesting decisions, Hassan Azad, so far this season, including one at Lord's against Afridi that several inches down, spearing down the leg side on the replay, but sent on his way. So he would have been disgruntled to have seen the finger raised for that one, I suspect.
As Harris is in, full ball, middle and leg, and Azad again picks this one well and works it through mid-wicket. It won't get to the boundary. It'll be Nisa to stop the ball. It's a bit of a scrambled run back for a third. Harris looked to fumble it at the bowler's end. Would Hassan Azad have been struggling there?
Would have required a decision of the umpire, wouldn't it? Yeah. Seems slightly unnecessary risk to have taken.
Yeah, they looked to be ambling quite comfortably through for a second, but that third was a bit of a scramble for Leicestershire.
I guess it was his call. He was running to the danger end, and he would have had only himself to blame, Hassan Azad.
Yeah, he's got a good arm, Nisa, from the boundaries.
He looks a strong man, doesn't he?
Yes. As Harris runs in once more, and he's into Evans. It works it down the leg side. Is there any pad on that? No, it was off the bat, and it's 4 more runs to Evans.
Sounded very woody, didn't it? finer than he probably would have liked, but flung himself to his left behind the stumps, but couldn't quite get there. Don't think it was a chance, and it was in the air for a good while on its way towards him, but he whistled down.
Yes,
Going to be able to find it down there behind the covers.
Yeah, and after starting with the maiden, it's been rather an expensive spell from Harris.
He got away with it in that first over, didn't he? A few short and wide that Evans just slapped straight to point. But has it been found?
A couple of the fielders are working in tandem.
There we go.
We've retrieved it now. Yeah, usually if there's a hold-up in play at the river end, it's because somebody's planted a 6 into the river. But
yes.
Not on this occasion. Yeah, Leicestershire 35 without loss. Trying to score a little more freely in these last few overs, as Harris is over the wicket and into Evans, who prods through for a single on the leg side. Well run. Evans moves on to 17. Azad is 16.
Azad this season, the only century maker for the Foxes so far. That was in the first game at home to Worcester. 104 not out on the last day. Huge role, obviously, in saving that game. 66 and 25 up at Durham. 17 and 32 against Derbyshire. 12 and 2 at Lord's last week. As I say, some of the dismissals, a little unfortunate.
As Harris is in, and Azad defends for no run. One ball left in the 15th over from James Harris. As Richard leaves us to update BBC Radio Leicester, with Leicestershire 36 without loss, with James Harris bowling from the Cathedral Road end to Hassan Azad. Harris is in, and Azad defends. As I'm rejoined by Nick Webb in the commentary box. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. Yes, there seems to be, talking to some of the other media, there seems to be something of a surprise that Glamorgan chose to bowl first. We'll possibly ask people about that decision in the close of play interviews, because one or two have produced a bit of life from Nisa, but it's been generally good batting conditions so far, and Leicestershire on this start will have high hopes of batting out the day. 36 for naught off 15. Run rate therefore of 2.4 so far. Wheel off this longish run from the River Taff end is and bowled to Evans, who defends back down the pitch, no run.
Yes, as Richard was saying, interesting to see what Callum Parkinson would have done if he had won it. I wonder if it's the old cliche, a good toss to lose.
Well, the pitches tend to be less sporting at the pavilion end than the grandstand end of the square. As Wheel bowls and Evans shoulders arms. Emir Evans says James Harris needs to find his radar. Last seen against Middlesex. We need to sit in and be patient with the ball. Yes, I mean, James won't need telling after 16 years in the professional game that his performance at Derby was not of his best, and still searching for the rhythm that he displayed in the game before here. Strange old game. Who can work out why things happen? Wheel is in to bowl, and Evans on the back foot pushes to Labuschagne at mid-off, and there's no run. The The slips and the wicket-keeper will be finding life considerably quieter now that Labuschagne's moved out of the cordon there.
Out of earshot.
Wouldn't be too sure about that.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I'm not sure if he's ever quite out of earshot if he's on the same ground as you.
36 without loss. Azad 16, Evans on 17 and on strike as Wheel bowls outside off stump and going further away. Steve West points out the weather should be decent for 4 days, except for maybe part of tomorrow. It's the only time in which we might reasonably anticipate a shower or two, I think, is in the latter half of tomorrow's play. Hopefully that won't come to fruition. So we'll have to wait a bit to see Ben Stokes in action at Worcester, because Durham's openers are still together, 48 for naught. As Evans plays this one off the inside half of the bat to wide-ish mid-on, but the infielder having to work hard to pretend that things are happening with the ball.
Yeah, top marks for at least trying to sound like that was a chance. Yeah, slim pickings for Glamorgan's fielders to get excited about so far today. They've bowled accurately enough in the main, but there's been little to trouble Leicestershire so far.
Wheel in to bowl to Evans, who defends to mid-off. No run, end of Wheel's over. Tidy enough, it's another maiden. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4. Leicestershire 36 without loss after 16 overs here on BBC Sport Online and also via the club website.
Yeah, Glamorgan have plenty of bowling options at their disposal today, as well as the 4-seamers we've seen so far. They have debutant Andy Gorvin. David Lloyd can also bowl seam, of course. The spin of Andrew Salter or Marnus Labuschagne, and as previously discussed, the seam of Marnus Labuschagne. So plenty of options for Glamorgan if they do feel like experimenting a little with their bowling.
Apologies for a slight buzz on the line. It just happens occasionally.
And it'll be Harris to continue from the Cathedral Road end. A fullish delivery, edged by Azad, and it looks like it'll run away for 4, down to third man.
Yes, Harris will be happy, I suppose, to see Azad going after one. But thickish edge, safe enough. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester will be back with us just after the half-past mark. He's a busy man. He's a busy man.
As Harris continues and is in to Azad, who works this through square leg for a single.
Paul Sussex says, if as suggested after the low scores against Middlesex, the groundsman has prepared a batting-friendly track, then why insert? Well, yeah, that's just my reading of the situation so far. May get to something else entirely from the dressing room. But it does look a more favourable pitch so far for the batters.
Yeah, Harris toiling away with no reward so far. He's in to Evans, who defends. A fullish delivery.
And if you do pick up a few noises off, I think that might be a very... It's either the work staff down below or the video stream directors.
Harris is in from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket. A full delivery which Evans whips towards mid-wicket for no run.
The problem is that we don't have any spectators anywhere near us at the moment, because this stand, the Castell Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end, is closed because of the work that is still going on underneath. There'll be the most sumptuous toilets in Wales and the length of time it's taken to prepare them.
As Harris is in. Short ball outside off stump, which Evans leaves alone.
They're polishing the gold-plated taps, I expect. Preparing the B-days.
Untold luxury. It's a lovely day for it so far, isn't it? Scanning around the ground. Most supporters in short sleeves. Haven't had many days like this in Cardiff so far this season.
No, I think about one so far. Of course, the last game got sawn off anyway.
Harris is in, and Evans leaves outside the off stump.
The work on the grandstand, you'll be pleased to hear, is progressing away to our right. The renewal of seats is at least coming along, with a couple of blocks now freed of their scaffolding. The canopy, small roof over the top half of the stand, that was due for renewal anyway after about this length of time, 12, 13 years or so, so it was planned works, but it's just dragged on a little bit into the season, but they do hope to have it available, hopefully, for the first T20 games here in the first week of June. Incidentally, there is a women's game here on Saturday next week when Western Storm play their only T20 game in Cardiff. Most of their action is in Bristol and Taunton, but as last season, they're playing one match here, and that is on Saturday the 14th, should you care to attend that one. Usually a bit of Welsh representation in that side, covering Wales and the west of England.
Wheel this time is around the wicket.
Defended in front of him, and there's no run. Just looking to get the exact date of T20 starting here. I should have these emblazoned in my mind. And it's Thursday the 2nd of June is the first home match, which is the first day of that bonus bank holiday weekend, Jubilee weekend. Madness playing the Castle the previous night. Glamorgan playing Essex on Thursday night. Even more madness, maybe. Wheel around the wicket then to Azad as down leg side, and he follows it slightly tentatively and doesn't make contact. That would have been very soft if he'd got a nudge on that one. Then Glamorgan's second home match is at on the Sunday afternoon, the 5th of July, which is a busy Welsh sporting day, and we'll keep you in touch with any news on the start time, which is scheduled for 2:30, but of course that would clash with World Cup events down the road. Wheel into bowl, outside off stump, and Azad shoulders arms.
Yeah, busy old weekend that of sport. So as well as the cricket matches in that first weekend of June, the boxer Joe Cordina will be fighting for the IBF Super Featherweight World title at the Motorpoint Arena. So local boy fighting for a world title. That's on the Saturday, the 4th of June. And then, as you mentioned, Nick, that huge match for Wales's national football team on Sunday the 5th. That'll be a 5 PM kickoff. So yeah, it would be interesting to see if Glamorgan stick with that 2:30 start.
May not be entirely in their control, that's the problem. As Wheel is in to bowl, and that's driven to cover by Azad. There's no run, and logically a 1 o'clock start would make sense, so people have the chance to either go to the Cardiff City Stadium or get home or down the pub to watch it and listen to it.
Yeah, big weekend of Welsh sport, and today's a big day of sport for Leicester with their football team, Leicester City, in action in the Europa Conference League, second leg away at mighty Roma this evening, 1-1 after the first leg.
As Wheel bowls, driven hard by Azad, but fielded by Wheel in his follow-through on the bounce. He hurls it back towards Chris Cook. Yes, if that lives up to the standard of the senior competition in Europe, that'll be dramatic stuff over the last 2 nights.
Oh yeah, that was wild last night, wasn't it? Manchester City against Real Madrid.
In comes Wheel. Bowls and defended by Azad to mid-on, so Wheel pretty much on target in that over, and Leicestershire remain on 41 without loss.
Yeah, very steady start this from Leicestershire. Glamorgan's bowlers in the main have bowled reasonably tightly. James Harris perhaps the only one to be a little more expensive than he would have liked, going for 22 runs from his 4 overs. And right on cue after those 4 tricky overs for James Harris, he'll be replaced by the debutant Andy Gorvin, his first match in first-class cricket. Right arm medium pacer, looks like he'll be bowling over the wicket, and a big moment for the St Fagans club cricketer.
Indeed, he's been around in Wales, went to Cardiff Met University, so he's stayed in this part of the world from Hampshire originally. Played a few games for their seconds. But this is first ball in first-class cricket for Andy Gorvin.
Number 11 on his back, a slighter build than the likes of Harris and Nisa, as Gorvin is in, bowling on a length just outside off stump and well defended by Evans. A good start to Gorvin's first-class bowling career.
He'll be glad to have that one underway. As Marnus Labuschagne goes for a wander.
Yeah, looks like he's coming in relatively short at mid-wicket. As Gorvin comes in over the wicket, it's full, and Evans drives to mid-off. Carlson fumbles, throws in, and Evans gets through for a single. Yeah, Gorvin, 24 years old, played in the One Day Cup for Glamorgan last year as they went on to win the whole tournament, beating Durham in the final. It looks like Gorvin might come around the wicket to Hassan Azad. 2 slips, still in as Labuschagne goes for another wonder. He's at mid-off, and in fact Gorvin will continue over the wicket to Azad, who surveys the field and takes his time before taking his guard. And Gorvin is in on a good length again, and Azad defends. Tidy start to Gorvin's first spell.
Yes, he was something of a bit part player in the One Day Cup, having been part of the Wales side that defeated Glamorgan in the warm-up match.
As he continues, he's pumping as he comes to the crease and bowls on a length, on leg stump with Azad defending.
Getting plenty of vocal support from his teammates out there. Although I think it's as much as batting that's earned him a place in this side, batting at 7 after an 80 and a 50 unbeaten last week for the seconds.
As Gorvin is in to Azad, who works it to the leg side for no run.
He's bowling at a lesser pace than the first 4 bowlers, probably closer to the David Lloyd pace. Bustling medium pace.
Yes, the energetic Gorvin is in over the wicket to Azad, who defends once again.
He started tidily enough, just a single off that.
Yeah, warm applause for Gorvin around the ground. Appreciative of his first over in first-class cricket.
Still waiting for the first wicket of the day. Leicestershire with a very solid start indeed. 42 off 19 overs. Only really Harris who's been suffering slightly on the bowling figures. Hogan, Nisa, Wheel and now Gorvin, all pretty tidy. Indeed, Wheel has bowled 3 maidens out of the 4 that he's sent down so far. So looking to make a mark and stay on the team, particularly against Durham next week. Be keen to play in that one against his former side, as Wheel is in and bowls, and that's driven by Evans to Salter at point, and there is no run. Reminder, if you want to tweet us, Nick Webb 2017, Dav Pritchard, and Richard is now trading under the moniker of Fox's Cricket 22. There's some of the Glamorgan backroom staff going for a wander. Underneath us, Wheel is in to bowl, and Evans drives nicely through mid-off. There's a chase for Labuschagne. He'll chase it all the way, but he looks to be losing the battle. No, he's just flicked it back inside the ropes, and they'll come back for 3 runs, which really tells you something about Marnus Labuschagne, that he'll chase what looked like a hopeless cause to save 1 run on the first day of a championship match.
Absolutely, and the crowd show their appreciation at the river end. Yeah, wholehearted effort from Labuschagne, really sprawling just before the ball get to the rope.
It's one of those that a TV umpire would have a little look at were it a one-day match, but you never really know with championship, and if the ball stays inside, then the player who's at full stretch probably couldn't tell you himself whether it was cleanly saved or not. Wheel is in, bowls outside off stump, slashed away, and beating Salter at point for once, and that's gone through for 4 runs, with Wheel dropping a little bit short and Azad cracking into it.
We saw a couple of deliveries like that in Wheel's first over, short and wide outside off stump. When he was angling across, when he was bowling over the wicket, we saw Azad waft outside off stump at 1, but around the wicket the angle is more favourable to Azad, and he's done a good job of dispatching that ball.
So 7 off the last 2 deliveries as Wheel bowls again to Azad, who this time is cautiously just dropping his hands on it, and the ball rolls no more than about 5 metres from the bat out on the offside. So still 3 in the cordon, though Carlson has now moved to somewhere 4th slip position. It's not quite as square as Gully, but it's 4th, 5th slip, that sort of area, and a little bit closer than the others. As Wheel into bowl, outside off stump, allowed to go through.
Yeah, he's still getting a decent shape on the ball, Wheel, when he does pitch it up a little more, but as we've discussed, this pitch doesn't seem to be assisting the bowlers a great deal. So he continues to toil away. 3 maidens and 11 runs from his 4.5 overs.
Wheel bowls, and that's on the legs, turned away slightly uppishly by Azad, down to fine leg. It was well wide of keeper Chris Cook, who dashed back in pursuit, but was beaten to it in the end by Michael Nisa, coming round from square leg, and they've taken the single. Edward Hall making the point that Andy Gorvin, Hampshire product, playing for Glamorgan today, and Aaron Donald's Glamorgan product and the Hampshire team today, and Yeah, welcome back to an Iron Donald after a couple of years out of the game with knee injury that didn't heal properly first time and needed an operation last summer. So he's back in the Hampshire side, though maybe batting as low as 7. Hampshire 51 for 1 against Gloucestershire. And we've got an iron penciled in for a couple of T20 commentaries here. Mr. Pritchard will be joining us for several matches before he gets whisked off the world of football.
Looking forward to it as Gorvin continues over the wicket to Azad, who works that off his legs through square leg, and that will reach the boundary. Nicely struck from Hassan Azad. He moves on to 30. Leicestershire 54 without loss.
Gorvin is going to have to work really hard for accuracy today, because medium pace bowler on a batter friendly pitch is not going to get much assistance.
Yeah, it looks like Azad just adjusting his guard as Gorvin is over the wicket, and this time Azad drives handsomely through the covers for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Hassan Azad. He moves on to 34. Andy Gorvin getting a bit of a harsh lesson in the realities of first-class cricket in this over. Yeah, it's interesting, just between those deliveries, it looked like Azad was just adjusting his guard slightly more towards leg stump, giving himself a bit of room outside off. As Gorvin is in, this is shorter, and Azad plays it to square leg for no run.
Top score of 66 so far this season. Azad, born in Pakistan but brought up in the UK, educated in Nottingham and Loughborough.
As Gorvin is in, a foolish delivery which Azad defends and then swishes his bat around with a flourish.
Looks a well-organised player, as you'd expect of someone who scored 1,000 runs in 2019 in the first class season. Not as successful last year. 2020, of course, was a severely truncated season as Cook has come to stand up behind the wickets to Gorvin. And Azad changes his guard again, or checks it again.
Yeah, busy stuff from Azad as Gorvin is in. Slightly back of a length this time, and the ball is fielded.
That's intelligent stuff from the experienced Cook, isn't it? Just to come up after Azad had struck a couple of boundaries and try and just put a bit more pressure on him and help his teammate out in his early overs in county cricket.
Absolutely. A helping hand for Gorvin, who's in. And Azad works that off his legs down to wide, fine leg for a single. Yeah, just in case if Azad considered going after Gorvin more aggressively than he had. Yeah, Cook's presence, maybe just checking that aggressive instinct. Leicestershire are 59 without loss after 21 overs. Hassan Azad 35, Sam Evans 21.
We see a second spell from Michael Hogan.
It looks that way.
Returning to bowl at the River End, Michael Hogan.
So Hogan given less than an hour out of the attack. Wheel, that wasn't a bad spell from him. A couple wide in the last over, and Leicestershire just starting to accelerate very gently. They're still under 2.5 runs and over, but they were under 2 for quite a time. As Hogan 5 overs, 0 for 10. Starts his second spell. Glamorgan in desperate need of a wicket sometime in the next 35 minutes before lunch. As Hogan bowls and Azad drives a slightly over pitch ball through the offside. Could well get 4 runs. Labuschagne is off after it, and even Marnus Labuschagne has to give that one up as it races away to the family stand area, the jellyfish stand, just to the right of the pavilion as we look. 4 runs, 63 for naught. Azad on to 39 not out, and looking good at the moment, the left-hander.
Yeah, it's 4 boundaries in the last 3 overs for Azad.
Checking his guard yet again. Doesn't look to be any problem the way he's timing the ball at the moment. As Hogan bowls on leg stump, driven by Azad straight to mid-on. No run. Hogan still straining for his first wicket at Sophia Gardens this season, which is a strange stat considering he's gone really well in the 2 away games. Glamorgan next week away to Durham in their final championship match before the T20 kicks in. In comes Hogan, bowls to Azad, who defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Leicestershire next week back at Grace Road against Sussex, and then away to Worcestershire in round 7, round which Glamorgan sit out. So they have less time in which to prepare for T20 as Hogan bowls. And no shot played through to the keeper. It's the way the fixture list has fallen has actually benefited Glamorgan because they have 10 days in which to maybe have a couple of days off after an arduous block of cricket, and then have a week or so to really hone their white ball skills. So it's quite fortunate.
Yeah, because it is a bit of a gear change, isn't it, between the 2 formats?
Hogan into bowl. Azad defends, back to the bowler, no run. Absolutely, I mean, it's one of the many elements that have to be considered when trying to draw up a schedule for next year, and obviously the coronavirus pandemic has been a part of that, but every year we seem to be saying, well, what's the format going to be for next year? We've had various variations of conferences over the last couple. As Hogan bowls, and Azad, I think, just got a bottom edge on that. There's a yelp from behind the stumps, but that sounded distinctly woody from this distance. 63 for naught are Leicestershire. 22 overs gone. Azad has 39. Evans has 21.
Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? It was the noise that was the giveaway. It sounded like a thick inside edge, because in terms of line, where it hit the pads, it would have been going on to hit the stumps, but the appeals never really got beyond a few half-hearted yelps. They knew there was an edge there, and in truth there haven't really been any genuine chances for Glamorgan yet. Nisa had a couple of half-hearted LBW appeals, but it's been pretty serene progress for Leicestershire so far. They're 63 without loss as Gorvin continues over the wicket to Evans, who defends. Chris Cook standing up to Gorvin once more.
You'd thought he'd probably do that more often than not for a bowler of Gorvin's pace, medium pace like Lloyd, to whom he often stands up.
It's just a nice ego boost to stand back for his first over as Gorvin is over the wicket. A good length on the off stump. Evans defends once more.
After a couple of boundaries in the last over, his teammates are really giving it all in their vocal encouragement of the young debutant.
And Evans will be quite glad to get back on ball. I think Azad faced almost 3 overs in succession all by himself, so Here is Gorvin over the wicket to Evans, who defends once more. This will be more to Gorvin's liking after quite an expensive second over in his first-class career. Hogan shines the ball and has a word with his young teammate, who turns at the top of his run at the Cathedral Road end and is over the wicket to Evans, who drives to Hogan at mid-on for no run.
And Hogan's hat falls off. It's looking a bit battered these days, I can tell you. It's obviously not terribly worried about having a new one before he goes at the end of the season. It's looking a little bit faded.
Gorvin is in to Evans, who defends to square leg. Yeah, is it Steve Waugh, baggy green, battered?
It's less than deep navy these days, as you can almost tell from this distance. Actually,
Yeah, it looks greyish, chalky colour from here, doesn't it?
But it's his.
Gorvin is in over the wicket. Evans leaves that alone outside the off stump. And that is the end of the 23rd over. And I'll make way for the returning Richard Ray.
Thank you very much indeed to David Pritchard. He will be back after the luncheon interval. Don't eat all the lunch, staff, even if it has arrived early. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester is back with us, and
It's gorgeous out there.
Yeah?
Absolutely grand.
Oh, good.
I could get right behind the bowler's arm. I had the entire stand to myself, which I blocked off at this end, the media stand and the Cathedral Road end of the ground.
Yeah, a unique view.
Perfect view. Is it me or you on that far end?
I'll go on this
on.
end as Hogan is in to bowl a short delivery that Azad in the end decided not to try to hook, especially considering their fielders on the boundary at square leg and fine leg.
Not used to the weather, or indeed Leicestershire being 63 without loss. It's a pleasant change in every respect. Struggled a little bit. I'd say both openers have been in form, sort of, and they've got good scores, but haven't been able to go on. Can they do so this time?
Hogan in to Azad, and that's defended back down the wicket. Well, David Lloyd's decision to put Leicestershire in is, let's put it mildly, in question as things stand.
Yeah, as I say, it looked to be based on previous experience of the season so far. But as you say, you knew the pitches on that side of the ground, on the pavilion side of the ground, tend to play a little better than those on the castle side of the ground.
Hogan, right arm round to Azad, who drives through mid-off. It's a no ball, and it'll be possibly 4 runs as well. The chase is on. There's a sprawling attempt at a stop, but the ball crosses the ropes, and James Wheel giving it everything. But rare that Hogan bowls no balls. He looked back at the umpire in almost amazement there, and Wheel went hurtling over the boundary, accompanying the ball. 6 runs in all.
Sweet piece of timing, wasn't it? There was no follow through, just perfectly timed. Must be lovely to be able to do that.
I wouldn't know.
I can't imagine. No, it's exactly.
43 to Azad now, 69 without loss, 6 added, 2 for the no ball.
You have to update Radio Leicester listeners on your village team's progress. We get it once a year, twice a year. Usually it's a case of trying to find a team, essentially.
Quite often, but no, as Hogan is in to bowl. Oh, that's a horrible ball down leg side. That went all over the place, and that will be signalled as 4 byes. Oh, that really ought to have been wise.
It's a bit harsh, isn't it?
That is terrible on Chris Cook, really, because he didn't have a prayer of stopping that one. And I think it was Hogan switching from round to over the wicket, and he's lost his radar completely, which is a collector's item, really.
But he's got Carlson in there at leg slip, so I don't know whether it was a sort of plan, but he just, as you say, lost his.
Carlson
had gone onto the hip and swung in.
Better chance of fielding it than Cook, didn't it?
Yes, he had.
73 for no wicket. Hogan bowls to Azad. That's more on target and played defensively to point. Salter fields no run. So it's 6 extras in the course of this over. The no ball and the alleged buys. Yes, it was a red letter day for our club last weekend. We had about 25, 26 players available for 2 teams. Had players left out, shock, who wanted to play.
Infusion of young blood, is it? As few graduated from the...
That's again down leg side, so I suspect you might be right with a cunning plan from Glamorgan, trying to get Zad caught at leg slip. Not so much young blood, because unfortunately we're not able to run a fully fledged youth system, which is problematic. We just don't have the resources. But people being dragged in from left, right and centre. Hogan bowls, and Azad has nothing to do with that one. Outside off stump, so 10 off the over, 4 off the bat and 6 extras. 73 for naught Leicestershire with 22 minutes to go until lunch. And I put down the increase in numbers to the superb social media operation of my club side. Only joking. That's me, by the way.
That's a nice position to be in. Leicestershire in a reasonably nice position at the moment. Andy Gorvin is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end of this lovely ground. 2 slips still. Cook standing up behind the stumps. It's a fairly gentle pace from the youngster, who is in and bowls full, good line and length, and Evans strokes it out to mid-on. One of the issues for Evans is acceleration or not, whether he can pick up the pace throughout the innings. As I say, he's got in a few times this season, but he tends to bat at the same sort of pace. I mean, that is fine up to a point. His strike rate is usually about 30, something like that. Gorvin is in, bowls to him onto the leg stump, plays it out, but straight to square leg. And I think he himself would probably like to be able to accelerate. It's something that Hassan Azad has worked on over the last season or so, and he has picked up, Azad that is, as well as being hard to get out, has picked up his scoring rate a little bit. He's finding the gaps more readily, and Evans yet to do that regularly. It turns that one to square leg as well, off leg stump.
I guess that where Leicestershire are as a team, though, they'd be
at the moment,
grateful to have the no wickets at lunch and not worry too much about the run rate, which it's respectable. It's just around the 3 mark.
Yeah. No, absolutely. At the moment, he's doing a grand job. 21 off 73 balls, has had 43 off 76. In goes Gorvin, bowls to Evans, blocks it out to mid-on. Hogan leans down and picks it up in that splendidly faded cap. That's the sign of the long-serving pro. Young Gorvin, brand new navy cap with a daffodil upon it. In goes Gorvin and bowls, line and length, full middle stump. Evans just strokes it out towards mid-on again. Hogan gets across to his left in those sort of baggy whites that he favours. Always has done slightly.
Well, he's
high-waisted. I know his shirt is out of his pants,
he's a rakish sort of build, Hogan, isn't he? He's long and lean.
Walks in from mid-on as Gorvin accelerates to the crease and bounces a little bit. There's an appeal for, well, presumably leg before wicket, but as it bounced out off a combination of pad and inner thigh pad and bounced out towards point, but I think it did a little bit too much. There was wobble there, though. Might have just been going down leg side as well, bit high. Just enough wrong with it to be turned down, but...
Yeah, they're going to give Gorvin all the support that they can in his championship debut.
His appeal was not vociferous.
No.
It was louder from behind the stumps. Young man new. Gets applause, though. It's been a solid opening spell from him. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10.
Yes, he is going to have to be absolutely accurate and get that little bit of wobble that you mentioned. Maybe a little bit of humidity around today. As Michael Hogan still striving for his first home wicket of the season, having performed much better in the away games. And he comes to bowl to Azad, who'll take a single down towards backward square. 74 without loss. Hogan playing in every game so far, and you get the feeling that he's not one who would want to rest or be rotated, or however you describe selection policies in these opening weeks of the season, where Glamorgan do play 6 championship games on the bounce. Harris has already missed one through illness, so he won't play in all 6. Nisa missed the first one because he'd barely arrived in the country at that time. Hogan into Evans, who leaves outside off stump, comes back a bit after it's past the stumps through to Cook.
Good afternoon to Richard Jones. Good to have us back on the stream. Ditto Chris Drew. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, there are counties where the BBC commentary doesn't feature on the stream, but you are able to sync them up, I think, if you try hard, should you not find the other offering to your taste. Hogan into bowl, forward comes Evans to defend. Alan Burkett, good afternoon to you. Enjoying the coverage while on a polling station, helping him get through a long 15-hour shift. Go Glamorgan. And his side, Usk, were defeated by my lot at the weekend.
I like Richard Jones's Twitter handle. It's retired at last, exclamation.
Hogan is into bowl, and that's defended by Evans to mid-on. Mark Harry says, is this yet another game largely decided before lunch on the first day? Doubt it. Doubt it, Mark.
A bit early, Mark.
If so, it's a shoot yourself in the foot day after the skipper's calamitous toss decision. I think it's too early to be saying calamitous, but questionable on the grounds of the efforts so far. Or the results rather than the efforts. Hogan bowls and Evans shouldering arms. Through it goes outside off stump. But see if we can have time to nip out the middle at lunchtime. They don't yet allow us there for the toss here, but people are allowed.
Have a close look at the pitch, do you mean?
Yes, yes.
It's a very inexperienced batting lineup, relatively without Ackerman, so Glamorgan certainly shouldn't lose hope.
Hogan is into bowl to Evans, who's again playing no shot. We're expecting Patel in next.
Yes, Rishi Patel will come in at 3, obviously very raw, relatively. Signed from Essex a year or so ago now. Hasn't played much, mainly because of injury, and he missed the start of this season through injury, but Paul Nixon rates him very, very highly. Leicestershire head coach and batting coach thinks Patel has it in him to play international cricket.
This is a very young Leicestershire side overall,
exactly
isn't
that.
it? With is it only the bowlers, Wright and Hendricks, who are north of 30?
Yes, exactly that. Louis Kimber, very new. Vian Mulder, obviously experienced, but he's still only 25, or 24, I think, Vian.
24 I've got,
24, yeah. Scott Steele, Harry Swindles, Ben Mike, all very young men. Callum Parkinson, the captain, and then just Wright and Hendricks, as you say, the only 2 who are north of 30 by some margin. Gorvin is in and bowls to Azad down the leg side. Azad helps it on its way, I think. No, it swung, and unfortunately Cook, standing up to the stumps, couldn't get anything on it, and it swung down to fine leg for 4. The disadvantage of standing up to a medium pacer. Yeah, that's all he is, young Gorvin, but just let's have a look how much that did. Yeah, the swing is there, but he started it outside leg and it just sort of swung on further. But the fact that it's moving should give him hope. In he goes, bowls again to Azad, again onto leg stump. Azad goes back, just turns it calmly out, down towards deep backward square. Carlson comes into field, and it is just 179 without loss. Azad 45.
And the other man coming into side, Steele,
Scott
middle order,
Steele.
6-7.
Correct, yes. He will come in, I would think, after Fian Mulder, so he'll come in at 4-5-6. In goes Gorvin and bowls. Evans gets a delivery on leg stump, but he's picking out the man at square leg constantly. It's as though it's as though he doesn't kind of look for the gaps. He plays the ball on its merits, which is entirely right, but he doesn't necessarily find the gaps with any regularity at the moment.
He's been on 21 for an age.
He has, and this is what tends to happen. He tends to get a little bit becalmed. In goes Corbin, bowls back of a length. He stands up tall, plays it firmly out, but only directly to point. He picks out the fielders. Picking out the fielders, as I say, Leicestershire won't be worried about that at the moment. But it might just start preying on his mind a little bit, this lack of progress, if you like. In goes Gorvin and bowls to him. He's solidly forward to a middle stump delivery. Back down the pitch it goes to the youngster.
I expect if you said in the Leicestershire dressing room, would you take me being 21 without loss and Leicestershire in the 80s for no wicket, then they'd have bitten your hand off for it.
Yes, they would. Especially, they probably weren't entirely sure. I'm sure Callum would have said, I would have had a bat, but we'll see afterwards. In goes Gorvin, bowls. Fuller pushed through mid-on, but a good diving half stop by Michael Hogan away to his left. Did really well there, the veteran, to get across to his left. The odds were against it, but he put in the full length dive and he got a hand to it. He slowed the ball down sufficiently, and Michael Neser, who completed the fielding and kept Evans to 1, walks up and pats his compatriot on the back. It was a good effort, and it probably saved 3 runs.
You could almost see the thought processes. Oh gosh, I'm going to have to put in the dive for this one. Down he goes, and it just takes a long time to get her.
Actually, I hope he's all right, because he's shaking his legs now. He was stopping as he walked, but he's jogging a bit now. I think that jarred everything, didn't it?
Oh, I think that was probably the sort of fall that is thinking, I'm glad I'm giving this nonsense up. Oh, I feel his pain. 80 without loss.
David Hutchinson. Good afternoon to you, David. He agrees it's a refreshing change seeing an opening stand comparing favourably to what we've managed of the first wicket so far this season. ? You can take the question mark off, David. It does indeed.
Evans is facing up to Hogan. Evans on 22 now. And Hogan bowls outside off stump, and no shot is offered.
Good afternoon to Springsteen. Very diplomatic of your colleague regarding commentaries, he says.
Well, yes, you can try and get us synced up if you want to the counties that don't carry the BBC stream, which is still a minority. Hogan to Evans, who drives, doesn't really time it, the ball just going gently to mid-off, no run. Plenty of encouragement for the Glamorgan players' efforts, but they've been toiling in vain so far. Run rate still a fraction under 3. 2 slips, 5 saving the single. As Hogan bowls outside off stump. Evans plays no shot again. Third man and fine leg on the 45 back. Fine leg in front of what looks like a school party in the pavilion seats.
We had 4,000 at Lord's on the first day. 4,000
Wow.
school children.
That was noisy.
It was. It was brilliant, actually,
Yeah.
in fairness. Really enjoyed it. They really added to the atmosphere at HQ.
Hogan into bowl, outside off stump, and Evans plays no shot. Yes, there's considerable efforts being made at Grace Road to get people in.
Next week against Sussex, 4,000, same number actually, curiously, coincidentally, 4,000 tickets that have been given away. So hopefully lots of people will come and enjoy a little bit of red ball cricket as well as white ball.
In comes Hogan again. Bowls to Evans, who drives on the onside. Will take a single to wide mid on and is safely home despite the throw coming in. It was just about a well-timed single. 81 without loss.
So I don't want to harp on about it. I'm about to, just simply because of the figures, really. But Sam's innings this season: 1 off 10, 11 off 14, 16 off 94, 77 not out off 254, 33 off 140. It's all sort of 25s, 30s strike rates, and it doesn't impose on the opposition. But as I say, in the morning, that's fine.
Hogan bowls a short ball that Azad plays well, gets up on his toes and just stabs the ball in front of him. Man after my own heart, low strike rate. Chris Drew says get Marnus on whatever he's bowling today.
Yes, it could be interesting. Well, we might see him. I'm sure we will if this continues deep into the afternoon session.
I wonder if we'll see the regulation overs spin before lunch from Andrew Salter or from Labuschagne.
Just trying to think back. I mean, sometimes as the games go on, it has been known to spin here, hasn't it? But
it's not prodigious now.
Not for, you wouldn't have thought for a while, but Callan Parkers would be delighted if it does.
No, the days of St Helens and automatically pick two spinners, well, Glamorgan aren't playing there.
Short mid-wicket has gone in for Evans facing Gorvin, who bowls full on off-stump, just stroked out to mid-off. Michael Nisa picks it up. Tosses the ball back to young Andy Gorvin. Turns. Runs in and bowls. Very straight, line and length again. Evans plays it back down the pitch to him.
Any national scribes hanging on the Ben Stokes story? Well, they're going to have to wait a bit. Durham 97 for 1 against Worcestershire, with Stokes slated to bat at 6.
Yes, I bet the Worcestershire press box hasn't been so full for a while. As full for a while. Gorvin is in, bowls, line and length, off stump on this occasion. Evans forward, just deflecting it out to point on this occasion.
Be a few extra media at Chelmsford as well, where Joe Root is likely to be not featuring prominently for a while. Essex 63 for 2 off 30 overs. Dominic Bess has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 1.
Bit of turn perhaps at Chelmsford. Gorvin is in. Evans is playing firmly, but only as far as mid-on, where Michael Hogan, inspired by his previous efforts, sort of falls to his left, picks up and flicks the ball backhanded at the stumps to keep Azad honest. But he's now diving around like an 18-year-old up there.
He took a good caught and bowled at Derby, diving in his follow-through. So
yeah, but you do off your own, Butler, don't you?
He's a team man, Hogs.
Absolutely. Gorvin is in and bowls. Back goes Evans. Little flourish as he blocks that back out into the offside. Picked up at extra cover and there's no run.
Probably
2 more before. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so well, it depends if it's spin or not, really.
Over 8 is
it's
level.
another
How many have we had?
This is the end of
It's not far
29,
off.
so 30.
Good effort by Glamorgan,
It's
really,
okay.
considering it's been seam all morning.
30's okay. Well, thankfully, we haven't had any hold-ups in play. Seem to have a lot of them at Derby.
Corvin is in and bowls onto the leg stump, and that one Evans is able to work away past square leg down towards wide long leg and take one. Keep the strike. He moves on to 24. Leicestershire, 3 minutes before lunch, are 82 without loss.
The words of Dr. Hignell booming around central Cardiff, or maybe the outskirts of Cardiff as well, the volume they put on his speakers.
There's a change of bowling as well at the river end, because coming on to bowl is Marnus Lancashire.
There we are. They've listened to our correspondent, Mr. Drew, over the channel, and it is Labuschagne who will bowl an over of something before lunch. Looks like spin so far, as he's standing just behind umpire Wharf. David Pritchard is back with us. Would you like to describe the over, Dav?
Why not? This mixed bag, mystery, leg spin seam. It looks like it'll be...
Watch out for the bouncer.
Yes. Here is Labuschagne preparing for his over, turning the ball in his hands. He's in to Evans, who's on the back foot, driving, and the ball is stopped Nisa at point.
Evans fancied a single there, but that was sharp work from the big fast bowler.
Yeah, Labuschagne has proven to be an effective spin bowler in all formats, to tell the truth, as he's in. Fullish ball, which Evans drives back to the bowler for no run.
A couple of wickets in the first innings at Nottingham, couple here against Middlesex.
Yeah, including Shaheen Shah Afridi. In an entertaining battle as Labuschagne bowls again to Evans, who defends this time.
Yeah, I think Afridi got the better of that one, though.
Yes.
Labuschagne dismissed for 8 and 23. Want some runs with the red ball at Cardiff to remember this season.
Labuschagne is in, and Evans plays and misses just outside off.
Bit of turn there, I think.
Labuschagne,
The naked eye.
cries with anguish.
Just enough to beat the edge of the bat.
It looks like he bowled it with a bit of top spin as well, as it beat the outside edge, and he's in again to Evans, who dabs down more firmly this time, and there's another yelp from Labuschagne, getting animated as usual. 5 dots so far as Labuschagne prepares for his final ball of this over, which Evans smothers, and that will be lunch with Leicestershire 82 without loss.
30 overs bowled, Leicestershire inserted, so they'll be much the happier. David Lloyd pondering his decision, and Glamorgan are going to have to work really hard to try and bowl Leicestershire out today. Azad leading the way on 45, Evans is on 24. Commentary will resume here on BBC Sport Online at 1:40.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games in the LV Insurance County Championship, which are taking place elsewhere around the country. Like today, they're all in their first day. We'll start at the GS Bowl, where at lunch Hampshire are 70 for 2 after winning the toss and batting against Gloucestershire. At Hove, it's lunchtime there as well, with Sussex 90 for 1 after winning the toss and electing to bat against Middlesex. At Chelmsford, Essex are 63 for 2 after being put into bat by Yorkshire. At New Road in Worcester, Durham have reached 100 for 1 at lunch. That's after they decided to bat first against Worcestershire. At the Oval, it's lunch where Surrey are 73 for 1, and that's after they were put into bat by Northamptonshire. The other game today is at Old Trafford, where Warwickshire are 84 for 2. That's after winning the toss and electing to bat first against Lancashire. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here this summer at Sophia Gardens. That includes the International T20 game here on Thursday the 28th of July, when South Africa meet England. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various ticket packages for forthcoming games, as well as the matchday hospitality packages. That includes those in the T20 Blast.
Leicestershire are 82 without loss after being put into bat by Glamorgan, so the home side will be considerably worried by the first couple of hours, with openers Hassan Azad and Sam Evans unbeaten. Azad leading the way on 45, Evans on 24. Glamorgan have been through 6 bowlers, but there have been few alarms for the Foxes opening batters, and Glamorgan will need to dig deep to try and dismiss the visitors today. Having put Leicestershire into bat at the start of this championship match, the visitors are 82 for 0 at lunch.
Who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
And the Royal London One Day Cup, which Glamorgan won last year, is also on display. So if you would like to, you can go down and have your photograph taken with it. Score sheets, as well as copies of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, are also available from reception. That's situated, as I say, on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion, and Glamorgan members can obtain tea and coffee this afternoon between 3:30 and 4:30 in the Lewis Lounge. It's also available each morning between 10 and 11. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. A reminder that tomorrow, during the lunch interval, the first of this season's members' forum will be taking place in the Pyramid Lounge, again situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And the forum will be hosted by Phil Steele, and the panel will include Dan Cherry, Mark Wallace and Matthew Maynard. And finally, a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and there's a special exhibition in the museum at the moment commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known broadcaster and journalist, who sadly died during the spring of 2020. And a fortnight ago, Peter's family scattered his ashes on the outfield before heading up to the museum, and they were the first to view this special exhibition. The museum will be open today until the end of the tea interval. Once again, many thanks, diolch yn fawr iawn. Many thanks to the boys and girls from Bryn Hafod Primary School and Glamorgan Primary School, who've been giving us an exhibition of their quick cricketing skills. And I know some of the boys and girls are now lining up, ready to form this afternoon's Guard of Honour. We hope you've all enjoyed your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. We look forward to seeing you here again very soon.
Lewis. Any idea what time we're scheduled to finish today? Hi, mate. No, I didn't, no. Okay, thanks, man. Just let them know at home. Cheers. Turn this down now. Terribly sorry. It's really quiet now. It shouldn't be a problem now. I've turned it right down. It's when Higgins speaks, I can't hear a thing. He's so loud. Yeah. We should have some headphones really, but they haven't got headphones for me for some reason. plenty of space, isn't there? You were here for the 4 days? No. Oh, you on that, are you? Yeah, but I'm not doing much on that, TV-wise, I don't think. Yeah, that's it.
I always get confused, but like, it's the one election which actually affects people's lives.
Yeah, more than anything else. Yeah, that's right, locally.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
My missus saying yesterday, what's the point? Making a vote. I said, out of every possible...
This is the one that matters, yeah.
Like, whenever there's rubbish, that's or whatever, who's the person on our, like, Facebook page which gets stuff sorted?
Yeah.
It's the council.
Yeah, yeah. Well, people say, oh, I don't do politics, but they do, because everything we do is politics. Exactly, everything. Even down to the most minute things, yeah.
Yeah, this is if anything, more important.
Definitely, yeah.
I don't know whether it's just coincidence or whether it's because it's election day. We have a big collected stage, we're all to the house. Behind it was like pothole vans that were going around checking all the things, and I thought, that's got to be a coincidence. And I went to the polling station. Outside, in the street of the polling station, they were cleaning all the drains, like lifting them up, checking they were all clear.
Yeah.
Like, the council, like, look, we're doing a good job.
Vote for us.
Really,
You're off with. I think that's all we've got. I'll see you later. You in Swansea tomorrow? Saturday, sorry.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where we're into the second session of this county championship game between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. And things going so far pretty much the visitors' way. 82 without loss at lunch, having been inserted by Glamorgan captain David Lloyd. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Dav Pritchard is the other member of our commentary team. Richard, Leicestershire could hardly have written a better script for themselves after the decision to put them in.
No. Nothing else I can really say about that. The pitch has played pretty blamelessly. There's been a little bit of swing, but not excessively so. One or two from Michael Nisa early on that just climbed a bit, as one would hope with a new hard ball on the first morning of a game, but essentially there hasn't been very much in the pitch at all. Just wondering whether Marnus Labuschagne turned one in the single over he had before lunch with his brand of leg spin. And that might give a little bit of hope for the spin bowlers. Certainly Callum Parkinson, obviously finger spinner rather than out of the hand, but might be something as the game goes on, but essentially looks to be a pretty flat track at the moment.
Yeah, Callum Parkinson, has he done the captaincy job before?
Yes, he has.
Yep.
Yes, he has. Yeah, a couple of times he stood in for Colin Ackerman. Obviously, he is the club's designated vice captain. Be interesting to see how he gets on, though. Ackerman came in for a little bit of criticism from many Leicestershire supporters after the game against Middlesex in particular, and he didn't bowl Ben Mike for 98 overs. Mike came on and took 4 quick wickets. A lot of people wondering where he'd been.
Easy job from up here, though.
It is for sure. So Michael Nisa, as this morning, is going to open up the afternoon session from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. A bearded Aussie tosses the ball from hand to hand. 2 slips behind Hassan Azad as Nisa gets his legs pumping, runs in and bowls slightly short, doesn't really get up on the back foot. Azad plays it comfortably out into the off side. Who's number 7 who just came running in there?
7 is Billy Root.
Yeah, so he's at extra cover. Otherwise, it's a fairly conventional single saving field. There is a long leg and there is a third man. Nisa turns, shortish run, bowls, fullish, looking to drive, plays it firmly down into the ground, and it bounced up into the bowler's hands. Made as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, but Azad had gone nowhere, so didn't waste his energy. Checked the shot, Hassan Azad. The breeze coming up the taff towards the sea from the west just ruffles the shirts of the fielders and the batters. Evans in a short sleeve shirt. Azad favours the long sleeve. Nisa bowls to him. Again it's full. Again waiting in the crease rather. Azad just pokes it out rather into the offside. Just getting a feel for it again. 45 not out at lunch off 80 balls. He'd hit 8 fours, Azad. Looked in reasonable touch. Evans 24 not out off 102 with just the 1 boundary.
Can't see Gorvin out there at the moment. I was just looking around to see who Root was filling in for.
Nisa is in, outside off stump. A leave, an interesting leave from Azad. Lifted the bat over the line of the ball. Then he sort of, instead of the parabola that many a modern batsman favours, he sort of almost poked the bat, having lifted it over the ball, pushed it forward rather towards Nisa.
Well, if you want eccentric leaves, then you have to go
Yes,
a long
I'm
way to beat Labuschagne.
Looking forward to watching him. Nisa is in, bowls outside off stump. Azad steps forward, lets it go through. Labuschagne, who's at mid-on at the moment and has shed his Glamorgan sweater, claps his hands in approval.
Has had a brief visit to the middle. I mean, there's a bit of grass on it. It doesn't look anything terribly out of the ordinary. A little bit of wear where Nisa's bowling at the moment, and I've had to do a little bit of filling in work on the on the crease itself, which is unusual for the first day of a game.
Nisa in, bowls, forward goes Azad, just dabbing it out towards backward point and lifts his hands in an interrogatory manner towards Sam Evans. There might be a run there. No, says Evans, there isn't. And there wasn't. End of the over. A maiden to start proceedings from Michael Nisa, who's been parsimonious in terms of runs conceded. 5 overs this morning, 3 of which were maidens, 1 this afternoon, another maiden. So 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 4. Interesting. So they are going with Labuschagne afterwards. So he did turn one, probably.
Yes, it's not just the token over of a spin before lunch. They'll continue after lunch. It's just looking at that area that's slightly cut up, would be outside the off stump for a left-hander. Glamorgan, fortunately for them, don't have too many left-handers, and just James Wheel and Leicestershire too a bit short on that front.
But they do have a left-arm over merchant, remember. You can create a bit of rough outside a right-handers off stump.
Indeed. As Labuschagne bowls and Evans pushes forward into the covers, no run. First time I've been out to the middle in Cardiff for some 2.5 years. Not allowed at the toss still at the moment. And of course COVID restrictions have kept us firmly on the sidelines the last couple of years. Labuschagne bowls, Evans comes down the wicket and drives on the half volley back to Labuschagne, who flings it back, and it's gone past keeper Cook for a couple of overthrows. Well, Labuschagne has only himself to blame for that one. He likes to throw at the wickets from any point in the game and covers his head in his hands. What on earth did I do that for?
There'll be a few grins out there, but that was very funny. Sort of backhand flick that missed everything by miles and headed off down towards long leg.
It's 2 free runs for Sam Evans. Moves on to 26, 84 for naught. Labuschagne in to bowl to Evans. That's a little bit short and played away comfortably by Evans with the spin on the offside. Fielded at point. A deepish point. Salter was in at a closer point, and he'll go across. No, he'll stay at a short fine leg, Andrew Salter, rather than going into his usual point position. This afternoon, wearing a long sleeve shirt, Salter, which he'd forgotten in the morning, I was told. Had to field in a short sleeve shirt to be correctly branded. Labuschagne is in and bowls, and that's defended by Azad on the leg side.
Stayed low again. His inclination is to play spinners off. Well, it's either one thing or the other. Very extreme back foot or front foot for Azad. But his inclination to just stay back to watch the spinners for a while. But the pitch is playing so slowly that not an issue really.
Labuschagne bowls. It's a full toss and turned by Azad into the leg side, fielded by Harris down on the square leg boundary, and they'll go through for a comfortable single. Gorvin is back on the field and Root is off once more. Billy Root brought into the first team squad for the first time this summer, but not making the starting 11. Tom Cullen, the other man, left out. Labuschagne bowls again over pitch slightly and driven by Evans comfortably out to Harris at deep point. Again the single taken. So Labuschagne will have to pitch him a little bit more and also not give away free overthrows. 87 for naught, 5 off the over. Azad 46, Evans 28.
Yeah, wasn't quite as impressive as his over before lunch, that one, was it really? Whereas Nisa has slipped straight back into his particular rhythm.
Clammy podcasts saying debatable whether Captain Lloyd made the right call to bowl first. Well, yes, it's a polite way of putting it as things stand at the moment, but if there's a clatter of wickets then he'll have proved right.
Sun goes behind, a little bit of high cloud. Still lovely conditions. I don't wander around like you did during the lunch interval. Lovely down there, especially in the shelter, away from the breeze. Not that the breeze is a cold one. Nisa is in to Evans, who's turning a delivery off his legs, but only as far as square leg directly along the ground. Dot ball. Evans remains 28. Long leg is out. 2 slips. Shortish mid wicket. There's Labuschagne, still probably slightly annoyed with himself about the over and the overthrows. Body language is irritated with himself. In goes Nisa and bowls very full. Evans waits for it, plays it firmly down into the ground, back to Nisa, who takes it on the full, on the bounce. Throws it to Hogan to do a spot of polishing.
Run rate's dropping slightly. It was up to 3 at one point, now 2.69. But Leicestershire won't worry about that.
They won't, but they might as the game progresses, depending on... In goes Nisa and bowled. Back foot defensive shot from Evans. Thinking of the games in which they've been beaten, the opposition, Derbyshire and Middlesex, scored quickly on both occasions, relatively quickly. You can say, well, that was partly down to the bowling and loose the deliveries from them, but they pretty much scored at 4s. Obviously, Shan Masood, a man very much in form. His second consecutive double century was made against Leicestershire. Mark Stoneman also scored very quickly for Middlesex. In goes Nisa and bowls straight. Solid defensive back foot press, if there is such a thing, sort of moving forward, but weight on the back foot from Evans, pushing out to mid-on, and there's no run. But it gives the captain so many more options when the runs come reasonably quickly, don't they, in terms of time in the game.
Well, he had a 6:30 Sunday finish last week.
Yes, very, very exciting one. Nisa is in and bowling. Evans again is defending and playing to mid-wicket this time, where Labuschagne fields.
And to be honest, I didn't see it coming, and neither did my co-commentators. Even into the final session, it just looked as though Glamorgan were playing normally, and then you get to the last 15 and you see 8 and over, and you think, oh, hang on, there's plenty of wickets in hand, they can have a go at this. But it did take a while for it to dawn upon us.
Nisa to finish his over, his 7th. Bowls to Evans, who squared up just a fraction, might just have shaped back in towards him, thick outside edge along the ground all the way to point. End of another impressively accurate Michael Nisa over. 7 overs, 5 maidens, none for 4, his figures. So at the moment, yes, they would have liked to have seen much more movement both in the air and off the pitch, Glamorgan, but they'll feel to a certain... The scoreboard isn't running away from them at the moment, so they'll be thinking a wicket or 2 and it will feel very different.
Yeah, Matthew Taylor of the Pontypridd clubs and have a bowl on that. Referring to my pictures of the middle, which don't look hugely helpful to bowlers, as have proved so far, as Labuschagne is in to bowl up in the block hole, and Assad digs it out, looking to drive, but in the end happy to defend. There's a short leg and a slip for Labuschagne. Mid-wicket is pretty close as well, as down the wicket comes Azad and drives to mid-on. No run. Wheel with the fielding there. So mid-wicket is almost in a catching position, as Labuschagne to Azad, who steps back and pulls, and an appeal for LBW not given.
Yeah, hit him on the body, but his body was so low. Let's have a look-see.
We get the chance to
going
replay
down
now.
leg,
It's going down leg, yeah. Hits him somewhere around the top of the leg, maybe. But
it wasn't too high. But
it wasn't too high because he was crouching down, but it was turning a bit, yes. could rule it was going down leg. Labuschagne to the left-handed Azad, who turns on the leg side, thinks about a single, but then realises the ball has been fielded by short leg Kieran Carlson. Under the lid there, the young vice-captain, 23 years old, but vice-captain of what's quite a senior side in age terms. As forward comes Azad to defend back to Labuschagne.
And a trophy-winning captain.
Trophy-winning captain, indeed. Trophy, I understand, is in the club shop for people to have their picture taken with once more. As Labuschagne bowls. Oh, has that carried to slip? There's almost a mix-up in the run-out as well. David Lloyd clawed at it.
I think he dropped it.
Was that on the full? We'll hopefully get a replay of that last delivery.
It was in the air.
It was in the air, and Lloyd, I'm afraid, has spilled that one. So that is the first chance of the day, really. Azad on 46 at the time, 87 without loss, made an over, but one in which Glamorgan could and should have made the breakthrough.
High to his left. That is the sort of chance that needs taking on this, on an essentially blameless track, isn't it? And Lloyd,
when you're the captain,
yeah, he will be disappointed because I think he got two hands to it. High to his left. In goes Nisa and bowls straight and meets a straight bat. In return from Evans, back down the pitch on the offside. It rolls. There were various camera angles on that, and we finally got one at the end, which was spot on. And he went at it hard, Azad. Just above shoulder height, and it went quickly to the left of Lloyd, and he got both hands up to it, couldn't cling on. Nisa in, bowls, Evans forward, and he has found the gap this time. He's pushed it between wide mid-off Labuschagne, and is that Woot back on? No, it's not. At the point.
Salter probably at point.
Yeah.
Now there's a collector's item.
What's that?
I think it was Labuschagne who didn't throw the ball at the stumps there.
That's okay. The batsman had, I think even he probably thought, well.
Kept onto it for a polish.
Change in the field, obviously for the left-hander Azad. Third man and long legs stay out. Labuschagne crosses to extra cover as Nisa goes in. Bowls short, pull, little short-armed pull from Azad down towards wide long leg. It goes. One of the areas that he's improved the most, Hassan Azad, is in the way he deals with the short ball. He doesn't go at it quite as full-bloodedly as he did previously, or try to shovel it out of the way. He's developed this pretty effective sort of little short-armed pull, which gets right on top of the ball, and he did so on that occasion. Moves on to 47. He's had a life. Will he make the most of it? Nisa is in, bowls outside off stump. Might just have shaped away a touch to Evans, who stayed on the back foot, dropped the ball out towards Salter at point. There's no run. Salter claps his hands. He too sporting a suitably faded Glamorgan cap, like Michael Hogan. Not like James Wheel, his is nice and very navy. Most of the rest are.
Relatively recent recruit.
Nisa turns, runs in, bowls, brings Evans forward on off stump, plays it out into the offside, moving to his left. Hogan picks up.
And Nisa's been absolutely spot on in terms of line and length, hasn't he? But even he hasn't been able to get much in the way of uncertainty from these Leicestershire batsmen. There hasn't been that much playing and missing. The one short ball he did bowl in this over looked like a deliberate one.
89 now without loss as Nisa to finish his 8th over, brings Evans forward again, reaching for it just a fraction, but getting plenty behind it, pushing it out to Salter at point again. End of the over. For once, not a maiden from Michael Neser, just a couple from it. 8 overs, 5 maidens, none for 6, his remarkable figures. But Leicestershire slowly but steadily creeping on. 89 now without loss. Time for me to do an update.
Thank you, Richard. Richard will be back shortly. David Pritchard will join me for the next few minutes, and we can enjoy the sight of Marnus Labuschagne bowling. There's always something happening when the Australian international is in the action, as Labuschagne tossing the ball from one hand to another, still bowling with a short leg and a slip. And back on his stumps goes Azad, and defends on the leg side. Labuschagne at least will help Glamorgan in their efforts to get rid of that red -2 from the over rate on the scoreboard. Working away busily at the ball. Always something happening. Bowls the left-handed Azad, who clips him just wide of short leg. Salter makes a tumbling stop at backward square, and they go through for a single. Good job Salter had his long-sleeved shirt brought to him, which he'd forgotten, because he might have scraped his elbows with that stop otherwise. 90 for naught. For the right-handed Evans, there's not a short leg. That's the way Labuschagne's turning it mostly. Oh, he's stumped, surely. Yes, he's gone. Evans coming down the track. Defensive prod when he got there, and Chris Cook was presented with a reasonably simple stumping, and Glamorgan have the breakthrough in unlikely fashion, as Cook will be happy to take those all day. And the ball, I think, going between bat and pad.
There was a fair gap between bat and pad there from Evans, and a valuable breakthrough for Glamorgan. Labuschagne, through almost sheer force of personality, has got under Leicestershire's skin. They looked so settled, but from that over before lunch and since continuing after the break, he's really been asking questions of the Leicestershire batters, and he's got a deserved breakthrough. That did turn quite a bit as well. We haven't seen much turn from him so far, but he really ripped that through the gate of bat and pad, and Evans was all at sea as he was stumped by Cook.
Yeah, so it was pretty comprehensive there. There are not many that you can give out stumped from the commentary box, but I think we'd have had a fair idea on that one, as Evans really gave up and didn't even try and scramble back into his ground. So Labuschagne's talked him out, or thought him out, or whatever. You do get the feeling, don't you, that it is force of personality. Is right, something is going to happen and I'm going to make it.
Yeah, the greatest exponent of it all, the greatest leg spinner of them all, Shane Warne, was a master of that, wasn't he? There was a kind of theatre when he bowled, and he'd impose himself psychologically on the batter. And I'm not saying Labuschagne is of that class, clearly, but he does have that kind of character that does like to impose himself on opponents as well as the game in general. And yeah, he's one of those players who we term as making things happen, isn't he? The great players have that intangible quality.
Yeah, certainly recommend anyone who's able to get down here for the first couple of T20 matches in particular, when Labuschagne is likely to be playing. The first home game is Thursday the 2nd of June. It's the Jubilee weekend. Your kids don't have to get up for school the next day, so bring them down here. Watch one of the greats in action. 90 for 1. And no, the Glamorgan marketing team didn't bribe me to say that. Just from a purely cricket-loving point of view. As Labuschagne is in to bowl, and Patel plays that one easily out to backward point. Harris does the fielding close to the boundary, and they go through for the single. Rishi Patel, the 23-year-old, born in Essex, had brief time on the staff there. in this team on the back of a second 1100 earlier in the week. Labuschagne into Azad, who's driven that one back to the bowler. Drops it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Oh, you get full value for money from this man.
Oh, you really do. He's a lovable rogue, isn't he?
Yes, I wouldn't like to play against him in lots of ways. As that's turned on the leg side by Azad, no run. Not just because of his skill, but because he's probably a pain in the neck for the opposition. Talking away, chatting away, trying to make things happen. 91 for 1 at the end of the over. Azad has 48, Patel on 1.
Yes, that breakthrough overdue for Glamorgan. And now we'll get a chance to see Patel, as Nick mentioned.
What's this delay for? Carlson wants the helmet. It's thrown at him by Chris Cook. Carlson going under the lid at short leg for Nisa as well, bowling for the new batsman Patel.
And it will be Nisa to continue over the wicket to Patel. Foolish driving, stopped at mid-on by Wheel. Yeah, it was a funny kind of dismissal. Evans been so watchful. He wasn't playing an attacking stroke, was he? He was just reaching at the ball, trying to defend, but his footwork deserted him, and it was curtains as soon as Chris Cook got his hands on the ball. As Nisa turns and begins his run-up over the wicket to Patel, who drives again. It's quite an expansive start to his innings. No runs, but
it's an interesting field, isn't it, for this stage, with a couple of slips, a short leg, and the mid-wickets more or less in a catching position. Labuschagne is no more than about 3 strips away, and looks as though he's going to be crouching rather than walking in.
Yeah, it is unconventional setting for Patel, as Nisa is in. And Patel just blocks this one, having played 2 rather attacking shots for nothing earlier in this over.
Well, they've got plenty of time to have a look at it, haven't they? No hurry at all for these two. Got all day and into tomorrow to bat if they need to. And the onus on Glamorgan to make things happen, having inserted them.
Absolutely. James Wheel gets to work on shining the ball before throwing it to Nisa, who is in and bowls down the leg side. A cry from the fielders as Patel looked to play it but didn't make contact. There's a great catch from Cook behind, denying what would have been an almost certain boundary of byes. He senses a bit more of a spring in the step for the Glamorgan fielders after that breakthrough
yes.
for Labuschagne.
Well, they were in severe need of it, weren't they?
As Nisa runs in and bowls to Patel. That gets up on him and looks to wrap him on the gloves. Patel shakes his hand. That looked like a stinger.
Yeah, you get the feeling that it's just about survival during the Nisa spell, and Leicestershire hoping to profit against some of the other seamers, as David will be joined by Richard Ray shortly.
Yes, 1 ball left in this 37th over from Michael Nisa, who is in, and Patel half plays at it outside the off stump. Another tidy over from Nisa. Very economical spell from him so far today. Another maiden. He's only conceded 6 runs from his 9 overs today. Leicestershire and 91 for 1. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. Feels slightly different now, doesn't it? With the new batsman and Nisa sort of sensing that early vulnerability. Found a little bit of lift there. Wrapped Rishi Patel on the glove. But he's a man in form, as I say, Patel. A very good 100 against a decent Notts attack. At Lady Bay earlier this week, Labuschagne is in to Azad, who goes back and chops it out into the offside. Punches it out into the covers, but only as far as young Andy Gorvin, who's patrolling a big area out there. Quite a lot of worn pitches already. I'm quite surprised how many there are, given its earliness in the season. Labuschagne is in. Fuller just leans forward calmly Azad and pushes the ball back up the pitch. You know, it looks sort of like a midsummer square almost, given the number of pitches that have been used for one thing or t'other. Labuschagne is in, turned past, along the ground past short leg by Azad, and in from the boundary jogs James Harris. A little bit surprised he's out there as deep as he's there for the bad ball, obviously, rather than the catch. It's most unlikely. You would imagine that Azad would be looking to hit the ball in the air. And he's providing cover on the offside as well now, as Labuschagne is into the right-handed Patel, who goes back and just turns it neatly around the corner. Labuschagne is down on one knee with his hands in his head, as though he cannot believe that ball did not take a wicket. He may well have taken it off leg stump. He did go back and play it away, but he got plenty on it. But you would not have thought so, judging by Labuschagne's reaction.
Absolutely, yeah. Every ball is a theatre play all in itself, isn't it? He
looked like briefly like the thinker then. He sort of went right down on one knee, and in he goes again and bowls to Azad, who goes back and bounces a little bit, just dabs it down behind square on the leg side. Carlson hops to his left and picks up. It's interesting that things happen. He just kind of makes things happen, force of personality as much as anything. And he goes and bowls a big full toss, and Azad misses out big time there as he tries to whip it out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, Labuschagne having a little laugh at that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you say, he does, to his kind of size of character, he can kind of bend proceedings to his will, can't he, Labuschagne?
Blows on his right hand and runs in and bowls a little bit short down the leg side. Azad sort of has a little sort of flick at it. Dangerous shot, because it might just have taken... I've seen him get out like that once or twice, caught down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. It was taken on the juggle by Cook. End of a mixed over from Marnus Labuschagne, but as I say, every ball an event. 95 for 1, 49 to Azad, and a couple to Rishi Patel.
That's the thing, isn't it? As amusing as it is to us when Labuschagne behaves in this kind of theatrical manner, it does seem to have the desired effect, doesn't it? Because Evans looked so settled throughout his innings. Then Labuschagne just seemed to upset the pace, maybe ruffle a few feathers with his deliveries and reactions, and it eventually got him the wicket as Nisa continues over the wicket to Patel, who plays a shot to mid-on for no run.
Nick is right, though. I mean, what Leicestershire must be thinking now about, well, just see off Nisa if we possibly can. We know that young Andy Gorvin is inexperienced, although he bowled pretty well before lunch. Harris was a little bit inconsistent. James Wheel, ditto, in terms of lines and lengths, trying to make things happen. But Nisa will just nag away at you.
And it is Nisa to continue over the wicket to Patel, who drives uppishly. And it comes to Wheel on the bounce. Nisa with his hands on his head. As you were just saying, it could be a matter of just surviving Nisa, but Patel has driven at most deliveries that have come his way from Nisa so far.
This is just his 13th first-class game, 18th first-class innings for Rishi Patel. Highest first-class score is just 44. He made runs last season, but in the Royal London.
As Nisa is in, bowls on a length, and Patel defends solidly. Yeah, I was having a look. He's limited chances for Patel.
Yes.
He wanted to get that average a little higher, but that century for the second team should mean that his game is in pretty decent nick. As you were saying, the Nottinghamshire attack was pretty strong.
It wasn't too bad. It looked fairly flattish, although it did turn a bit, the wicket at Lady Bay. I haven't seen the scores from late on yesterday. But Jake Ball and Chappell, they can get the ball through at a decent lick.
Nisa is in. Slightly shorter of length this time, and Patel defends once again.
And the spinner was in there as well, and the what's his name? His brother plays as well, or played as well. I've forgotten his name. It'll come to me. So it wasn't a bad attack, is what I'm getting at. There's plenty of first-class experience in the Notts attack. They weren't gimmies.
Yeah, Nisa's into his...
That's it. Sorry.
Oh, right.
It came to me in the end.
And Nisa's into his 10th over now, and he's had 54 dot balls. Remarkable spell. He's in to Patel, who's forward defending. Yeah, the only thing missing from his spell is a wicket.
He would have played, I think, probably towards the end of last season, Rishi Patel, first-class cricket, but say he injured himself during the RL50. The ankle came up like a balloon. Fielding, as I recall, can't quite remember, but it really did hold him back, keep him out for a long period. And at the start of this season, I think it was hamstring, but touch wood, he's okay now.
Lisa is in, and Patel leaves that alone outside the off stump. And that is the final ball of the 39th over. Another maiden for Michael Nisa, a 7th maiden from 10 overs for him. Leicestershire are 95 for 1.
5 overs this morning, 5 overs post lunch. Would that be it, do you think? Or, I mean, Lloyd would, I think, like to get another 1 or 2 out of him, you would have thought, especially with a new batsman.
And it does feel like Nisa is testing Patel at the moment, doesn't it?
It does. Testing his patience as well. As I say, he scores quickly, Rishi Patel, from what I've seen of him, and will be keen to get on with it. Sometimes you can't. Labuschagne is in from the river end, bowls to Azad, full and on leg stump, whipped away through his short leg, where Carlson sort of fell over on his back like a upturned insect out towards deep square, takes a single, and that is Azad's 50. Just settling down again after that scare when he was dropped on 46 by David Lloyd off Labuschagne, but if anyone's capable of going on, it's Azad. It came off 106 balls, included 8 fours. In goes Labuschagne, bowls to Patel, who turns it to mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that Patel likes to get on with it, because even against Nisa, who's bowling so well, he does look like one of those batters who likes to get his bat on ball as much as he can.
Yeah, and he's very wristy as well. He'll look to work it if he can. In goes Labuschagne, bowls, as a peel 4 leg before, big stretch forward. He's desperate, bouncing up and down in the air. Did it just go on with the arm? He looks disappointed. Obviously he looks disappointed it wasn't given. It wasn't a bad shout. It was not a bad shout. It was a big stride. It might just have been outside the line, or close enough to have been outside the line to persuade Alex Wharf to shake his head.
It's one of those that probably would have been umpire's call, isn't it, if it was on DRS, but I think you're right.
So.
I think it was the impact which would have been the issue.
But it's, there's no real bounce in the pitch, so they have to be careful, the batsman. Labuschagne is in. Patel is forward, pushing it just wide of the man at cover, who bounces across to his left. It's Sam Northeast who's out there now, gets there, but it was his wrong side, so to speak.
Again, it was another delivery from Labuschagne which didn't turn a great deal. It straightened, if anything. It was the wicket ball was one of the few that he did actually manage to rip and turn significantly.
Evans had kind of used his feet and didn't make life easier for himself, as that's looking to sweep that full delivery on the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, Azad, and he misses everything. Cook takes it, I think took it, He certainly took the bails off. Whether the ball was in his hands at the time, I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to see the replay of that. He had his back to us and had stepped right across there. We're commentating from pretty good position, but it's at fine leg. In goes Labuschagne and bowls, and Azad waits for it and just strokes it out to northeast at mid-wicket. End of another interesting over. I think any delivery that Labuschagne bowls is interesting. And the delivery he faces is interesting as well. He's a box office cricketer. End of the over, 97 for 150, Hassan Azad, and just the 3 to Rishi Patel. That sound is a sound of something reversing, isn't it? Or something work going on in the stand? I don't know.
There has been a lot of building work in this stand. I'm not sure exactly what that beeping is.
It's not us anyway.
No.
I promise you that. It's not our machine. It's not our boxes and things. It's something that's going on in the ground.
It'll be Nisa to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Full ball, which Patel drives well, but is stopped by Labuschagne.
How close was that to him? I mean, obviously, in terms of actually carrying, both short leg and Labuschagne are kind of looking at each other. It went well to the left of Carlson at short leg, but it wasn't so very far short of Labuschagne at mid-wicket.
Yeah, connected well with it, didn't he, Patel?
He did, yeah, he
it
timed
can't
it
have been
well,
far off from carrying.
And he's not afraid of hitting the ball in the air, but this is an opportunity for him on this track if he can see off Nisa, you feel.
And it's Nisa who's in. Short ball, which Patel leaves alone. Yeah, Nisa's into his 6th over of this spell. And as you mentioned, he bowled 5 this morning. So you just think he'd be coming towards the end of his spell. It's quite a taxing action he has. Long run, arms bustling.
Yeah. There's a lot of energy being expended in that run, isn't there?
Nisa is in full. Patel drives and Nisa stops it with his foot. Hope he's got some heavy duty boots on, because those can sting.
I think he was actually almost trying to just deflect it, as bowlers do these days, onto the stumps, but his footballing skills not quite as adept as his cricketing skills. It was travelling, as you say, as well. He's limping a bit as he walks back to his mark.
And Nisa sets off on his long run over the wicket. Bowls to Patel, who drives again. This time he'll get 4 runs for it. A very good looking stroke from Patel. His first boundary. Nisa stuck out a foot again, but couldn't get close to it this time, and that's a welcome boundary for the new batsman.
Yeah, lovely shot. That'll make Rishi Patel feel better. Not necessarily not that he was feeling bad.
Yeah, it feels like a shot he'd been playing for a little while, doesn't it?
Yeah. Off his up there, he will look to put it away. 7 off 21 for him, but that was a super shot.
Nisa is in to Patel, shorter this time, and Patel defends, and it's fielded at short leg by Carlson.
They started the season with George Rhodes at number 3. It would have, I think, it's tough on George because he isn't a natural number 3. He's an attacking player, but he struggled 0, 12, 2, 23, 6 and 5. And then Colin Ackerman went up to 3 from his usual position of 4 at Lords, and then got 2 ducks. So the number 3 position has been a big problem for Leicestershire. They had Marcus Harris in there last season.
Nisa is in, and Patel leaves that alone outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. Leicestershire 101 for 1.
And they would have liked to get him back, but he decided to accept a 2-year deal with Gloucestershire, not too far from here. And yeah, left a big hole in the batting lineup. Lloyd wanders up to Nisa, pats him on the back. I think that might be that for now. So 6 overs, none for 6. 5 overs, none for 4 beforehand, wasn't it? So 11 overs, 7 innings, none for 10.
Yeah, just one boundary conceded off 11 overs.
Not bad. But he would have loved a wicket. Labuschagne has got one. He is in looking for a second. Brings Azad forward, drops it out into the offside. Suddenly realises there's a run to be taken. Patel was up for it straight away, but he applauds Patel, having completed the run successfully. But he did rather sort of jump into the run. Hassan Azad there suddenly realised it was on. Labuschagne is in. Bowled. Patel's using his feet, slightly risky, but gets pretty much to the pitch of the ball, then strokes it out to Hogan at mid-on. Labuschagne won't mind that, having got Evans that way. In he goes, past umpire Wharf, bowls again. He's using his feet. He's played back down the pitch to him. Naturally, Labuschagne throws it back to Cook behind the stumps. But Patel had got back into his ground comfortably enough.
Yeah, I guess the difference, isn't it, between Patel using his feet and Evans doing it, is that Patel seems to be doing it with a bit more purpose, doesn't he, and playing more assertively.
Labuschagne is in down the leg side, wristily whipped away by Rishi Patel, but there is cover out there on the deep square boundary, deep backward square boundary, in the substantial form of Michael Nisa. Gets his throw away. Patel takes one, moves on to 8. Azad looks around him. Unchanged field, short leg and shortish mid wicket, plus a kind of leg gully on the 45 almost, as well as the slip Lloyd, of course. Deep square out on the deep mid wicket, almost on the boundary, as Labuschagne is in, and that deep mid wicket is in the game as it's full and whipped away by Azad out towards, I'm assuming that's Harris. It was last time. Looks Harris-ish. 52 for Azad. His scores this season. Let's have a look, see. As Labuschagne is in and bowls. Patel stands up tall to a slightly short of a length ball, but plays it straight back down the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. 104 for 1. So this is his third half century of the season. 104 not out against Worcestershire, 66 against Durham. Looked set for another good score against Derbyshire. 32 he was on. A little bit unlucky to be out then. Caught it slip, rebounded off the keeper's pads. It just popped up in the air. That was off the spinner as well. Yep, Nisa's done then. We'll have a go.
Yes, mixed bag from Wheel earlier in the innings. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 12. Yeah, he had Azad playing and missing at a couple, but he also went for a boundary or two from the well set batsman as well. Two slips for Wheel. No short leg this time as he had previously, as he begins his run up over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, who prods it past point for a single, and Wheel tumbles on his follow through. He seems okay to continue.
I remember him doing that actually for in the one time he bowled for Leicestershire, but also up for Durham as well. Must be something in his action, his delivery stride, that just throws him slightly off balance, or easily throws him slightly off balance.
Yeah, there are a couple of bowlers, aren't there, who seem more prone to it than others. Mark Wood seems to spend a lot of his time on the ground.
Flings himself off through the air. Oh, it's updates time, so once Nick comes back, I'll desert you briefly.
Wheel is in to Patel this time, who defends.
Wind's getting up a little bit, looking at the trees along on the riverbank. Say not cold or close to being cold. The Leicestershire flag atop the pavilion. What's it called at the moment, the pavilion? It's usually got a different sponsor's name each time we come. Has it got a... Is it the Thatcher's Pavilion? I think it is, isn't it? Something like that.
As Wheel comes in over the wicket to Patel, who defends. Yeah, a bit more of a cloud cover descending at Svigans as Richard makes way for Nick Webb's return. Wheel to continue over the wicket. He's in. Back of a length to Patel, who drives well on the back foot. There will be at least 2 runs here for the Leicestershire batter. Salter fields. Patel picks up 2 runs. He moves on to 10, and Leicestershire are 107 for 1. As we welcome back Nick Webb.
Yeah, just putting the world to rights next door. Kicking over the latest Welsh rugby suggestions.
Wheel is in, defended by Patel for no run.
Let's just say that there's not a great deal of backing for the proposal to get rid of one of the 4 professional sides in Welsh rugby, which we have to emphasise is just one of a number of proposals that are on the table in a review of Welsh professional rugby, which needs a review after this year's performances.
Wheel over the wicket, defended by Patel. Yes, Wales and Welsh rugby seems to be in a kind of perennial state of existential angst, doesn't it?
Well, it's they're either heroes or zeros, aren't they? 2 5th-place finishes in the Six Nations and a title in between. But I think this season the results have been pretty horrible for the Welsh professional sides. Unlike for our Leicester listeners, of course, where all is rosy in the garden at Welford Road.
Yeah, powerhouse restored at the top of the Premiership table.
Yes, well, it's good to see a proper rugby place there instead of some of the nouveau riche that have shan't say anything about North London. Here comes Labuschagne then. 7 overs, 1 for 16. It has been a quiet period of play, with Nisa bowling very accurately indeed, and Labuschagne testing out the batters as he bowls to Azad, who drives into the offside and will pick up a single out to point on that short side of the ground. Billy Root is doing another short spell as a substitute fielder. Is it Nisa who's gone off? Possibly. Can't see him elsewhere on the field. And slightly concerningly, I don't know if you remarked on commentary, did appear to be holding his side a couple of times as forward stretches Patel and defends on the offside, no run.
I think he was fielding deep square leg to Labuschagne, wasn't he? And as you say, we can't seem to see him at the moment, so chances are he's gone off for a rest and maybe a massage of some description.
As Labuschagne bowls, down the wicket comes Patel and clobbers him way over mid-on, and that's gone all the way. It sent spectators scattering, and Rishi Patel, not messing around, came down the wicket, launched that one into the stand at the river end, and we have a maximum, ladies and gentlemen. Patel moves on to 16, 114 for 1.
That was a sweet connection from Patel, wasn't it? Used his feet very well to meet the pitch of the ball and followed through with a flourish.
Here comes Labuschagne again, and Patel this time produces a studied defensive shot out on the offside. Fielded by North East, who's now lurking in the covers since we're down to 1 slip.
He's used his feet well against Labuschagne so far, has Patel.
A bit more cloud around this afternoon. Blue skies have disappeared. Labuschagne bowls and Patel drives on the onside and will get a single to the right of Hogan, running round from mid-on. Patel moves on to 17. And the total on to 115 for 1. Leicestershire having been inserted by Glamorgan. We'll be hoping to see that -2 for the over rate disappear off the board at the tea interval. In the 14th over after lunch, and we've been on for some 53 minutes. Maybe they haven't speeded up so much. It's the right and left hand factor slows things down, doesn't it? Labuschagne to the left-handed Azad, who'll get a single to square leg, and they'll have to swap round again. 116 for 1.
I suppose you make a bit of time for Labuschagne's dramatics between most deliveries as well. He likes to get his hands on his head and dissect what he's just seen from the opposition batters.
Little conference going on between Captain Lloyd and Vice-Captain Carlson before the ball is handed back to Wheel. I'd better keep an eye out for Nisa's return to the field. And it might just be a quick bit of treatment, a bit of pain-killing spray maybe if he is having 1 or 2 twinges from that side injury and he has issues once or twice with.
Wheel is in over the wicket to Azad, who defends for no run.
So in comes Will back towards us.
James Wheel at the start of his run-up at the Cathedral Road end. He's into Azad, who defends.
Just sorting a few technical issues out here. We do stray into rugby occasionally. In 6.5, 7.5 hours or whatever a day's players, it's difficult to stick entirely to the script.
Freewheeling Nick Webb. As Wheel is in over the wicket to Azad, who leaves that alone. Yeah, but as we mentioned, you know, of interest to our viewers and listeners in Leicester as well, where
absolutely,
as we mentioned, they're having an excellent season.
European quarter-finals this weekend against Leinster.
Commentator's nightmare, is it?
Leicester and Leinster. Well, thankfully I haven't done them against each other, so many years, of course, the Leicester commentator was great Welsh voice, Blethen Jones. He's a fine player for the Tigers as well.
Wheel is in over the wicket to Azad, who leaves that rather confidently just outside the off stump. The fielders were interested in that one, but we'll put it down as a good leave from Azad.
Yeah, well, the only question is really, are your stumps still intact? If the answer's yes, it's a good leave.
We've seen a few around the grounds this season where batters have left and the off stump has gone cartwheeling out of the ground. not on this occasion, as James Wheel continues over the wicket. He's in. This time Azad gets his bat on the ball and defends.
Yeah, Labuschagne was out bowled trying to leave against Shaheen Shah Afridi here, and was out LBW leaving in his first game back in the country against Notts away, but made up for it with a half century in the second innings, and of course with 215 runs in the match last week at Derby.
Here comes Wheel. Final ball of the over is on a length, and Azad defends it on the leg side. No run. It's the end of the 45th over. Leicestershire 116 for 1, with Azad 55 and Patel 17.
Yeah, run rate just dropping a little bit still. And it's the wickets column that Glamorgan will be pretty concerned about, having decided to insert Leicestershire. It hasn't gone according to David Lloyd's hopes at all. So Andy Gorvin is having another bowl. Medium pacer making his debut. Richard Ray will be back with us after 3 o'clock, when David has other duties as well, so I'll try and keep things together. As Gorvin switching to the River Taff end for his second spell. First spell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 13. Pretty accurate, apart from 2 deliveries in a row were cracked for 4 by Azad, but apart from that, pretty much on the mark. Slight figure, bowling at medium pace, and try and tie the batsmen down and irritate them out. And just to show you the lack of pace in the pitch, there's a silly mid-on for the mistimed drive on the leg side. Gorvin races in and then loses his run-up, so he'll have to start again. Or maybe the batter wasn't ready because Carlson was still directing troops slightly. There's an advertising hoarding beneath us. It's blown over, strangely. Didn't think there was that much breeze around. Gorvin in to bowl to Patel outside off stump, allowed to go through. Cover's pretty close in there as well.
Yeah, it's a very tight field, isn't it? Patel has looked to be aggressive where possible so far in his innings, and perhaps Glamorgan sensed that there might be a chance to induce a false shot here from Gorvin.
Next delivery is outside off stump and again allowed to go through. Maybe they're just trying to bore Leicestershire out, frustrate them out, since the blasting them out with the strike bowlers didn't work. Only wicket so far to Marnus Labuschagne, stumping, as Patel defends another one back past Gorvin. Ball running up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, difficult to extract much from what seems to be quite a placid surface if you're bowling at Gorvin's pace, but he does bowl a consistent line and length at least.
And he comes again, and that is a little bit of width for once, and smashed away through the offside by Patel. He'll pick up at least a couple of runs. Oh no, he'll pick up 4 because Marnus Labuschagne has taken the ball with him on that occasion. A rare fielding error from Labuschagne. Got his hand to the ball just inside the ropes, but then flicking it back, it is his other hand and went spinning over the boundary.
Yeah, unfortunate for Labuschagne, who is as willing a ground fielder as they come. Always wholehearted.
Next delivery from Gorvin is allowed to go through outside off stump once more. 120 for 1. Patel moving relatively quickly onto 21 not out. The obdurate Sam Evans made his 29 off 118 balls earlier on. Stumped Cook bowled Labuschagne. He went when the score was on 90. So they've added 30 for this second wicket as Gorvin bowls, and balls played out on the offside. Might have been a little bit of pad involved, but the cries from the infield were over dramatic to say the least. 120 for 1 Leicestershire having been put into bat on BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan and Leicestershire websites.
Yeah, top marks to Glamorgan's fielders for maintaining their levels of enthusiasm and volume levels throughout the day on what's been quite a frustrating day for them in the main. A less than helpful pitch for the bowlers, coupled with some pretty obdurate Leicestershire batting, has made it hard work for the home team, but they've stuck at it. The bowlers have kept at their tasks gamely as James Wheel continues over the wicket to Azad, who gets out of the way of a bouncer, and a no ball is called for an overstepping from Wheel. It was a decent bouncer which required evasive action from Azad, but yeah, Wheel overstepping for the first time in this match.
Yeah, there is just a little spot of resurfaced area in that crease where Wheel is landing. I don't think it was a question of slipping over the line.
As Wheel is in again over the wicket, full ball which Azad drives for no run.
Chris Drew on Twitter suggests time for Andrew Salter and Marnus Labuschagne in tandem.
The new spin twins, Croft and Koska, eat your heart out.
You get your value for money out of Labuschagne while you can, because he's not here that long in this visit. It would be a pleasant surprise, I think, if he came back after the Sri Lanka tour.
Wheel is in, slightly back of a length, and Azad just works it down to third man for a single.
Just glanced that one away. I thought for a moment that he was trying to leave it, but I think he was just deflecting the ball down to third man. Steve West's looking forward to coming to a T20 match this month. A shout out for the ticketing department, who's rained off tickets from 3 years ago to turn up next month. So I'm sure they'll be glad to hear that in the ticketing department. Dav Pritchard, Nick Webb 17 if you wish to tweet us.
Wheel is in over the wicket to Patel, who plays a defensive stroke to Hogan at mid-off for no run.
And Richard Ray is now going under the moniker on Twitter of Fox's Cricket 22, which gives a fairly accurate description of what his job is.
Wheel sets off on his run from the Cathedral Road end over the wicket to Patel, who drives on the back foot very nicely, and that ball will run away for 4. That takes Patel on to 25 and Leicestershire on to 127 for 1.
Well, Callum Parkinson will be thinking this captaincy lark is a doddle, really. Sit there with his feet up and watch the batters make hay. I mean, they haven't at any point looked in complete control. There have been some decent blows, but they just haven't looked in much difficulty, really.
No, not many chances throughout the innings, save for Labuschagne's wicket as Wheel is in. And the drop catch from his bowling earlier from David Lloyd, which looks like it could be a little costly now that Azad is... he's only added 10 runs since then, but he does look well set.
Yes, he looks a composed sort of player. As he 10 short of his highest score of the season, 66 against Durham.
wheel at the top of his mark. Over the wicket to Patel, who's forward driving. But Hogan is around to stop the ball at mid-off.
The other matches in Division 2. Well, Ben Stokes has still got his feet up and probably his shorts on at New Road. Durham 148 for 1 against Worcestershire, with Sean Dixon on 76 not out. And just the 3 matches ongoing in Division 1. The other at Hove is Sussex going well. Tom Hayden's a potential England candidate. He was bowled by Shaheen Shah Afridi for 17, but Ali Orr, another promising young batsman, 72 not out. Tom Alsop 60 not out. Sussex 157 for 1 against Middlesex at Hove, where Glamorgan head for their opening T20 fixture at the end of the month, where Mr. Pritchard and myself will be bringing you the entertainment in conjunction with Tony Cotty, former Glamorgan and Sussex batter, now provider of the finest ice creams on the south coast, I understand. Well, that's what he tells us. Here's Gorvin into Azad, who flicks that one down to fine leg for a single. Nisa is back on the field, which is good to see. 128 for 1 Leicestershire. Maybe Glamorgan hoping that weather conditions might help the bowlers a little bit later in the day, but certainly they're only in the 48th over, so barely halfway through the day, and can't afford to start thinking about the new ball as yet. The old one is being propelled by Andy Gorvin, who's got a slip. Players on the drive on either side of the wicket. Gorvin is in to bowl outside off stump, and Patel plays no shot.
Yeah, the little yelp that Gorvin lets out as he lets go of the ball gives you an idea of the effort he's putting into each delivery. Although sometimes when you watch limited overs cricket, that's usually a surefire sign that it's a slower ball and they're trying to deceive you.
Gorvin bowls again, turned on the leg side by Patel, no run. Joe Root is not really in the game yet, playing for Yorkshire at Essex. Essex 100 for 2. One of his predecessors in the England captaincy, Sir Alistair Cook, still there on a solid 47 not out.
Yeah, not many wickets around the grounds today.
Gorvin bowls on leg stump, helped away through square leg by Patel. He'll pick up maybe a boundary. No, it's just tapped back inside the ropes by North East. He's got someone else with him to throw the ball in, and think they've just taken the 2 there. It's following the path of the ball rather than the batters, but it is indeed Patel back on the strike, so just 2 taken. There may well have been a third had they gone for it, even though it's a short boundary, because it was a bit of a complicated fielding process. 130 for 1 as Azad forces to mid-wicket. Labuschagne fields no run. At Southampton, Hampshire 129 for 2 against Gloucestershire. Half century for Felix Organ there. Aaron Donald making his comeback for Hampshire after 2 years through injury out of the first team. Lancashire against Warwickshire at Old Trafford. Gorvin bowls, Patel leaves. Warwickshire 131 for 3. No Jimmy Anderson in the Lancashire lineup this week. Dominic Sibley is 64 not out, so nearly half those Warwickshire runs. One of the many people who've been tried as England openers in recent years. Finally on the scoreboard, Surrey against Northants. Surrey 112 for 3 at the Oval. Speaking of England openers, Rory Burns is 58 not out there, but 3 wickets to Luke Proctor for Northants. Most of county cricketers have had a go by now at England openers. There must be so many players with fewer than 10 caps in that role.
Oh, it does feel that way, doesn't it? Well, the last home game here was against Middlesex, and Stoneman and Robson, another two who have been on that merry-go-round. As Wheel continues over the wicket. This will be his 9th over. He's in, and Azad leaves the ball alone outside off stump.
Oh yeah, not David Lloyd's day today, the Glamorgan skipper, so far, is it? Decision to put the opposition in hasn't paid off, and dropping a slip catch. The only chance that's been missed by Glamorgan so far. Don't think he's going to be the close of play interviewee at the moment.
As Wheel sets off over the wicket, just outside off stump, and Azad leaves it alone once again.
Wheel is bowling tighter lines than on some previous appearances for Glamorgan. His radar looks okay.
Yes, it was James Harris who struggled a little with his radar, wasn't it, before lunch? We've not seen him this afternoon yet. Just looked to be lacking the rhythm with which he has bowled at times this season. Wheel is in to Azad, who defends.
Yeah, he was fine in the last home match. Glamorgan without their leading wicket taker, Van der Hoogten. Nisa and Salter have 10 apiece. Hogan 9, all away from home.
And at least Nisa's back out there now. We don't know if he's fit enough to bowl, but an encouraging sign nonetheless that he's able to field at mid-off to Wheel, who's it in and wide and short. Azad went after it, but couldn't get bat on ball. Been a few deliveries like that today from Wheel, and Azad's tried to go after him on occasion. Sometimes it's come off, sometimes it hasn't. Leicestershire still 130 for 1. Azad 57, Patel 27. As Wheel comes bounding in over the wicket. Full ball, which Azad drives, and Wheel goes tumbling again, as he did earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, he's somewhat prone to that, isn't he? But doesn't seem to be discomforted too much by the process. Last season he went flying a few times, but just picks himself up in mid-wicket. Glamorgan bowling averages going into this match, topped by Nisa and Salter with 10 wickets apiece at 25, Labuschagne 26, Van der Hoogten 30. Some of the others will be looking to bring their figures down, let's say.
Yes, one of those. Wheel is in, bowling on a length to Azad, who defends, and that's the end of the 49th over, with Leicestershire 130 for 1.
Batting average is pretty respectable at the moment. Labuschagne averaging 59.8. Colin Ingram 53 off his 2 innings before he was dropped for Labuschagne. Ingram, of course, will be available for future championship matches when Labuschagne goes. I would imagine he'd be at least considered for those 4 games that are being played interspersed with the white ball stuff in the middle of the season. Here's Gorvin then in to bowl, and Patel playing him defensively to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Top run scorer for Glamorgan is David Lloyd, 302. A couple of decent knocks so far from the skipper. As Michael Hogan is doing some sort of warm-up exercise at mid-on. Gorvin bowls and worked on the leg side by Patel, but this time he's picked out Nisa. Fielding in front of the indoor cricket school in the members area. In that area at shortish fine leg. Certainly not all the way back. Single taken, 131 for one.
Yeah, he looks like he's containing his levels of output down there, Nisa. Perhaps still feeling like he's moving about a little gingerly.
Corvin bowls and Azad plays an odd sort of shot which ends the ball going back to the bowler. Looked as though he was trying to work it somewhere square of the wicket, but ended up going straight.
Yeah, it was a unconventional stroke from Azad. He doesn't really need to force the issue here. He looks very well settled for his 57.
Corvin, right arm over to left-hander, and Azad pushes forward up to mid-off, and there's no run. Leicestershire now 2.64 runs per over, as we're marginally over the halfway point in the day. Haven't really cut loose at any point, but the onus really is on Glamorgan to bowl them out, having inserted. Corvin bowls, and that's cut by Azad to a diving Salter at backward point. Their initial shouts of catch. I just lost track of the flight of the ball there. Don't know if it was anywhere near carrying.
I don't think it was that close, but it was airborne for a little while. But that's the way Azad has played outside off stump when it's been back of a length today. He does give the impression of giving away a chance even if he's in control.
This time he's driving to mid-on, and there's no run. So Corvin remains economical, but still striving for his first class wicket. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 21. Will similar overall figures, 9 overs, 0 for 22, but he's actually bowled 5 maidens. So the Foxes are sauntering rather than running in terms of their run rate, as James Will and Kieran Carlson have a little discussion. If you're just joining us, Glamorgan won the toss, chose to bowl first, and events for the last several hours have left us scratching our heads rather as to whether it was the correct decision or not. 131 for 1. Leicestershire having come into this match on the back of a couple of defeats, but although they've played cautiously most of the time, they've certainly been solid enough, and just 1 wicket lost and just 1 other chance offered by the visitors' opening bats. Hogan continues to warm up. Wheel, right arm around, and Patel steers it into the offside, no run. No sign of Andrew Salter with ball in hand as yet. Salter's primary function at the moment in the side being as an opener, although he did of course take that remarkable career best 7-wicket haul earlier in the season against Durham. Wheel into bowl and beats the defensive prod of Patel outside off stump. Ball going through low to Chris Cook, and the keeper doing well to take it cleanly on the second bounce there. So Will, distinctive, tall, shaven-headed figure, running away from us. Right arm around, past umpire Rob White. Bowls, short pitch delivery, not a bad one. Patel, though, gets underneath it comfortably enough. And through it goes to Chris Cook. So Glamorgan bringing into their side Andy Gorvin, 24-year-old, originally from Hampshire, for his debut. Went to university here in Cardiff. As Wheel bowls and Patel defends again. And Wheel coming into the side as well, in place of the injured Van der Hoogten. Gorvin picked on the strength of runs for the second 11 as much as wickets. Glamorgan have plenty of seamers available, but none of them has been successful so far. Nisa, Hogan, Harris, Wheel and Gorvin we've seen. Lloyd and Labuschagne's seam we have yet to see. As Wheel bowls, overpitched slightly, driven firmly by Patel, but fielded by Hogan at mid-off. And there's no run. Glamorgan will be hoping that this pitch remains as true on the fourth day. Maybe a little bit of sunshine on it at times. It's fairly bright at the moment, the clouds are high. Bit of breeze around. As next ball is steered down towards third man. There's a bit of lift there for Wheel, but it was well played by Patel, and it's in fact raced away to the third man boundary for 4 runs. 135 for 1, and Patel moves on to 35 not out, and having delivered glad tidings to the good folk of the Midlands, Richard Ray is back with us.
Yes, the slightly startled good folk of Leicester.
Something wrong with this radio. He said Leicestershire were 135 for 1.
We're getting very excited about the build-up to Rome this evening.
Yes.
Leicester, BBC Radio Leicester, they're in force. Quite what the Romans make of them, not sure. Rishi Patel is a nice batsman to watch, isn't he? He's got that sort of wristy, aesthetic quality that is very pleasing, I think, from a neutral point of, genuinely neutral point of view to watch.
He's looked pretty untroubled so far, hasn't he?
Andy Gorvin then to continue from the river end into Hassan Azad, stands up tall, looks to get in position to play it out into the offside, comes off a bit of a thick inside edge. Back down the pitch it goes to the young man. He had to pick up his first class wicket for Glamorgan, and for 21 off 9.1. But he's been pretty solid, as those figures imply. Not much loose. Bustles in, scampers in almost, bowls to Azad, almost picked it up there. It was just outside off, well, it was well outside off stump. Azad took a very late decision to try and dab it away down to third man, and missed it. Neatly taken by Cook, standing up. Lloyd and he exchange words, teasing each other a bit about the way how Cook took that, sort of reaching out to his left. Gorvin is in and bowls again outside off stump. Again he's looking to dab it down to third man. This time he connects, but it's a good sort of tumbling stop to his right at sort of backward point, deepish gully for Salter. Azad has made slow progress since passing his 50, which came off 106 balls. 30 balls later, he's only on 57. As Gorvin is in, bowls to him, he reaches forward, defends it out into the offside, off stump. They've settled into a sort of steady containing mode, Glamorgan at the moment, in a single saving field to Azad, trying to tie him down, maybe trying to frustrate a little bit.
Yeah, I guess that's the way they're going, trying to frustrate Leicestershire out, but there's little evidence that they're willing to be frustrated. The batter's quite happy to go along at this rate at just over 2.5.
Gorvin in, bowls, grunt of effort, and Azad just has to adjust slightly. Again, he was looking to be positive, but it was a good line and length straight delivery, blocked it back down the pitch to the number 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside. There isn't a third man, is there? No, there isn't. So split field. As in he comes over the wicket, bowls to Azad. That one has just drifted onto leg stump. Got that a bit wrong. So Azad is able to reach across and turn it calmly down towards James Harris, who we haven't seen post-lunch in terms of bowling, who's out there on the square leg boundary. Azad takes one and keeps the strike in so doing. He moves on to 58. 136 for 1.
Yeah, more conversations between Kieran Carlson, the vice-captain, and David Lloyd, the skipper. Got plenty of bowling options, but trouble is, none of them is actually succeeding in making the breakthrough. As you say, it's been a containing operation, and Michael Hogan is scratching away at this crease now, because it is he who will doff his cap and have another blast from this Cathedral Road end for his third spell of the day. 10 overs, 0 for 22. There's several of the bowling figures are quite similar, aren't they? But nothing much is happening for Glamorgan. And the longer it doesn't happen, the better for Leicestershire. Because they're just building cautiously and content to do so. Patel slightly more aggressive on occasion, 32 off 59 deliveries.
It is a big opportunity for him on the track with slightly depleted Glamorgan attack, missing Van der Hoekten, who'd been the top wicket. Well, it still is as things stand, the top wicket taker. I was going to say nobody else is. Two others on the two Aussies on 10 apiece, aren't they? And I think, and they haven't yet managed to pick up a wicket. Maybe Hogan will do so.
Hogan from the Cathedral Road end bowls a shortish delivery that Azad ignores. It sails harmlessly down leg side behind his back, really. Hogan bending his back, but not getting much life out of this surface.
Yes, the sort of day when he probably thinks, yeah, this is it. I was right.
Strange, really, as all his wickets have been away from home so far. And he comes to bowl to Azad, who's back on his stumps defending. Thinks about a single, but the ball has only rolled about 10 metres on the offside. Away to our right, force of workmen, and the fluorescent orange busy installing some seats in the top half of the stand.
Yeah, they're renewing the daffodils, aren't they?
Yeah, the daffs, which had looked a little bit faded, are now bright and vibrant and gold.
Yes, they looked more like snowdrops, didn't they? The yellow had turned white.
Hogan bowls. Forward comes Azad and defends. In case those of you listening and not viewing as well wonder what we're talking about, there are in the blue seats of the grandstand there are designs so that of yellow and green seats to provide 3 daffodils, the county's logo, and those are picked out by different coloured seats, and that will be open for T20 come June the 2nd. Come and fill it up, people.
Leg slip's gone in.
Yes, we saw this briefly earlier on, didn't we? Lurking behind Azad, and there's the short ball to try and induce a missed shot on the leg side, but it's a controlled pull from Azad down towards backward square. And just a single. 137 for 1. Azad to 59 not out. Approaching his highest score of the season.
Azad? He got 100.
Oh, sorry. Missed that one.
104 not out in there.
Thought I'd skimmed through the Leicestershire innings so far. I must have flicked past that one.
The only Leicestershire player 100 this season so far.
As that one's driven by Patel. There's no run to mid-off. What's his first class best? 152. It's a decent one. Against Sussex last season.
Yeah, that was his biggest. Got 4 centuries this season previously. Has he got altogether, I think, 7 or 8 now?
As Hogan bowls up in the block hole, that's flicked away. What's that hit on the way through? It's gone for 4 runs. Oh, it's 4 more byes. And I thought from the way the ball deviated there that it must have hit a pad at least on the way through, but umpire White deciding otherwise. Chris Cook will be cursing his luck. 141 for 1. Leicestershire accumulating very nicely still.
Yeah, that 100 against the first game of the season was Hassan Azad's 7th first-class century.
So that was against Worcestershire?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh dear, my notes obviously weren't careful enough. Got his 66 against Durham written down.
Correct. Yeah, so this is his 3rd half-century of the season. He's looking around him now as the field for Andy Gorvin is reset slightly. Gorvin is in from the river end onto leg stump. Azad just plays it firmly out towards one of those men whose position was changed. James Harris was out at deep mid-wicket. He's now sort of deep backward square. Little shout of effort from Gorvin as he delivers the ball. But he's not getting much joy from the track.
In common with virtually everyone else.
Yeah, in fairness. Labuschagne managed to get a couple to turn, as leggies often do when there isn't much else going for anybody else. It'd be interesting just to see if Parkinson can get a little bit of purchase, but it may be tomorrow before we know. Gorvin into Patel bowls, and just nice high left elbows, playing slightly across the line, I guess, as it moved in towards middle stump from off, just pushed out towards mid-wicket.
Yes, from this position, 1 down after 53 overs. Something would have to go very wrong for Leicestershire to be in the field this evening.
They'd be disappointed, that's for sure. Rishi Patel, born in Chigwell, in Essex. Waits with bat raised as Gorvin is in, bowls to him on towards middle and leg. Pushed pleasantly, calmly, neatly out towards Carlson, who's close-ish at mid-wicket. I was saying to Daff, I was surprised how many pitches had been used here already. It's sort of relatively early in this season. There's quite a few sort of worn pitches.
Yeah, it's just the ones to our right would have been used for matches, I think, and
the rest
practice areas.
Okay, in goes Gorvin, bowls, forward goes Patel.
I mean, as far as I know, there may have been... don't think there's been second 11 here. There's the game against the Cardiff MCCU. 3-day affair.
Women play here at all?
The Western Storm women are playing here on Saturday next week, but that's the only women's match in Cardiff that I'm aware of.
Gorvin is in, bowls, driving, but no weight into the shot from Rishi Patel, steers it out to mid-off. Leicestershire County women are playing at the Upton Steel County Ground this weekend in a sort of T20 tournament involving Nottinghamshire as well, and I think Derbyshire, and very much open to the public, very cheap to get in, all sorts of attractions. Gorvin in, bowls, driving hard, on driving, and he's going to pick up 4, Rishi Patel there. Very straight, just past the stumps on the on side, and all Hogan can do is turn and jog after it. I'm not sure he absolutely got all of it. He did, really. It was just that it was slightly fetched from outside off stump, rather. But it was a clever, wristy shot. Strong wrists, Rishi Patel. And he moves on to 36, 146 for 1.
Yeah, certainly struck firmly enough that Hogan didn't make any attempt to chase it back from mid-on. It was hit very straight indeed, just back past the stumps. And Leicestershire, 146 for 1. Looking strong at the moment, after a torrid couple of weeks.
Yeah, torrid month really. Saved the first couple, but not the last 2. always been on the back foot really this season, and this is the first time they've got an opportunity to build a sort of first innings score from which they can try and they'll feel they can sort of start controlling the game up to a point. Can they get anything out of the wicket? That remains to be seen.
Yes, I'm not sure it's going to change dramatically over the next day or so, as Hogan is in to bowl, and Azad plays it back to the bowler, and Hogan flicks it without looking back at the stumps just in case. But A, Patel was back at home, and B, he missed. So Hogan won't want for effort. He's only going at just over 2 runs and over. But Glamorgan just in need of wickets. 1 wicket and 1 chance produced so far. And both of those by the bowling of Marnus Labuschagne with his leg spin. As Hogan comes round the wicket. Bowls, there's an appeal for LBW, but surely that was going down leg side. From the shot that Azad played. Yes, that's the replay. Proves that it was no more than a shout of frustration, really.
Paul Sussex, do Leicestershire have an academy, as only 2 Leicestershire-born players in today's team? Yes, they do, and a pretty decent one, Paul. Leicestershire's catchment area also includes places like, up to a point it includes them, Lincolnshire, Staffordshire.
Hogan bowls, and Azad squared up a little bit by that one. They'll dash through for a single because it was the right of Gully. 148 for 47 for 1.
To a certain extent, places like Nottingham as well, that if the players don't get picked up by our local rivals, so Harry Swindell's obviously Leicester-born, Sam Evans ditto, so those are the 2 Leicestershire players. But Louis Kimber, he came through the academy via Loughborough. A lot of youngsters come through the Loughborough system.
Hogan bowls, clipped through mid-wicket. Was that aerial or was that on the half volley? There's a diving attempt by the man at short mid-wicket anyway. They've collected 2 runs, and Patel will move on to 38, and the total on to 149 for 1.
Pretty sure that was in the air. Not close enough for him to get a hand on it, Kieran Carlson, but...
from the players' reaction, it seemed that way. I thought initially they'd been hit down into the ground.
No, he doesn't mind going aerial.
149 for 1. Hogan in and forward stretches Patel to defend this time. Are we looking with the Welsh County in this team? Lloyd, Salter, Carlson and Harris. So 4 Welsh-born players in this side.
Ben Mike was born in Nottingham, but has been with Leicestershire for... He made his debut 4 years ago now.
Hogan into bowl to Patel, who defends. Richie Max sends us a picture of his working from home setup, where the screen in which Glamorgan and Leicestershire's efforts are displayed is considerably larger than the screen on which he's working, so he's got his priorities right, as Richie. Thank you for that.
Good quality these days, aren't they? The streams, you have to say.
So, second spell for Harris, who was slightly wayward in his first.
Welcomed warmly by Dr. Hignell on the PA, as he does every bowler. Every bowling change is...
The entire population of central Cardiff. Have a stroll round Butte Park.
Could you hear it?
You'll know what the bowling changes are.
Harris was a little bit wayward in his first spell, hence the fact that I suspect that it only lasted 4 overs, none for 22. Didn't quite get it right, but they were all delivered from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's going to try from the river end. Just the one slip though now, Lloyd, as he comes in over the wicket to Hassan Azad, who is clipping him neatly off his legs, keeping the cover out there. Travels very quickly out to Andy Gorvin. But Azad has to settle for the single. Brings up the 150. And what we didn't do really is mark the 50 partnership, which were obviously 10 overs ago as a consequence. Didn't really remark on it. Well, I didn't anyway, should have done. 150 for one.
You're asking about matches played here previously this season. Well, this is the third championship match and the 3-dayer against the Universities side.
Harris is in to Patel, very wide outside off stump. Patel lets it go through. As you say, it must be just
the practice
strips away towards the pavilion that he used. He cuts them very narrow, doesn't he? So that the centre of the actual pitch, the parts that they use for pitches are cut narrower than at some grounds, I suspect. So they squeeze in another couple of strips, perhaps onto the Sophia Gardens square. Harris in bowls outside off stump. Patel leaves, comes back a fraction, bit of bounce as well, but comfortable enough leave.
Yeah, I think the worn strips on the pavilion side are very much the practice wickets, and they get closer to the centre when the high-profile matches come. The T20 and the 100 and the one England game that's being played here this year will be slap bang in the middle.
Harris is in, bowls again wide and went a little bit wider. Patel walked away almost before the ball was in the gloves of Chris Cook behind the stumps. To say his first class best, Rishi Patel, is 44 in his previous 17 first class innings. That was made at Bristol last year. Harris is in, bowls to him, clips him firmly, but only as far as Labuschagne at mid-wicket. Again, it was in the air for a few feet. Travelled quickly.
Was it a Bristol Road? There have been a couple of Glamorgan visits to Bristol that have produced some very flat wickets.
They can be, can't they, at Bristol? We've had some decent games there in the last couple of years. It was so cold there. I remember last year we were in that
in the tent,
in the marquee / tent square on. Harris is in again wide. He just hasn't found his line or length or rhythm really so far today, James Harris. He's got away with it to a certain extent, I think just a single off that over. But that was not really a reflection of the quality of the over. 150 for one remains the score with Azad on 62 and Rishi Patel on 38. Crowd staying with it. They know a couple of wickets make things look very different, but there really is nothing much there for the bowlers. We've had 56 overs with this ball. Usually they've been changed twice by now. My experience this season, it's usually about sort of 35 to 40 overs, and then any time thereafter.
There was a lot of faffing around at Derby with appeals from the state about the state of the ball, which was hit into the car park a few times, which didn't help it. On gravel or on concrete.
No.
150 for one. Michael Hogan plugging away gamely from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls a short pitch delivery that Azad got caught in two minds. Eventually got his bat out of the way, shaped to play, and got suspiciously near it.
Yeah, he wanted to sort of ramp it, didn't he? Flick it over the top of the slips, I think, in the end. Very dangerous game. Because it was such a late decision. Could so easily have nibbled that.
Got himself caught betwixt and between there. 150 for one. Azad on 62. Hogan again, bowls full of length. Just defended out to Carlson at cover, who runs over it, I think deliberately.
Afternoon, David. David Popple's been in touch from Stamford. Here's hoping it's third time lucky regarding a Foxes win. Nice to see global superstars in county cricket. to wit Marnus Labuschagne, Afridi, Rizwan, Pujara, Amla, alongside England's current crop.
As Hogan is in to bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through by Azad. Yes, and some of them plying their trade in Division 2. Who'd have thought it, eh?
The wilderness.
The wilderness of Division 2.
You must use it every time you're dealing with knots. And he hopes, David, that Callum Parkinson isn't far from joining his brother in with some sort of England involvement. He was the only English-born spinner to take 50 wickets last season, 50 first-class wickets last season.
Hogan bowls and forward comes Azad, playing back to the bowler.
I think if you were surprised he didn't get a Lions chance or tour or something. It didn't come.
If you want to tweet us, Foxes Cricket 22, Nick Webb 2017 and Dav Pritchard. Your commentary team for today. As Hogan into bowl, short pitch ball but well played by Azad, steered down to fine leg. Single taken, 151 for 1. Where are we on the tea interval? I've gone early, I've struck, I've purloined a scone just to make sure. We've got 7 overs to go until the tea interval, so it should be before 4 o'clock for once. Hogan in to bowl outside off stump and allowed to go through. Dav Pritchard, this is as close as you'll get to stalemate, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Leicestershire not really upping the ante. Glamorgan still plugging away, bowling accurately in the main, but for no reward. I guess it's 4-day cricket's equivalent to that kind of lean spell you get in the middle of a one-day game where both teams seem to be willing to let the game trundle on at 5 or 6 runs and over.
Yes, the flabby middle of a 50-over game, which is why I've always liked 40-over cricket. So you don't actually lose much.
Indeed, yeah. As Hogan continues from the river end, Harris, I meant to say.
Come back.
It's going to be a scramble here for a second run. In fact, it's given out. A mix-up from the Leicestershire batters. And it's Azad.
Sam northeast with the fielding, down at backward point. Azad must have wanted to come back for the second. And Chris Cook demolishing the stumps.
Just as we were saying that Leicestershire were moving on serenely and there was little to suggest that they're going to up the pace, they then decide to come back for a risky second run. As we watch the replay here, they pushed the first run hard enough. Azad was a little slow turning around, and there was a good arm from Sam Northeast, and we'll see the replay here from the square leg umpire. This should give us an idea, and it does look like Azad was out there.
Good decision from umpire White. He's proved right by the tape. 150. We wait to see whether 152 for 2. Has Azad's 1 run been credited?
It seems to have been, yes. Yeah, so it would be 64 off 154 deliveries for Azad. It was a watchful innings. Some nice strokes along the way, and he'll be kicking himself really because there was a century on offer for him there.
The incoming batter for Leicestershire is Louis Kimber.
Kimber in at 4 then. Got a half century against Derbyshire. But really, we wondered where the wicket was coming from. Well, it was very much a batter error there. Sam Northeast doing the honours. Chris Cook smashing the stumps down. Well, I think Azad could probably have been eyeing up a second century of the season there. So he didn't look disturbed in by too much that came from the bowling end.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus for Glamorgan, that. But as we've mentioned over the course of the day, they deserve some credit for at least keeping positive in the field. They've not let their heads drop at any given time, and they've not let Leicestershire get away from them either. The run rate is still only 2.65 and over, as Harris continues over the wicket to the new batter, Kimber, who leaves the ball outside the off stump. That wicket will put an extra spring in the step for Harris, who's not had the best day of it with the ball today.
No, he's been the most expensive of the bowlers. The least expensive being Michael Nisa, 11 overs, 0 for 10.
As Harris sets off at the start of his run from the river end over the wicket to Kimber, who drives this time, but it's straight to mid-off.
And, well, I hope Michael Nisa is fit to play a full part in this match. As I say, feeling his side once or twice. There's adopted a very physical approach to bowling.
Yeah, and when he came back out to field, having left for some treatment, he didn't look to be moving that freely. So yes, fingers crossed he's okay. As Harris is in to Kimber, who defends.
I'm told he's not the sort to complain about much. And Glamorgan will want him in one piece as an option in T20. I think he's certainly in the running for a place. Glamorgan have the 3 overseas players available for the first part, but they may go Labuschagne, Nisa. Ingram might have to wait a little, possibly. We don't know as yet.
Harris is in, and Kimber drives to Hogan at mid-on for no run. Yeah, he's played quite a fair bit of T20 cricket, hasn't he, Nisa? In the Big Bash. And
yeah, he's obviously up the standard. Didn't get the shout though last season when both Labuschagne and North East were Labuschagne and Ingram were available.
Harris is in to Kimber, who drives once more for no run. Yeah, Ingram's an excellent T20 player, isn't he? Played all around the world.
At his best, yeah. Hasn't been quite consistent enough maybe in the last couple of seasons for Glamorgan.
It's the end of Harris's over, by the way.
But showed in some of the franchise competitions around the world that he can still go big, given half a chance. Last season, Ingram played in all 12 blast matches. Labuschagne played in 8. I don't think Nisa was available for all the other 4 anyway. Trying to keep tracks on our Australian import stars. Hogan is in, bowls and hits Patel on the pad. So the ball trickles out on the side, fielded by Carlson. So for the first time we have 2 right-handers at the crease. Been a left-right combination with Azad at the wicket for the first half of the day. Hogan in, bowls, and Patel stretching forward, defending. It's hit 5 4s and a 6 so far. 6 off Marnus Labuschagne early in his proceedings. Labuschagne having claimed the only wicket to fall so far to a bowler, with Sam Evans stumped for 29. Hogan in to bowl, outside off stump, and no shot offered by Patel. Not very often in a first-class match that the first wicket would be a stumping.
No, indeed. And you mentioned that now Azad's out, no left-hander at the crease. It's not until Hendricks towards the bottom of the order that we'll see another left-hander, and Glamorgan only have one, James Wheel as well. So we're talking about the rough patches that might appear for the spinners later, but there'll be very few left-handers to target with them.
Hogan is in to bowl, and Patel stretches forward to defending again. So no sign of Ben Stokes in the middle for Durham so far. Durham 196 for 2 at New Road. Sean Dixon is 98 not out. There's 50 for the South African Keegan Peterson. Stokes is scheduled to come in after David Beddingham. As Hogan in, and that's a nice pleasant looking drive from Patel for no runs though, because it's fielded at cover. Joe Root will not catch the headlines too quickly either, because Essex are 134 for 2 against Yorkshire Chelmsford. Cook Sir A 62 not out. Off 180 balls, so accumulating gently. Hogan past umpire White. Bowls defended by Patel on the offside. Ball just dribbles out as far as Hogan. Bowler picks up in his follow through. 152 for 2 Leicestershire. Kimber yet to score. Patel on 38.
Yeah, just having a look, and Root's had a bowl, so we might see a bit of Root on Cook action in that Essex-Yorkshire clash. Yeah, the returning England players making headlines around the grounds today. It'll be James Harris to continue from the River End here, as Glamorgan look to build on that breakthrough in the form of the run out of Hassan Azad. Harris is in to Kimber, who leaves outside the off stump. Kimber yet to get off the mark. Patel at the other end is on 38 as Richard Ray rejoins us.
Still shaking my head. What a daft way to get out, to be honest. You know, really wasn't in any trouble. I suppose trying to tick the score on, but it was always looked tight, didn't it? Never looked a safe run at all. He's not the quickest between the wickets.
Harris is in. Kimber again leaves. Yeah, it's unusual to be at our vantage point and have a stumping and a run out relatively straightforward from here. The stumping was clearer, but it did look like Azad was struggling from about halfway up.
He isn't a natural runner. He's made himself much fitter now. Obviously, he's full time, but he doesn't move naturally as a sprinter, as a runner.
Harris is in, and Kimber drives for no run.
Especially under pressure. So, you know, you would have thought that would have added to his sort of inclination to, well, no point taking the risk. But the risk was taken, and he looked well short, to be honest.
And just seemed a waste, really, given that he'd put the hard yards in.
Exactly that.
Yeah, and he was in no rush during his innings either, was he? 154 balls.
They could bat around him. You know, it was fine. Just doing exactly what was needed.
As Harris is into the new batter, Kimber, who defends. Harris has been much tighter in this spell than he was this morning. Dot balls racking up.
Louis Kimber just got into the side, really. He's a very pleasant player to watch. Nice upright style.
Harris is in to him, and Kimber works it down the leg side, and those will be his first runs as he ambles through for a single. In fact, it's given us leg byes.
His brother Nick plays for Surrey. He's known as Melman, not Melmo, which it says in the Who's Who. Melman, I don't know if you're young enough to know who Melman is, possibly.
I'm afraid.
No.
Not, I have to forgive my ignorance.
No, it's entirely forgivable, don't worry.
Harris is in to Patel, who works it off his legs, and that runs away for 4 runs.
He's the giraffe in the cartoon films about... there's a zebra involved as well, and they're stuck in a crate. It goes Madagascar.
Oh yes,
that's the one, Madagascar. But Melman apparently is a giraffe, so that's why he acquired that as because he was quite tall, quite young.
I feel better about not knowing who that is now, though my nephew and niece will think less of me.
You see, you look young. You look young. Everybody looks young to us. But he's a lovely, very pleasant young man, and he came into the white ball side last season, but to getting a chance red ball, and be hoping, obviously, to make an impression. He's already had a couple of good knocks so far this season. Patel now approaching his first class best, which is 44 not out. Which is 44. He was out. Hogan back in the sunshine continues from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, bowls on off stump to Kimber, who leans forward, guides it out towards backward point, and then holds up his bat towards Rishi Patel, saying no. I don't want another run out. How many overs? 4 overs until tea. Over 8, still -2. Labuschagne's overs notwithstanding.
Yeah, the game has been played at a gentle pace, but it doesn't feel that it's taken that long to get through the overs.
The ball hasn't been flying to all parts, has it? Hogan is in and bowls, clipped neatly away down towards long leg by Louis Kimber. Hogan has his hands on his knees now, as if convinced that one was going to sneak underneath Kimber's bat, but he got plenty on it. Clipped him away off Midland leg.
Labuschagne's rubbing off on him, perhaps.
Yeah. You can teach an old dog new tricks, it seems. 158 for 2. Kimber off the mark with that single. Hogan is into Rishi Patel, bowls a bouncer, very short. Patel had to work quite hard to get right underneath that one. Looped over his head. Taken around about shin high by Cook behind the stumps. They need someone to go on, Leicestershire. 2 good partnerships, obviously 90 for the first wicket between Evans and Azad. And then he says, doing the sum, 61 for the second wicket. Hogan is in, bowls, good line and length. Solid forward defensive press, not a big stride from Patel. Wasn't ever going to get to the pitch of it, but played it solidly enough off the pitch, back down the wicket.
Yeah, he's looked pretty impressive so far. Patel looks to have settled down. He played some expansive shots earlier in his innings, and I guess now with Azad out and Kimber, the new man at the crease, is just having to rebuild again.
Hogan is in, another bouncer. He was short if anything, and just bobbed. Not that he needed to. Instinctively, Rishi Patel over his left, high over his left shoulder it flew. Which had got up a bit after lunch, has dropped again a little bit now. The sun has come back out. Very pleasant it is. Every prospect of a full day's playing, notwithstanding the fact we can't use the floodlights. Hogan in, bowls, line and length delivery. Patel greets it with a line and length forward defensive shot out into the offside. He plays it end of the over, 158 remains the score. Hogan none for 28 from his 14 overs. He's nagged away. Harris would never describe his bowling as nagging, certainly not the spells he's bowled today. Just searching for something at the moment, James Harris. Opportunity with the new batsman though, with Kimber at the crease, who won't be looking really to get after him, and just the 3 overs until tea.
Yes, watchful start from Kimber so far as he faces Harris, who's in over the wicket. This time Kimber drives with a bit more attacking intent, but the ball is fielded in the covers by Kieran Carlson for no run. As the retreating lorry makes a return somewhere in the ground. Yeah, I was having a look at the Leicestershire squad before today, and Kimber's another of those players in their early to mid-20s. It does seem like quite a young squad they've got there.
Oh, very, yeah.
As Harris is in to Kimber, who defends. A productive academy, isn't it, at Leicestershire? They've brought through a lot of players over the years.
Yeah, brought through and sort of picked up as well, from younger players who haven't quite made the grade elsewhere, given them an opportunity. It doesn't always come off. But this crop looks promising. Say Rishi Patel, acquired from Essex.
As Harris is in, and Kimber leaves the ball outside off stump.
Did make a good 50 against Derbyshire. Went leg before wicket to Lackmal for 54 in the end. I think that innings will have given him quite a lot of confidence. He looked good at Lords, hit 4 cracking boundaries, including a couple of Afridi.
As Harris is in, Kimber works it through mid-wicket. There'll be at least a couple of runs here as Labuschagne goes hearing after the ball. Full-length
trousers, yay!
And the pavilion crowd get a glimpse of Labuschagne's boxers as he stops a boundary, and Kimber picks up a couple of runs.
Put the dive in very early there, didn't he? He wasn't bothered about pulling him up until he'd thrown off his knees, was he? It was all about, yeah. He's not worried about his dignity. Oh, that's Labuschagne.
Priorities. As Harris comes in over the wicket to Kimber, who drives, and Labuschagne's involved once again on the leg side. No run this time. Trousers intact on this occasion.
Yeah, it was interesting last week at Lords. Only 4 of the Leicestershire squad had played at Lords previously, so there was a few wide eyes.
Here comes Harris, bounding in to Kimber, who defends. Yeah, it must be quite an experience playing at such a stadium for the first time in your career.
Ladies and gentlemen, that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the tea interval. Tea will be taken when 32 overs are remaining.
You're invited to go out and look at the pitch. The members of the crowd are informed, which is admirable on the part of Glamorgan, I feel.
Yeah, that's requires a certain level of kind of forensic interest in the game, especially with a wicket that has produced only 2 wickets.
Hogan is in and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Rishi Patel, out into the offside goes the ball. And there's no run. It's only produced 1 wicket really, hasn't it? Excuse me.
Yes.
The run out being product of very good work by North East and Cook certainly, but a moment of, shall we be generous and say, miscalculation or misjudgment on the part of Hassan Azad. Hogan is in and bowls to Patel, who's driving. Thick outside edge. It's in the air for a foot or 2, but certainly wasn't really in control of that one. Looking to punch it away on the offside in front of square, and it ran down towards wide third man. Sounded tinny. sound your thick outside edgy. Picks up a single, moves on to 43.
Yeah, I wonder how much Patel will be thinking about his highest first-class score at this stage. Does that kind of thing play on the mind of a player?
You wouldn't have thought so, given... And he'll certainly be thinking of 50, I would imagine. In goes Hogan and bowls, and Kimber strokes it out into the leg side. Again, it wasn't quite off the middle. It was a bit thick inside edgy. It's running right across the square. Long chase back for Carlson. Picks up around about 2 feet inside the ropes down there at deep square. Gets his throw away. Kimber and Leicestershire pick up 3. But I think at the moment he'll be thinking about tea, hopefully. Thinking about just getting through to the close, to the interval. But he should be, I'm sure he's aware what an opportunity this is on what we've been saying throughout, is proving to be a pretty flat track. He's going to come around the wicket, Hogan. To Patel, bowls, drops it short outside off stump. Patel drops his hands, lets it bounce through well wide of off stump, wanders off towards square leg. 164 for 2 with that 3 for Kimber, who moved on to 6 with it. 8 balls until the interval.
It's interesting to see how this ploy from Hogan goes around the wicket.
Slip stands a bit wider as he goes in and bowls to Patel, who is all care and attention. So perhaps just even shapes back in towards middle from off a little bit, not much. The ball is 62.5 overs old. So Leicestershire will be hoping after tea just to press on a little bit with it being old and soft, and attack not quite as fresh as it was. Hogan is in, bowls a little bit short of a length on the back foot. Rishi Patel drops it out into the offside. End of Hogan's over, his 15th, none for 32. His unexceptional figures in terms of wicket taking, but as ever, accurate and asking questions, thinking about how to get a dismissal or at least tie the batsman down, controlling the scoreboard. And they will feel, Glamorgan, notwithstanding the fact only 1 wicket has sort of fallen to the bowlers, that, you know, a couple of quick ones after the interval, you know, a sort of 240 for 5 day, that'd be, you know, they wouldn't be delighted, but it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Indeed, they'll be staying in the game as Harris is in from the river end and Kimber drives to mid-on. That's the thing, isn't it? If it's not going your way and the conditions are against you as a bowling side, at least stay in the contest. And there have been the usual balls which have erred, but on the whole it's been a fairly accurate bowling display, isn't it? It's just been a very sensible batting performance from Leicestershire as Harris is in and Kimber drives for no run. A rather extravagant dive there from James Wheel.
Clowning around a little bit, pretending it was further away from him than it actually was.
Yeah, 4 balls left before the tea interval, as Harris makes his way back to the top of his run at the river end. And he's in to Kimber, who drives again to mid-on for no run.
The fact that it seems to be quite hard to drive very straight. Patel's managed it a couple of times, very straight-on drives, but a lot of the drives are sort of going mid-on, mid-off, and you just wonder whether it's not quite coming on either, which would mitigate against a quicker scoring rate, especially with the older, softer ball. Isn't quite there to put away off the middle.
As Harris is in to Kimber, just back of a length this time, and he defends on the back foot. Yeah, there was that one handsome straight drive from Patel off the bowling of Nisa earlier, but as you say, apart from that, it's tend to have just been either side of the wicket, more often than not on the leg side. Maybe a sign of the pitch being a touch on the slower side.
Could make it a long 4 days, remains to be seen. might harden up a bit.
Harris is into Kimber, who drives nicely through the covers for 4.
Glorious shot.
Yeah, very nicely timed on a length, just a touch of width, and Kimber through his hands, through the shot. Very correct and aesthetically pleasing shot from Kimber. And his first boundary takes him on to 10. Leicestershire 168 for 2.
Was rather there to be put away from Harris. Suggestion of outswing, but it was in the slot. And proximity of tee notwithstanding, Kimber tucked in.
Here is the final ball before tee, which Kimber defends soundly. Another session where only 1 wicket fell. Hassan Azad run out for 64. Leicestershire end the afternoon session on 168 for 2.
We'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time from Sophia Gardens for the third and final session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. The game still taking shape to a certain extent, although it's already evident that the pitch is a pretty good one. Richard Ray, David Pritchard and Nick Webb for BBC Radio's all sorts, Radio Wales in particular, also BBC Radio Leicester of course. We'll be back with you in 15 minutes' time.
I've got some tea time scores from the other games in the LV Insurance County Championship around the country, like here at Sophia Gardens. They're all on the first day. We'll start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire, batting first against Gloucestershire, are 203 for 2. Tea time at Hove has seen Sussex move on to 225 for 2. That's after batting first against Middlesex. At Chelmsford, Yorkshire put Essex into bat, and at tea, Essex are 138 for 2. At New Road in Worcester, Durham batting first against Worcestershire. Durham are currently 208 for 2. At the Oval, Surrey, put into bat by Northamptonshire, have reached 154 for 4 at tea. And in the other game, at Old Trafford, it's tea time in Manchester with Warwickshire 169 for 4 after electing to bat first against Lancashire. Once again, welcome to everyone here today at Sophia Gardens. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. So if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to a steward. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us in raising the game. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here this summer at Sophia Gardens. That includes the International T20 game here on Thursday the 28th of July, when England play South Africa. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various ticket packages as well as the matchday hospitality packages available for all forthcoming games. That includes those in the Vitality T20 Blast as well as the Welsh Fires games in the 100. Copies of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook are available for purchase via electronic means from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. As there's currently no public access beneath the Castell Howell stand, you can access the club shop by exiting back out through Gate 4, strolling down the lane and re-entering by Gate 2. The shop will be open today until 5 o'clock, and, as always, sell a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan clothing. If you're seeking a score sheet or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, both are also available from reception. If you're seeking refreshments or food and drink can be purchased again using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion stand. There's also
At tea, Leicestershire are 168 for 2. Glamorgan did claim a couple of wickets in the afternoon session. One a stumping off Marnus Labuschagne, and the second a run out, rather, in self-inflicted blow for Hassan Azad, who was looking very strong indeed on 64 not out. A good batting strip. Glamorgan surprisingly inserting the visitors. Patel is 43 not out. Kimber is 10. And at tea, Glamorgan's bowlers have a lot of work to do in the final session. Leicestershire 168 for 2.
It includes a special exhibition commemorating the life and career of Peter Walter, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known broadcaster and journalist. Finally, a reminder that tomorrow during the lunch interval, the first of this season's members' forum will be taking place. It will be held in the Pyramid Lounge, that's on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. The forum will be hosted by Phil Steele. The panel includes Dan Cherry, Mark Wallace and Matthew Maynard.
Stone is in to bowl to Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.
To resume the Leicestershire first innings, Louis Kimber and Rishi Patel. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Andrew Salter.
Very good afternoon and welcome back for the third and final session here on BBC Sport Online of this County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire, where the visitors, who took lunch at 82 without loss, added a further 86 runs in the afternoon for loss of 2 wickets. So they're 168 for 2, those of you with a mathematical bent will already have deduced, and we are to see for the first time in this innings Andrew Salter from this Cathedral Road end. It's unusual really to see a spinner on quickly after an interval. It's more often than not you get the fast bowlers with a quick blast, and Salter will bowl to Rishi Patel on 43 not out, and he gropes forward rather for the first ball, trying to work it on the leg side, struck on the pad. No appeal. Patel 43, Louis Kimber 10, the batter's in the middle at the moment as Salter bowls, and that one squirts off an edge down towards third man for a single. Northeast goes to retrieve it, but that definitely wasn't a true shot from Patel. It earns him his 44th run, 169 for 2. The men out then, Sam Evans, who was palpably stumped by Chris Cook, charging at Marnus Labuschagne, playing a defensive shot when he got there and then missing. That's 90 for 1. Evans made 29 as Salter bowls, and Kimber works it on the leg side. There is no run. The other wicket was gifted to Glamorgan, Hassan Azad, who looked pretty secure in his 64, apart from being dropped at slip off Labuschagne on 46. As Salter bowls and trying to work it down the leg side there, Kimber makes no contact. Hassan Azad ran himself out, coming back for a second run to deep point. Sam Northeast and Chris Cook doing the honours. Azad made 64, that was 152 for 2. Salter bowls, flights it, driven into the leg side. They're called for a quick single. Nisa will have a shot at the stumps. He hits and he's out! That's a spectacular run out by Michael Nisa from mid-on. And Kimber has to turn and trudge back to the pavilion. Well, looked tight, but up went the umpire's finger. There's a little hesitation. Nisa struck the stumps, and it is 169 for 3, and 2 of those have been run-outs.
Exceptional from Michael Nisa, and as we mentioned in the afternoon session, full marks to Glamorgan for keeping their enthusiasm and focus to such a high level in the field after what has been quite a taxing day for them. They've had little return from a placid pitch. Leicestershire have batted watchfully and calmly in the main, but that's the second rush of blood to the head from the Leicestershire batters, and Glamorgan have capitalised with an expert run out from Nisa. We're just seeing the replay now, and Kimber just hesitated, didn't he, after playing his shot, and that proved to be decisive.
A fraction of hesitation. I'm not sure whether we'll get a side-on view, but it was a good throw from Nisa, certainly. It's the only day that he was going to get a result. And up went Rob White's finger.
The incoming batter for Leicestershire is Vian Mulder.
So Vian Mulder, South African, had a brief spell with Kent and has played for the Lions in South Africa, now with Gauteng. 24 years old, half century against Middlesex to his credit. And, well, if you look at the scoreboard, 3 wickets have fallen, a stumping and 2 run-outs, which does suggest a degree of contributory negligence from the Leicestershire side. 169 for 3. We're in the 65th over of the day. Scoring rate, therefore, is 2.61. As Salter bowls and forward stretches Patel, defends to mid-on. That is the end of Salter's over. 0 for 1 is figures, but the run-out coming in that over. Glamorgan have the first bonus point of the game. Leicestershire still with plenty of ability to accumulate. They bat a little bit deeper than previously, maybe, with Scott Steele coming in for Ed Barnes. Steele, Harry Swindell's Ben Mike score of memorable 99 not out in the last game. And then the bowlers Parkinson, Wright and Hendricks.
And we're going to have spin from both ends with Marnus Labuschagne back at the river end. He's the only bowler to take a wicket. In bowling terms, that is, with his stumping of Sam Evans. And he's in over the wicket to Mulder, who defends on the back foot, and as ever, Labuschagne at full volume. Getting very excited about that delivery and shot. He's always involved in the game as he loops the ball up in his hands, gives it a rub, and ready to Mulder, who's forward defending this time.
Afternoon to Matt in Miami. Happy Cinco de Mayo, he says. Important second wicket. The third wasn't bad either from the Glamorgan point of view. 2 run-outs either side of tee.
Labuschagne is in to Mulder, who again is prodding defensively for no run.
Mark Flatton sounds like another decent batting track. It looks that way.
Yeah, certainly does, and Labuschagne will be looking to extract what movement he can as he comes over the wicket. Mulder is back and chopping the ball just behind square, and Salter fields at backward point. Labuschagne into Mulder, who defends again. Tidy over this from Labuschagne. One more ball to come from it. Labuschagne is over the wicket, and Mulder looks to work it down the leg side. They'll get a couple of runs here. Wait to see if that was off the bat or pad. Umpire Alex Wharf signals they were leg byes. So a maiden Labuschagne, although Leicestershire do add 2 runs to their total. They're 171 for 3. Patel on 44. Mulder yet to get off the mark.
Edward Cooper brings up the point that there's a Glamorgan members forum tomorrow lunchtime, which so the management will in particular be hoping for a good performance in the couple of sessions until then, to send the members into that forum in a good mood. As Salter bowls and turned to square leg by Patel, no run. Hosted by Phil Steele, who's a familiar face and voice to BBC Wales listeners and viewers. Salter to Patel, who comes down the wicket and drives gently in the end to Nisa at mid-on. They're not going to take a run to him again. As Salter bowls, forward stretches Patel. Imagine the Glamorgan management delivering words of encouragement before today's play. Come on, we've got to face the members at lunchtime. Let's have 5 wickets at least. Here's Salter in, bowls Patel again, comes down the pitch before playing it to mid-wicket. No run.
That's the extra incentive the players needed.
Dan Cherry and Mark Wallace among those taking questions. Salter bowls, driven by Patel to mid-on. There's no run. Mark Wallace will be joining us on BBC Radio Wales on Saturday afternoon, when Saturday afternoon sports programme will be hosted from here by my colleague Ian Hunt. Down the wicket comes Patel, drives, Salter can't field in his follow-through, plays dead in case the throw is coming whizzing back at him. James Wheel lobbed it in the end, but another tidy over from Andrew Salter. It was a maiden, 0 for 1 off 2, over 8 still -2. Little surprise since we got to tea just before 4 o'clock, and quite often it's after 4. But certainly a few overs of Labuschagne and Salter should get rid of that red stain on the scoreboards.
Yeah, it is surprising considering the amount of spin we've seen through the course of the day, though we have mentioned the switch from left to right-handed batters hasn't helped as Labuschagne is in. And that's full. It's a full toss in fact, and Mulder whips it through mid-wicket for 4. Quite a nice way for Mulder to get off the mark. Nice juicy full toss from Labuschagne, which he dispatches.
Yeah, clipped away despite a diving effort mid-wicket by Sam Northeast as Glamorgan looked to keep up the pressure with their fielding.
As Labuschagne is in to Mulder, who's back this time, and plays a rather unconvincing choppy shot, which Labuschagne unsurprisingly gets very excited about, but there was no real danger there. Labuschagne is in once more. Mulder with a more conventional forward defensive this time.
Labuschagne getting excited is quite a frequent occurrence, really.
Keeps things interesting, and he's into Mulder again, who drives well through mid-wicket once more. That was a half volley on leg stump, and Mulder dispatches it once more. He moves from 4 to 8. And Leicestershire 179 for 3.
Yes, he did bowl rather too many full tosses up at Derby the other day. He's got 4 wickets at 26 and now 5 going into this.
One ball there is aborted during the run-up, so Labuschagne will go again. He's got 2 balls left in this over, his 10th, and he's in to Mulder, who drives, and Labuschagne feigns a throw back at the stumps.
Well, after his earlier disastrous flick back at the stumps, a sort of backhand flick that cost him 2 overthrows, maybe he's going to still think twice when he's bowling anyway.
And Labuschagne is in once more. Mulder drives, it stopped at mid-off, but they'll manage to get through for a single. So at the end of the 68th over, Leicestershire move on to 180 for 3. Mulder's on 9, Patel on 44.
Yeah, run rate still hovering between 2.5 and 3, as it has done for most of the day. 28 overs remaining in the day's play. We may get there before 6:30 if we see a reasonable amount of spin, as Glamorgan look to take that -2 off the board. Salter in the afternoon sunshine. Hazy sunshine, but definitely brightened up now as that's turned around to square leg by Mulder, and there's no run. Man out. Evans for 29, Azad for 64, and Kimber for 10. Salter bowls, turned gently by Mulder towards square leg. It doesn't even reach Hogan, who ambles in from close to the umpire. Just the slip in a catching position, although Carlson at short mid-wicket is almost on the crouch as he comes down the wicket and launches Salter. Big blow up towards the long on boundary, and it has just carried the ropes. It's gone all the way for 6. So Mulder with an early show of aggression against the off-spin of Andrew Salter. Leicestershire 186 for 3.
Yeah, Salter give it some flight. Foolish ball. Mulder used his feet well, and it was a very controlled shot over the mid-on boundary for 6. The second we've seen today, Patel did the same from the other end off Labuschagne. And again, it was a sweet connection, never in doubt.
Salter has had the ball returned to him by Michael Neser. Salter into bowl. Mulder clips that one to square leg. Is there going to be yet another run out? No. As Michael Hogan turned and tried to hurl the ball towards the non-striker's end, with Patel in 3 minds there, and the batters meet for a mid-wicket conference to say 2 run-outs in an innings is bad enough, 3 would be disastrous, but the throw from Hogan trying to throw on his knees didn't quite come out right, and Patel's dive was in the end unnecessary. Salter in, bowls. Mulder plays gently on the offside, no run.
Yeah, Hogan not quite as deadly as his compatriot and fellow quick bowler Michael Neser with the throw.
He's got a good arm, but maybe just when he's on his feet. As Mulder plays this one out to Carlson at mid-wicket, there is no run. 186 for 3. So the one scoring shot in that over was a maximum. Mulder has 15, Patel has 44. And 27 overs to go tonight. And Leicestershire still on top as things stand, but the domination of the day isn't quite as assured as maybe it should have been.
Labuschagne, the man who got the first wicket of the day, is going to continue from the river end. He's bowled 10 overs so far, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. And he's into Patel, who's down the wicket, driving for no run. Yeah, Labuschagne's last over was expensive, but he's bowled well otherwise. As he's in over the wicket to Patel. Works it onto the leg side for no run. Yeah, he's a better bowler than his career average of 48.5 suggests. As he's in to Patel, who defends on the front foot.
I suppose in a lot of teams, Labuschagne would be brought on as a sort of stand-breaking option, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, faced with a lot of set batters and unfavourable positions for the bowling side. And he's in, and Patel whips that away to the leg side for 1. Takes Patel on to 45. That's his highest first-class score now. And he's looked pretty comfortable today, mixing his attacking and defensive strokes to good effect as Labuschagne is into Mulder, who drives, but it's stopped in the covers by Andy Gorvin, the debutant. 1 ball left in the over as Labuschagne comes over the wicket to Mulder, who looks to play at it on the back foot and plays and misses. There's half an appeal, but it looked to be a bit of daylight between bat and ball.
I think Cook also appealed to the square leg umpire as well, because he whipped the bails off. The batsman was a bit off balance there.
Yeah, I think his back foot was just hovering in the air for a split second, wasn't it? And so Cook tried his luck. There's no interest from the umpire. That square leg.
So 187 for 3. Just the single off the Labuschagne over. Andrew Salter, double spin from Glamorgan. Salter bowling is off breaks, looking to add to his 10 wickets at 25 coming into this game, and he's been lofted though over long on for another 6 by Patel, this time opening his shoulders to reach half century. What a satisfying way to reach your first class half century for Rishi Patel. He's on 51, it's 193 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a very fine innings from Patel, who's come in off the back of runs for Leicestershire's seconds, and when the opportunity has been there, he has taken the game to Glamorgan. A few attacking strokes, that's his second 6 of the innings. Fully deserving of his half century.
105 deliveries, but still 6 4s and 2 6s as the next ball is half stopped, and there's yet another misunderstanding between the batters. This one is clipped by Patel towards mid-wicket. Carlson made a sprawling stop. The ball ricocheted away, and again they were almost caught in mid-wicket. Salter into Patel, who drives up to long on. This time there's a single because Nisa is back. It's driven along the ground anyway. So 36 of Patel's first 50 runs, or 51 runs to be exact, were scored in boundaries. It's a good mixture of defence and aggression as Salter bowls, and Mulder watches that one go past outside off stump. The batting to come: Steele, Swindells, Mike, Parkinson, Wright and Hendricks. Salter bowls, and stretching forward goes Mulder, beaten by that one. Cook yet again takes off the bails, but doesn't make the inquiry of Alex Wharf this time. David Lloyd is in there at slip. Mid-wicket and cover are very tight, as that's hit down hard into the ground by Mulder. Ball bounces back to Salter, so he's been struck for a couple of 6s, but apart from that he's induced some respect from the batsman, and looks as though there's enough in the pitch just to keep the spinners interested.
Yes, and that's not just due to the excitable hollering from the fielders. There is some kernel of truth in their performance out there. Certainly we've seen Labuschagne turn it, and Salter in that over, as Labuschagne is in to Patel, who defends this time. Yeah, there was very little in it for the seamers earlier, so it looks like spin is the way to go for now, at least for Glamorgan in the 72nd over, with Labuschagne bowling to Patel, who drives.
Yeah, we're getting closer to that new ball, aren't we? Maybe half an hour away, or possibly even less, with the spinners on. Glamorgan just about hanging on. Fingertips in this match at the moment.
Labuschagne is in, and Patel leaves that alone outside off stump. Yes, you'd imagine that new ball is looming large in Lloyd's thinking now, as he ponders his next few bowling changes. As Labuschagne twirls the ball at the beginning of his run-up, and he's in to Patel, who again leaves outside off stump.
Rarely can we have seen 80 overs, or approaching 80 overs, with so few chances created by the bowlers, though. The stumping, a slip catch was dropped, and that's it, really.
As Labuschagne is into Patel, who chops it down to third man, and that will run away for 4. Chase in vain for Salter. Patel moves on to 56, and Leicestershire closing in on 200. They're 198 for 3. As Nick Webb makes way for Richard Ray in the commentary box.
Well, a welcome little burst of aggression from Rishi Patel and Vian Mulder, but this is how Mulder plays his cricket, and I think we're seeing this is how Patel's going to approach his batting as well.
As Labuschagne is in, and Patel works the ball onto the leg side, that thinks better of chancing a single there.
Yeah. Don't want to see any more dives back into the crease. Make it a hat-trick for the day. Good out cricket from Glamorgan, really. They've stuck at it on a tough track, and they'll feel that Leicestershire certainly haven't got away from them. Could easily have been, 240, 250 for 2, something like that at this stage, and then you are looking at, really, you've got problems overnight. But Glamorgan will feel if they can pick up another wicket, ideally with the old ball, but if necessary with the new ball, another wicket or 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've not let their body language get negative at any point. They've stayed alert and bright in the field, as evidenced by the 2 run-outs.
Salter then, to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, is into Mulder, who goes back and chops it away into the offside, but only as far as point. No run.
Interesting to note, mid-on is very much long on now. Nisa's gone to the boundary.
Made a very good half-century at Lords. In goes Salter and bowls. He turns him neatly off his legs down towards deep backward square, stroke wide long leg, who comes in to meet the ball. Jogs a single. Mulder moves on to 16 of 25 balls. Was furious with himself when he got out. He got out taking on a freebie, as I remember. In goes Salter bowls. Patel turns into the leg side, and there's no run. 58, caught at deep square leg, hooking at Shaheen Shah Afridi. And he'd been looking so comfortable, Mulder. He looked, really good value to go on and get a really big score. That one is pushed by Patel from outside off stump, backward of square on the offside. Nibbled it down towards sort of gully, but without sufficient force to tempt him to take one. Backward point got to the ball quickly. In goes Salter, bowls. Forward goes Patel on off stump. Pushes it out into the offside. No run. Over 8 still -2. All these overs of spin notwithstanding. Could be that the scores just haven't got round to recalculating. Pretty sure we're there or thereabouts at the end of the day. Salter is in. Down the wicket goes Patel. Plays it straight back to him. Salter sort of stops it in his follow through, but it was going quite quickly, and he was looking to try and flick the ball back towards the stumps because Patel had come down the pitch, but he got all sort of tangled up in himself, couldn't quite manage to do so. End of the over, 199 for 3. A first batting bonus point in view for Leicestershire. They've only got they haven't got many of those so far this season. The 4 innings they've played. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, out of a maximum. Well, 4 out of a maximum of, what would that be? I suppose theoretically 20.
Yeah, Glamorgan have only managed 9, but 4 is a disappointing return so far, isn't it, from Leicestershire? They do feel that this is as good a platform they could wish for to improve that record. Labuschagne to continue from the river end. He's over the wicket to Mulder, who leaves that alone, and it dribbles through to David Lloyd at first slip.
These 2 test players. Mulder will not want to get out to Labuschagne, will he? You can sort of see it, the care he's taking.
Labuschagne is in to Mulder, who defends, and is a big appeal, and he's given.
Yeah, that looked out to me. That went on with the arm, I think. He went back, looked to hit him bang in front, and Mulder was almost walking off before the finger was raised.
Marnus Labuschagne strikes again, this time leg before wicket. Indeed, it was a straightish delivery. Mulder rocked back onto the back foot and hit him plumb in front of middle stump. A big breakthrough for Glamorgan. Leicestershire 199 for 4.
And another batsman has got in and got out again, but at least the bowler got him out on this occasion. Palpably LBW, it's got to be said. And 99 for 4. Leicestershire in danger of wasting the platform that's sort of been laid. Batsman after batsman getting in and getting out. Adds to the pressure on Patel to go through, really. Hundreds change games, hundreds change direction of games. 50s don't usually. And, you know, they can be important in terms of a partnership, but, you know, you need somebody to go into 3 figures. At least one person in the innings, certainly in the first innings. Scott Steele then. The 499th player to wear the Leicestershire cap in first class cricket. Formerly of Durham, Scott Steele, and has only played white ball cricket for the Foxes up to now. Made like the man he's going out to bat with. Rishi Patel made a very good 100 against Nottinghamshire for the seconds. And I guess really the absence of Ackerman with his hand injury means there's an unexpected opportunity. Can Steele take it?
Yeah, big animated appeal from Marnus Labuschagne. Was all for a bit of a celeb appeal, as they like to call it. I think Stuart Broad is a big proponent of that, isn't he? The half celebration before the fingers even gone up, and the celebrations afterwards told you what a big wicket that was.
Durham born Scott Steele. He's just had his 22nd birthday, April 20th, 1999. What's that? 23rd then, is that right? You do the math, you're younger than...
Sounds good to me. Yeah,
okay.
23rd birthday, yeah. And his first ball will be from Marnus Labuschagne, who's in, over the wicket. And he's bowled him! Marnus Labuschagne is on a hat-trick. Scott Steele departs for a golden duck, and Marnus Labuschagne, the world's #1 test rack batsman, is on a hat-trick.
Incredible. It was the same ball, wasn't it, almost? But he got it spot on, Labuschagne, in fairness to him. He went back and, well, maybe did turn a little bit, actually, but he went back. He shouldn't have been back. And he tried to play it off the pitch. Just hurried on to him a little bit. May just have spun away, but wow. Labuschagne, 2 in 2. 3 for the innings. Goodness me, could it be a hat-trick? Where's Nick Webb?
That really has changed the complexion of this innings and this match, indeed. Labuschagne, a man who's used to changing the course of games for Glamorgan with a bat in his hand, has just done it with the ball.
I'm sure, and I'm taking a risk in saying so, but I'm pretty sure he probably hasn't got a first-class hat-trick before Marnus Labuschagne. So he could be about to make his own personal bit of history. He could have. Checks the records quickly. That's his first-class best bowling. 3 for 45, so he's beaten that already. 3 for 39 at the moment. He's got his first-class best career bowling figures. And a bit of a delay, because understandably, next man in, who I think will be Harry Swindles, probably. Wasn't expecting. Here he comes. It looks like the diminutive figure of young Harry Swindles coming out now. 64 first-class wickets, including 12 in tests for
Steele was bowled by
Marnus Labuschagne, and that 3 for 45 was taken in a test match against Pakistan in Abu Dhabi in 2018. So not perhaps quite as occasional as people in England might believe Labuschagne to be in terms of his bowling. But they always say, don't they, bang bang, add 2 wickets to the score. And there we go. Leicestershire not subsiding, but they've still the opportunity to rebuild the innings, but there'll be some disappointed members of the coaching staff, that is for sure. Certainly with the run-outs. This is where the run-outs look really bad now, because this can happen, I guess. You can lose good wickets to good bowling, and it's been a couple of good deliveries from Labuschagne. Can he get a hat-trick?
Well, as you can imagine, the field is in close. There's a slip, a gully, a leg slip, a short leg, short mid-on, short mid-off. Marnus Labuschagne is on a hat-trick for Glamorgan. And it will be Swindles to face. Right-handed batsman facing Marnus Labuschagne over the wicket as he twirls the ball and comes in over to Swindles, who's forward and plays it off his legs. They'll scamper through for at least a couple of runs here. Labuschagne on his knees, hands on his head. He thought there was half a chance there. I'm not sure quite how, but that is Labuschagne for you. No hat-trick, sadly, for the Australian.
He took it off the stumps, didn't he, Swindles? He turned his wrists on it. He did so pretty effectively to bring up the Leicestershire 200, incidentally, but had he missed it, I think you'd have heard the appeal somewhere in Cardiff city centre. And he would have run across the river.
Here is Labuschagne over the wicket to Swindles again, who's forward, defending. Carlson at short leg, looked interested. They've kept the leg slip in. Sam Northeast is in that position. Lloyd remains at first slip. Still an attacking field as Glamorgan look to press home this advantage, and Labuschagne is in, and Swindles plays and misses on the back foot. What a spell this has been from Marnus Labuschagne. 2 wickets in his 13th over. His figures read 13 overs, 3 maidens, 3 wickets for 41 runs, and at the end of the 74th over, Leicestershire at 201 for 5.
The rewards for application over the first 2 sessions, really, these for Glamorgan, in a way, and now the sort of momentum and the fortune has changed and swung in their favour, and they're getting the rewards for having stayed in the game. In goes Salter, tosses that one up to Rishi Patel. He goes forward and just pushes it out into the offside towards point. They need a few overs of calm now, Leicestershire, to work it around a little bit and take the sting out of the game. Remember, this is with the old ball. In goes Salter and bowls. Forward goes Patel, not getting to the pitch of it. Plays it down into the ground, though, behind square on the offside. Looks like the new ball bowlers are going to have, certainly one end open, so to speak, as Salter is in. Bowls turned by Patel wristily out towards square leg from middle and leg, straight to Michael Hogan. But they will be bounding in with a lot more enthusiasm and determination than they might otherwise have been, the new ball bowlers. Salter is in, tosses it up, stroked back past him on the onside by Patel, who jogs the single. Harry Swindles has not been in form with the bat. Made a very good 170 against Somerset last season. And sort of established himself a little bit, but he's been coming in too high. He's in at 7 in this game, which is it's probably better for him. He's been coming in at 6 previously, but his scores so far this season: 16-0, 29-0, 8-9 and 25. So a high score of 29, which for a number 6 isn't really enough. Well, definitely isn't enough. But he's a talented player. Looks around him, short legs in, slip, shortish mid-wicket. Salter is in, tosses it right up, and it's a full toss, but gets to him on the full anyway, tries to whip it away through the leg side. Manages up to a certain extent, doesn't really time it as well as he would have liked, gets it past short leg. Carlson runs out to deep square, and the single is taken. Off the mark, he'll feel not off the mark, he's already off the mark with that 2 off Labuschagne, but he'll Feel better for watching for a bit. Salter bowls to Patel, who calmly leans forward, strokes it back past the bowler in the onside, who can't run across to get to the ball, runs out down towards Michael Neser at long on. Patel takes one and keeps the strike, which is probably not a bad thing at the moment against the deadly Labuschagne.
Who'd have thought it? Yeah. Well, we were just saying a few overs ago, he's a better bowler than his figures suggest. He started bowling more in white ball cricket, a useful T20 bowler in particular, where leg spin is such a valued currency. But he hasn't bowled many bad balls, and he's tested batters. It's been a really good spell of concerted pressure from Labuschagne, who's a more serious bowler than his dramatic suggest. He's over the wicket to Patel, who drives forward for no run here. Yeah, and that last over of his has really changed the course of this game.
They were good balls. They were wicket-taking deliveries. There was nothing, it wasn't... Yeah, they weren't given away.
Labuschagne is in again. Patel, they appeal. Looked like that might have been sliding down leg side on this occasion.
Surely. He was looking to play it out towards mid-wicket, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was comfortably missing.
It was.
So full marks to Labuschagne for the appeal once again. And he's in once again to Patel, who's on the back foot and swishing this one through to point where Harris is the covering fielder, limiting Leicestershire to 1 run. Patel moves on to 59. Yeah, Leicestershire must be wondering how they find themselves in this situation. Just a couple of overs ago, the field was spread. Mulder and Patel were taking in turns to hit sixes. Now all of a sudden, they're 205 for 5, and Swindles comes into quite a pressurised situation here.
Well, they lost 3 wickets for 31 runs so far. Well, up until the dismissal of Steele. After tea.
Labuschagne is in to Swindles. It's a full ball which Swindles drives well through the covers, and it looks like he'll get 4 runs. And he does indeed. A loose ball from Labuschagne, tossed up, and Swindles punished.
Full toss, yeah. Forgivable in the circumstances.
Absolutely. High tariff bowling, leg spin. Always likely to give away the odd loose delivery in search of that magic ball that will bring the wickets. Labuschagne has produced 2 of them to add to his stumping earlier today, as he's in once again to Swindles, who's on the back foot and hoisting this one to the boundary behind square on the leg side. Successive boundaries for Harry Swindles and Leicestershire. Swindles moves on to 11. Leicestershire are 213 for 5 as Nick Webb returns.
That's your leg spinner for you. Bit of jeopardy. A few hittable balls from most leggies in the world.
Yeah, Labuschagne will cost you a few more runs, but as you say, that jeopardy, that chaos can yield its rewards in the form of wickets. Labuschagne has 1 ball left in his 14th over, the 76th over in total, as he's in to Swindles, who prods defensively at this ball for no run. So at the end of the over, Leicestershire 213 for 5. Labuschagne has 3 for 50 from his 14.
Yeah, somewhat improbable that Glamorgan are about back on even terms approximately. Leicestershire having got to 152 before they lost their 2nd wicket in this match. That was a run out. So was the 3rd. And now 2 in 2 balls from Marnus Labuschagne. Andrew Salter will continue from this Cathedral Road end, 0 for 18 off his 6, but that includes a couple of 6s, and that's a full toss as down the wicket came Patel and clipped that one away nicely all along the ground through mid-wicket. The chase of the man round the boundary is in vain. And Leicestershire move on to 217 for 5 with Patel on 63 not out. And his highest score, and looking good for it, is 1 below the score of Hassan Azad. And the battle to be leading contributor of the day for Leicestershire. As Salter bowls again, and that's driven back to him this time, fielded by Salter in his follow-through. Salter still bowling with the one slip and with mid-wicket and cover pretty tight. Also saving the singular point, square leg and mid-off. As forward stretches Patel to defend that one. Michael Neser is now back towards the ropes at long on after a couple of sixes in that direction off Andrew Salter. One by Patel and one by Mulder. As that's floated up and driven by Patel, well fielded by Salter in his follow-through. Andrew Salter is bowling to take wickets rather than just contain. He's giving the ball a reasonable amount of air. That one's a little bit shorter and flatter, and Patel stretches forward and defends. He's got his boundary in this over, so he doesn't have to worry about undue aggression. 2:17 for 5 then, here on BBC Sport Online. There's Salter right arm off spin, bowls, and Patel down the wicket, driving all along the ground up to Neser at long on. Single taken, all very comfortable. 218 for 5. Patel has now levelled Assad's score. He's on 64.
Yeah, and you mentioned the fact that Salter can afford to bowl for wickets, as Labuschagne has done, going on the attack, because Leicestershire had scored so relatively slowly earlier today, and that was in no small part due to Morgan's accurate bowling. The run rate is still under 3 and over, so Labuschagne and Salter can afford to take a few risks, and the captain David Lloyd can afford to maintain these attacking fields. As Labuschagne continues from the river end, Patel comes down the wicket and drives through mid-on for a single.
There's a lot going on there as the infielder dived, and then Hogan had to sprawl to his right to make the stop, otherwise it could have easily run away for 3.
Yeah, Hogan's been very involved, hasn't he? Bowling or otherwise. Spent quite a lot of time on the floor today, throwing his body. He's fielding at mid-on for Labuschagne, who has one slip and a short leg, as he looks to add to his 3 wickets. And here he comes over the wicket to Swindles, who's forward defending for no run.
The Hacks at New Road are no doubt poised. Durham 272 for 3. Ben Stokes due next in.
As Labuschagne is in to Swindles, who defends once again. Yeah, Sean Dixon stealing his thunder. Another century, having moved up the order to open. Though I doubt he'll make the intros of many of the gathered press at Worcester. As Labuschagne is in again to Swindles, who again just smothers the ball with a defensive stroke.
Yes, I'd be frustrated if Borthwick and Beddingham bat through the next hour. And 2 good batters, so it's quite possible.
Labuschagne to Swindles, who defends once again.
Stand down the back page lead.
Final ball of the over from Labuschagne to Swindles, who's on the back foot and cutting well through to the boundary, just backward of point. 4 runs for Swindles, who moves on to 15, and Leicestershire end the 78th over on 223 for 5.
Joe Root's involvement so far at Chelmsford is involved bowling 3 overs, 0 for 4. Former England captain returning for Yorkshire, but Essex 194 for 2. Looks like tough going there. 84 overs gone. So Alistair Cook has taken up residence for the duration. He's in 84 not out at a fairly sedate rate. Salter to Patel, forces to mid-wickets, and there's no run. 2:23 for 5 here. No wickets in the morning session, 2 in the afternoon, a stumping and a run out, and a further run out and 2 more to Marnus Labuschagne in the 3rd session so far. Salter bowls, driven by Patel to Nisa at long on, all along the ground, very gently. A single taken, 2:24 for 5. Now, does Labuschagne want to carry on bowling? Is 3 for 55, or do Glamorgan go for the new ball? We'll find out after the next over, as Swindells defends on the offside, and Labuschagne jogs in to do the fielding. 2:24 for 5. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester back with us.
What would you do? Would you keep him going?
Maybe 2 more. Salter bowls and turned on the leg side by Swindells. No run.
Interesting. You know, he might just get that bit of extra bounce with the new ball.
Oh, to bowl with the new ball. It's a thought.
I don't know. Just might be fun to try.
Maybe for an over or 2, yeah. Salter bowls, turned on the leg side by Swindells again. No run. Hogan lurking in the shadow of the umpire. 2 tall men, Alex Wharf and Michael Hogan. Few wickets for Glamorgan between them. Salter bowls. Swindells stretches forward to defend. 15 not out to him. 66 to Rishi Patel. 224 for 5 Leicestershire. Next in, Ben Mike, who's rewarded for his 99 not out by dropping down a place in the batting order, it seems.
Yeah, they're bringing in 2 batsmen for the game. Well, one as a straight replacement for Ackerman, but also leaving out one of the seamers for theoretically a top-line batter. But yes, I agree, it must have been close between, well, Steele, Swindells, Mike for 6, 7, 8. Looks like if he does come in tonight, he's going to be facing the new ball. I'm guessing this will be Labuschagne's last. We'll see. In he goes and bowls. Massive full toss, which is wiped over mid-wicket by Rishi Patel for 4. He just rather lost control of that one.
Yes, that's what you get with a lot of leg spinners, but he seems slightly prone to it today, but I guess Welsh followers will forgive him.
Now he hasn't got his first class best. He needs another wicket now. Is in. Patel gets a decent length delivery, but it is slightly leg side-ish, and he can just close the face of the bat on it as he leans forward and pushes it through the vacant short leg area down towards square leg and jogs 1. Moves into, well, he's already moved into the 70s with that 4 of the previous delivery. 71 he's on now. His every run a first class career best. Past that on 44. Leicestershire badly need him to go on to 3 figures here, and a big one as well. Swindells looks around him. Thought they might bring a short leg back in. They haven't. And goes Labuschagne, bowls to Swindells, who's just nurdling it out into the offside off the front foot. 15 to him already. Off just 17 balls actually. Harry Swindells, he's put away the loose ones from Labuschagne in particular. Goes in, bowls to him. He's going to pick up another one there. As Patel did a couple of balls early, just turns his wrists on it, pushes to the vacant square leg and jogs 1. 230 for 5. Still 16 overs left to be bowled today, so a good hour's plus of cricket. But we are set very fair. Shadows from the floodlights extending across the ground. First game of the season, we had to stop at 7:05 because the sun set behind the trees and the meat. And it suddenly went very dark indeed. Floodlights notwithstanding. They certainly took effect then.
David Lloyd has just walked a very long way to replace an advertising
do you
board.
think it's a personal sponsor of his?
It's probably just the competition sponsors, I think,
Yes,
at
it must be.
the end.
Yeah, LV Insurance boards, one of which had blown over. Not attached to anything, it's sort of just leaning against the frame as Labuschagne is in. Bowls, forward goes Patel, thick inside edge. Pushes the ball out to square leg, or sees the ball run out to square leg. There is now a square leg, those singles having come earlier in the over, so no run to be taken on that occasion. Last ball potentially for Marnus Labuschagne. He is in and bowls, and it's just eased gently out to mid-on by Rishi Patel, and everything changes. On come both 12th men wearing their bibs, drinks, pads being taken on and off, all of which we can assume that was Labuschagne's last delivery, and the new ball will now be taken with Leicestershire on 230 for 5. I mean, Glamorgan won't be delighted having put Leicestershire in. Equally, it could have been a lot worse, Nick.
Indeed. Neil Thornycroft on Twitter, the decision isn't looking so bad now, but yes, with a little bit of help from the Leicestershire batsmen running themselves out. Chris Drew says, when do we start the crowdfunder for Marnus's salary next season? Well, in an Ashes summer, he may well be keen to get a bit of county cricket in first, but it all depends on the whims of Cricket Australia, who are his ultimate paymasters. So another potential candidate for the Ashes, Michael Nisa, and probably an outside candidate, but Australian selectors saying that if he is going to get another shot in the Australian shirt, it's most likely to be in the Ashes next season, because you can't think they're going to take a huge plethora of quick bowlers to Sri Lanka. As Nisa with the new ball is in, and that's outside off stump and smacked away by Swindells towards the cover boundary. In fact, it wasn't timed as sweetly as I thought it was. It looked as though it was heading for 4, but in fact pulled up 10 metres inside the rope. So the sound was slightly misleading. 2 to Swindells, 232 for 5. 15 overs to go, 16 give or take. Leicestershire will have to accelerate slightly to get to 300 for the day. As forward comes Swindells to defend. Up to wheel at mid-on. No run. And in 2 run-outs and a stumping for the first 3 wickets does suggest, as we've been saying, a bit of negligence from the batting side. LBW and a bowls, well, you've been beaten, so that's fair enough. Good innings though from Assad, 64, and Patel 71 not out, extending his career best, but seeing his partner Swindells beaten by that one outside off stump from Nisa through to Cook. Pleasant watching conditions now. Hazy high cloud, suggestion of blue, bit of sunshine, and a moderate crowd, not vast numbers, but more than they've had on some occasions this season. They're away to our left, mostly on the pavilion side, as there's a poke forward to Swindells. Just got a bit of bat on that one as the ball rolls up to mid-on. There's no run. And Leicestershire, if you'd offer them 232 for 5 when they were put in, they'd probably have accepted it pretty willingly, but from 152 for 1 at one stage, then it's not quite so bright. Nisa charging away from us and bowling on leg stump, nicely dealt with by Swindells. That's racing away through the mid-wicket area, and Julie hops over the ropes. Lisa straying over pitching. It was a half stump leg volley, and Swindells dealt with it accordingly. He moves to 22, 236 for 5. A second bonus point for Leicestershire on the horizon.
Very wristy.
Got what it deserved. So Swindells has made a fairly sparky start. Nisa is in to bowl, leaves that one outside off stump. So it goes through to the keeper. End of the first over with the new ball. 6 runs came off it, including that boundary. 236 for 5, Leicestershire.
15 remain. If they were to finish the day on 280, 290 for 5, they'd be okay. I would imagine Leicestershire with that. If they finish it on 270 for 6 or 7, Glamorgan, I think, will be reasonably okay with that. It's a sort of pitch they will hope to get over 400 on when they start their reply. So if they were to dismiss Leicestershire for sort of 320, something like that, first innings lead could well be obtained. Hogan in from the river end, bowls to Patel, very straight. Patel leans forward, respectfully almost, plays it out off a thick inside part of the bat towards mid wicket. Andy Garvin is the fielder. Just the 2 slips, new ball notwithstanding. James Wheel beginning to do some stretching down at third man. I'd be surprised if he's required for 7 or 8 overs yet, but Hogan is in and bowls. Patel is looking to drive, doesn't really middle it, and flies out to Labuschagne, who's in the covers. Picks it up and is poised in a javelin thrower's position, threatening the stumps at either end. Swindells 22 has come off just 24 balls. Patel 71 off 140. Hogan into Patel. Nice high left elbow as he defends on the walk almost, as that one comes back in towards middle stump, pushes it out to mid on. James Harris out there, you heard him applauding, having thrown the ball across to mid off to do the polishing. Nisa 12 overs for just 16 runs at the other end. Hogan is in, bowls to Patel, who goes back, turns the delivery off middle and leg down towards long leg. Nisa himself fields. Nice sidearm throw. Patel picks up 1. 72 he moves on to.
Yeah, Graham Wagg was the master of the sidearm throw here. His arm got lower and lower, and in the end it looked as though he was skimming pebbles when he came to the end of his senior pro career. He's still tearing it up in the national counties. For Shropshire, I believe.
Hogan is into Swindells, who's beaten on the outside edge. Playing down the wrong line there.
You haven't seen that many of those conventional plays and misses outside off stump, have we, today?
No, he didn't do too much of the delivery. He just was reaching for one that he could easily have left. Paul Nixon made the point after Lords, and he made it in with some force as well, that he was getting pretty tired of batters playing at deliveries that, you know, were 6th and 7th stump sort of deliveries, and that was one of those. Could easily have edged it through as Hogan is in. He's shuffling across his stumps and out of his ground as he blocks that one with his pads. May have been a little bit of movement back in, hence the shout, but no chance for a leg before on that one. End of the over, 237 for 5.
There's been a lot of frustrated yelling from the Glamorgan bowlers and fielders today, hasn't there? Largely for long periods, trying to make things happen when they weren't really happening. And Labashane and the Runouts, which is not the name of a pub rock band.
It could be, couldn't it? No, maybe not.
Marnus and the Runouts, maybe. Nisa steaming in, bowling. That's off a streaky edge of Patel's bat down towards third man. He was looking to play fairly straight, but safe enough. Single to him. 238 for 5 Leicestershire in the evening sunshine in Cardiff. In a game which looks very much like one that will head into the 4th day at the moment. As batting has looked relatively easy for much of the day. Nisa in. Balls, and he's bowled him! Yorked. As Swindell's bright little knock comes to an end, beaten by the new ball, beaten by Michael Nisa. And a fine delivery, but Swindell's will be a little concerned that there was a hole between bat and pad there.
Yeah, exactly that. Really, may just have dipped in a little bit. He was looking to drive. You shouldn't really be bowl neck and crop when you're looking to drive. Middle stump as well. So a serious misjudgment from Harry Swindles to a good delivery. Nisa has his reward. 238 for 6 Leicestershire. Second bowling bonus point for the hosts. And altogether a brighter picture in every respect than it was when they were 151 for 1.
Indeed, I mean, overall, this won't be a disastrous day for Leicestershire after struggles of recent weeks. But certainly being one down more than halfway through the day, they'll be distressed to be 6 down at the moment. And they need a bit of stickability from the lower order, with the informed Ben Mike coming in to join the well-set Rishi Patel. So they've got some batting left.
Difficult one for Ben now. He made his runs at Lords by being positive, taking on Shaheen Shah Afridi, smacking him all around Lords, really. And he always looks at his best when he is being positive, but you're thinking, well, 13 overs to go until the close. I've got an established batsman at the other end. What is my approach? And I'm pretty sure they'll say, well, play your natural game. They will have said, play your natural game. But it'll be very interesting to see how he takes this on. Because Leicestershire are in danger. If they're all out for 270, 280, as is possible, that's a good result on this pitch for Glamorgan, I would suggest.
Yes, after what looked like an erroneous decision from David Lloyd for much of the day. And he's needed a helping hand from the Leicestershire batters and several of the wickets.
And I'll make that point time and again. This is where those run-outs look more and more important. Batsmen getting themselves out.
As Nisa is in to bowl, and that's through the batsman there. Apologies for those listening on the BBC stream, where we were off air for a couple of moments, but you join us or rejoin us with Leicestershire 238 for 6. And the most recent wicket, that of Harry Swindell's, bowled by Michael Nisa for 22. Rishi Patel is still there, 73 not out. He's just been joined by Ben Mike. As Nisa bowls, turned on the leg side to Gorvin at square leg, and there's no run. Alex Wharf has got to the time of day where he's out at point, so as not to be looking into the sun, which is not setting but dipping behind our commentary box away to our left. As Nisa bowls, and a play and a miss from Ben Mike there through to Chris Cook. So a strong start with the new ball by Michael Neser. Can Glamorgan cash in and get Leicestershire out for fewer than 300? 13 further overs to come tonight. It's been quite sedate in the period that Leicestershire were in control, but they would have settled for that, especially having been put in. With the third wicket going nicely, as that's driven hard, and a sprawling stop by substitute fielder Billy Root at mid-off. Mike is off the mark with a single. 239 for 6 at the end of Neser's over, which is the 83rd of the day. 13 to come. Apologies to listeners on the BBC stream. We put another 10 pence in the meter and try and get you through to close of play unscathed. People viewing on the Glamorgan stream will wonder what we're on about. So Michael Hogan, 0 for 33 in 16 overs. Matthew Maynard referred to his discipline the other day and bowling consistently round the top of off, putting pressure on batters. As Hogan is in, bowls, and Mike will take a quick single to wide mid on, and there is a single there. 240 for 6. As Leicestershire try and avoid a third run out of the day. That one was safe enough. Patel on strike on 73. Now, possibility of a maiden century on the cards for him. Plenty of work to do. He's hit high on the pad there, and the ball rolls out to Salter at point, and there's no run. So, run you through the other scores in Division 2. At Hove, Sussex are 316 for 5 against Middlesex. Century there for Tom Alsop, and Ali Orr was out for 99. Hogan bowls, forced into the leg side by Patel, diving stop by Gorvin at mid-wicket, single taken. 241 for 6, Patel on to 74, not out. Wicket shared round for the Middlesex attack. And at New Road, century by Sean Dixon, half century by Keegan Peterson, 64 not out from Scott Borthwick, and Ben Stokes sitting with his pads on. Hogan into bowl. Mike hits this one airily through mid-wicket, and I think that'll run away for 4. It is pursued all the way, but Hogan straying onto leg stump, and although he didn't quite have control on it, Ben Mike forced it away for the boundary. 6 to him, 245 for 6. Helicopter passing over central Cardiff. Hogan bowls through lowish outside off stump. No shot played by Mike. Cook forced into a diving take. Scores around the First Division. Essex 226 for 2 against Yorkshire. Sir Alistair is on 106 not out. At Southampton, Hogan is in, bowls, and Mike defends on the offside. End of the Hogan over, 245 for 6. Patel 74. Mike is on 6. At Southampton, Hampshire 257 for 4. And Aaron Donald sitting there with his pads on, and his first team game for a couple of years. Century there for Felix Organ opening the batting, and 78 for James Vince. At Old Trafford, Lancashire against Warwickshire. No James Anderson in this one. Warwickshire 240 for 4. Century unbeaten so far for Dominic Sibley, 113 not out. Interesting to see Phil Salt, the Welshman, is being used as a keeper and middle order batter these days. Nisa into bowl, forward, stretches Patel, plays it down to slip, no run. At the Oval, Surrey 210 for 4, Rory Burns 93 not out against Northants. Luke Proctor 3 for 36 for them, and Sam Curran has got an unbeaten half century. So a few players with England international honours of various ages in the runs and wickets today. Nisa in, bowls, and that's a decent delivery that had Patel stretching for that one. Through to Cook. Patel being really tested by Nisa at the moment. Nisa with the 1 wicket in this new ball spell. Still just 1 for 18. And he, like Labuschagne, is earning his corn today. Crowd enjoying some evening sunshine as Nisa bowls, and this time Patel playing inside it through to Chris Cook. And as you'd expect, there's a little bit of extra bounce and carry with this new ball, with Nisa putting his back into his efforts. 245 for 6. Patel, 2 slips as he plays forward to Nisa and appeared to be beaten there. Nisa head in the air, wondering where his luck is going to come from. Threw low to Chris Cook on that occasion. Nisa is so often scraping away at the crease where his foot's landing to make sure that it's as good as it could be. Mike 6, Patel 74. Batters out today. Evans for 29, Assad for 64. As Patel turns one down to fine leg, runs a single, and that's all they'll be. 246 for 6. Hassan Azad for 64, second out, run out. Louis Kimber also run out for 10. Then 2 wickets in as many deliveries from Marnus Labuschagne, trapping Vian Mulder LBW for 16 and bowling Scott Steele the next ball. And Harry Swindell's bowled by Nisa. Got one to dip in between bat and pad with a new ball. Swindell's making 22. Nisa bowls and Mike steers one down towards third man. It doesn't get to third man because it's retrieved by a scrambling Salter, retreating from the gully area. 247 for 6. Leicestershire on the verge of a second batting bonus point. 11 overs remain and the game remains in the balance, with around about 45 minutes play left of tonight. Should finish before 6:30. Over 8 -2. The sunshine still bright. Hogan from the River End bowls. Mike forces off the back foot into the offside, fielded by Labuschagne. Scrambling there at cover. A little bit of breeze around. Very pleasant cricket watching conditions for the beginning of May. We've seen a lot worse already this season. Felt a lot colder as well. Hogan into bowl. There's an appeal from behind the stumps from Chris Cook speculatively. There's an appeal from mid-off as well, but not much from the bowler there.
I suspect he might have hit him outside the line. Just lost the pictures there for a moment. Might see a replay on that one. Might not. It's the best part of the day now, isn't it? Leicestershire, just been telling BBC Radio Leicester listeners they can't afford to lose another wicket before the close.
Hogan pounding in, bowling, outside off stump. Mike plays no shot. One boundary for him so far, but has mostly looked pretty restrained, as though he'll be happy to be 20-ish not out by the close.
They can't afford to, because if they want to set a Glamorgan a first innings of sort of 350 plus, then these two are going to have to do one feels the bulk of the work with respect to those who have come. Callum Parkinson's a doughty little fighter and will provide good support.
Hogan bowls, Mike leaves through to Cook.
But Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks, ditto really. They can hang around for a long time, but they're unlikely to really sort of take the attack back to the bowlers. So this is a absolutely key partnership to the shape of the game as a whole. If Glamorgan can break it before the close, I don't think David Lloyd will be that unhappy about his decision one way or another. It might be the best to bat on it tomorrow.
That's driven firmly by Mike, but Carlson with a stop at mid-off after Hogan couldn't quite get a hand to it in his follow-through.
Might just quicken up a bit with the sun on it. You know, come on to
Possible.
the bat a bit more nicely as far as the batter is concerned. The batters are concerned.
So Hogan then in the sunshine from the River Taff end into Bolter. Mike, who edges, fell short of slip, and they'll get a couple of runs because Northeast might be a little bit of pain there. Struck awkwardly as he looked to get underneath the ball that didn't really carry.
Hurt his hand a bit. He was about a foot short.
Yeah.
Genuine edge though.
Not a chance. It was a genuine edge. David Lloyd had to go and retrieve it. Northeast, I think, is all right. Just a momentary pain. 249 for 6. A second batting bonus point is within touching distance for the running Foxes. Or the run-out Foxes, as they were earlier.
Yes, very good. Very good. Yeah, we haven't had too many. I was talking about that with Daff, that not too many batting bonus points so far this season. 4 out of 20, I think it is. In goes Nisa and bowls onto the legs, and it's clipped just short of mid-wicket, I think. You'd better get back in your crease, I would suggest there. Ben Mike clipped the delivery from Nisa out towards mid-wicket. Patel clipped it out towards mid-wicket. Ben Mike advanced halfway down the pitch. Patel had gone nowhere, and then he suddenly realised, I think, Ben Mike, where he was.
Yeah, Gorvin had actually made some sort of stop, and he was in some danger. 3 run-outs in a day would be ridiculous.
Yes, I think it might be, yeah. In goes Nisa and bowls. Patel is very careful as he plays that one away off middle, and leg out towards mid-wicket again. Yes, I wouldn't like to be interviewing after that, the coaches. People wondering whether that was a drop by Gorvin, but I don't think it actually carried.
Didn't have that impression first up.
The body language of the fielders, there was no obvious signs of disappointment. Nisa is in, bowls. Patel turns it past Gorvin, wide of him anyway. He scampers after it, picks it up at deep square, and the batsmen take 2. Certainly we haven't seen a replay of that one yet, so lack of reaction out there suggests it possibly wasn't.
That wasn't the impression I had anyway initially.
Nisa is in and bowling. Forward goes Patel, just angling the bat on that one, pushing it wide of point, backward of point. And Labuschagne applauds. Salter runs back, picks up and throws, gets it away quickly. A single taken by Patel, moves on to 78. Somebody's calling him Rishi Boycott Patel for being involved in the runouts, but I don't think, in fairness to him, that either could be blamed upon him.
Azad was his call, wasn't he?
His
Coming
call,
back for
and
the
Kimber's
second.
was his call too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, must have been playing to mid-on.
Playing to mid-on and calling. Nisa is in and bowls left by Ben Mike.
If you want
Side off stump.
Tweet us, Fox's Cricket 22 or Nick Webb 2017.
It's impressive. I mean, Nisa's been impressive throughout. 1 for 23 off coming to the end of end of his 15th over. But he's running in, although he's walking back more slowly. He's running in with the same energy that he showed in the first thing this morning. Really, once he gets going.
Yeah, he's got the traditional fast bowler's build, hasn't he?
Charges in and bowls very straight and forward. When Mike defends it out into the offside, end of the over, 9 to Ben Mike, 78 to Patel, 252 for 6, so that second batting bonus point has been obtained.
2 all, bonus points wise. Glamorgan have got 23 overs in which to take at least 3 wickets for the other bowling bonus point. Leicestershire not going to get to 400.
They'd do well to get 100 off the next
100 off 23 would be rather faster than they've been going. Hogan is into bowl. That's forced off the back foot by Patel. Looked as though he timed it nicely, but picked out the man at mid-on, and there's no run. As Edward is addressing the Welsh-speaking listeners of Wales next door, you'll have to reset the equipment into English when you go back in.
He did warn me.
As Hogan is in to bowl, and again off the back foot, Patel playing rather more gently this time to mid-on. Make sure you get the English language setting back on the BBC equipment.
What was the fish in... was it Babel fish, wasn't it?
Yes.
In Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yes.
You could put it in your ear and then any language would be translated perfectly.
As Hogan is in to bowl, Patel defends off the front foot this time, back to the bowler. Remarkable how many things Douglas Adam sort of invented or foresaw anyway in those books back in the 80s.
Indeed. Sort of Babel translate, wasn't it?
Yeah, and well, the internet foreseen as well. Hogan into bowl and a wristy little flick from Patel. That was fun. It's been dispatched through mid-wicket for 4. Up on his toes, turning the wrists on it and racing away to the ropes. Patel to 82. Uncharted territory for the young batter, 256 for 6.
He's been in uncharted territory for some little time now. But he's showing remarkable coolness in his approach.
Hogan bowls, Patel stretching forward. Defends to mid-off. So far he's showed pretty good shot selection, hasn't he?
He has. He has indeed.
Not offered a chance.
There was the Azad chance on 46. It didn't prove too expensive in the end. 18 runs worth.
Hogan charging in, bowls, short delivery that Patel ducks underneath to end the over. 256 for 6. Patel has 82. Mike has 9, and Leicestershire just steadying the ship a little bit as we head towards the harbour at the end of the day's play.
If you count the run-out chances as chances, then Glamorgan have missed very little today.
Yes, they've missed little, but they've created relatively little.
But,
so
what there has been, they've
the slip catch has been the only thing that's been missed in those terms, I suppose.
So we'll continue from the Cathedral Road end. Hogan, none for 45 from his 19th, still to pick up a wicket here this season. Hogan watches as Nisa goes in and bowls, and forward goes Mike, defending out into the offside. Wheel's been windmilling away and stretching for a while now, and he may be due to come on. Replacement for Michael Hogan, perhaps.
Yes, he's looked more on target than James Harris so far today as the third seamer.
He just looks a bit out of sorts at the moment, Harris. Never really found a rhythm. Unlike this man, Michael Nisa, who is in and bowls and is driving, but controlled, firm shot from Ben Mike, making sure that something was behind it, pushed it out to Labuschagne at mid-off.
Strangely, really, with Harris, because he won for 44 in the first match of the season, but going less than 2 and over, then picking up wickets here, 4 for 68 against Middlesex, but has looked some way short of his best at Derby. 1 wicket for 130, and here again today.
Nisa is in. Down the wicket is Ben Mike, but Nisa sees him coming and drags his length back a little bit. Bowls in what turned out to be a good length ball, and all Mike can do is defend, push it out into the offside. And having seen him advance down the wicket, he sends square leg or mid wicket back to deep square. The implication being that if you try that again, it will be around your ears, and it may be around your ears anyway. Ben Mike likes a hook. This could be quite interesting if Nisa does drop it short. Turns. Runs in, doesn't drop it short, and he's on driven for 4. I think it's going to go all the way. Good chase by Labuschagne. Of course it's a good chase. He never does anything in anything less than a full-hearted way, but couldn't get there and was never really going to. Outfields are very quick. They're all very dry at the moment.
And this is a particularly short boundary this week because of the need to have a small club-style sight screen just down to our left, which has brought it's not the longest of boundaries anyway, but it's been brought in by about 5 metres.
Because of the gap in the stands. In goes Nisa and bowls, back foot 4, so tempted by Ben Mike, doesn't really time it, so Labuschagne can just reach to his left at mid-off and stop it.
Yeah, because we're playing on a pitch towards the pavilion, it presumably would be tricky to put a white tarpaulin stretching over that gangway into the members section, so they've got a physical sight screen there. You can put it that way, one on wheels.
Is it taken off the ground? Probably about 10 feet or so, actually.
Yeah, so obviously the boundary has to be inside that.
Nisa is in, Mike is forward, pushing it straight past Patel mid-on, but although he advances a step down the wicket, Patel raises an imperious hand. No, says wisely.
That was like a traffic police officer, wasn't it?
Wisely.
Stay behind the line, sir.
You have chosen wisely. End of the over, 260 for 6. Mike 13, Patel 82.
So it is going to be Harris before Wheel. Maybe it'll be a double change. As Hogan delivering, I think, just the 4 overs in this spell. So Harris is going to have another burst, another attempt to find his mojo. And it looks as though he'll still have 2 slips as David Lloyd wanders towards us. Dispatching, though, Andrew Salter en route with a little wave of the hand as he walks past that area. So Lloyd will come to his usual first slip station. Northeast is still there at second slip with the breeze flapping his trousers. Salter has been dispatched to the cover point boundary as Harris starts a new spell. Into bowl, outside off stump. Patel has nothing to do with it. 7 overs left. Patel on 82. He's going to face the prospect potentially of being in the nervous 90s overnight, isn't he?
Yes, that will be a new experience for him in first-class cricket, that's for sure. But he's the sort of young man, I suspect, who will, if he gets to that stage, take it in his stride.
Next delivery from Harris up in the block hole and dug out by Patel. Plays to mid-off, no run. It's not a particularly attacking field for a ball that's only in its 10th over, but that reflecting the nature of the pitch.
Sweepers on both sides.
Yeah, I just thought they'd have another, maybe on the drive on the leg side. But Harris to Patel. Outside off stump, allowed to go through. So apart from the 2 slips, there are infielders at point, mid-off, mid-on just about, maybe saving the single. And that's it. Outfielders cover point boundary, third man boundary, fine leg on the 45, just 5 metres in from the ropes, and square leg virtually on the ropes. That's a short boundary on the pavilion side. As Harris is in to bowl, and he's chopped on, has Rishi Patel on 82, so he won't get his first 3-figure score in the professional game. Just got on top of that one. He's looking to jab it away through the offside. It was shortish outside off stump. It was probably there for that shot, but he didn't quite execute it correctly and dragged it off the bottom edge onto his wickets. James Harris has his first wicket of the game. And Patel's gone for 82, and you could almost sense his palpable disappointment as he turned away.
Yeah, perhaps it was a slightly tired attempt to put it away, but you're right, it should have been 164 balls Rishi Patel faced for his 82. He certainly hit 2 sixes. Check how many 4s he hit as well, and he can be proud of his efforts today, but I'll tell you what, as you said, he'll also be very, very disappointed. He hit 9 4s and 2 6s. 10 4s and 2 6s, I beg your pardon.
Harris then 1 for 34, and some degree of fortune in that wicket for James Harris.
Coming back to for Leicestershire, the visiting captain, Callum Parkinson.
Richard Ray will depart to inform the good radio listeners of the East Midlands upon the state of play. I'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners at some point in the next 4 or 5 minutes. If I can hear them. I haven't always heard Radio Wales quite correctly. So hopefully, if I replug that, it'll give me a better fighting chance. 260 for 7. And Glamorgan have somehow dragged this back from 152 for 1 at one point, with some degree of fortune. Some degree of Leicestershire blame as well. Harris, the new batsman, Parkinson. It's a full pitch ball that he clips away through the leg side, and a nice welcome for the batsman, Parkinson. It's pretty much a help yourself ball, and he duly did. 264 for 7. David Pritchard with me.
Yes, very nice welcome that for Callum Parkinson, wasn't it? Here's a full toss on leg stump for you. Make yourself at home.
For to Parkinson. Harris in, bowls. Parkinson gets a better delivery that he plays to Labuschagne at cover. 264 for 7 at the end of the over. Glamorgan fighting their way back into this game. 6 overs to go. Can Leicestershire reduce the damage and give themselves a fighting chance of being able to continue tomorrow?
Yeah, it's been a funny kind of undulating day, isn't it? When Glamorgan won the toss and elected to field, it looked like an opportunity to put Leicestershire under pressure, but then when we were kind of midway through the afternoon, and Leicestershire were coasting really, weren't they? And when they were 150 odd for one, it looked very much like the wrong decision to field, but then Marnus Labuschagne changed the course of the game with 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Glamorgan can consider themselves on top now. I think the key thing is when things were going tough for Glamorgan, they still bowled accurately, they still fielded well, and they got their rewards. As James Wheel comes on now at the Cathedral Road end, bowls full, and Mike drives that well to the offside for 4. We're just talking about keeping the pressure up, and just a couple of loose deliveries coming into the Glamorgan pace attack in the last couple of overs.
It's really what you don't want to follow up a wicket, is it? Batsman Parkinson given 4 to get off the mark, and then Mike offered a juicy half volley that he duly dealt with.
Wheel is in over the wicket again to Mike, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. Yeah, Nisa and Hogan really applied the pressure well before that. A small wonder that Nisa only picked up 1 wicket, the amount of times that he beat the bat. But yeah, Glamorgan have fought back well today. Another couple of wickets would go down nicely now. They've got just under 6 overs to find them, as Wheel is in to Mike, who's forward defending. Carlson gets to work on the ball, giving it a good shine, as does Labuschagne, who passes it on to James Wheel at the top of his run-up at the Cathedral Road end, as the shadows loom in the evening sunshine. He's in, and Mike is bowled. A fine delivery from James Wheel, just nipped back, and Ben Mike is the 7th Leicestershire wicket to fall. They're 268 for 8.
Well, Glamorgan's bowlers belatedly enjoying themselves as Mike, looking to force, found his stumps knocked back. 268 for 8. It is finally Glamorgan's day. Potentially a bit of an underedge on there. It's the off stump that's leaning back, so a slightly ill-judged shot from Ben Mike, but as we saw in his 99 not out, is a young man who likes to attack.
Yeah, it did look like there might have been a bit of inside edge there, judging by how Mike was looking at the underside of his bat as he departed. Looked like a bit of movement off the pitch as well from James Wheel. Yeah, Leicestershire 8 down now. They're 268 for 8. And Glamorgan's fight back continues apace. We have 5.2 overs remaining today, unless that is Leicestershire are all out within a period of time that means that the play will be brought to an early close.
Yes, knocking off 2 overs for the change of innings, so maybe Glamorgan won't want to claim these last 2 Leicestershire wickets immediately, because then they'll have to face an over or 2. And designated night watch person, Tim van der Hoogten, is not playing in this game. I've seen him opening the batting in the last over or 2 of a day. So Chris Wright comes in at 10. Experienced man. 4 years with Middlesex, forward Essex, 8 at Warwickshire. And since 2019, plying his trade with Leicestershire, so into his 4th season with the Foxes.
And Wright's first ball will be from James Wheel over the wicket. And it's just back of a length, and Wright defends on the back foot. Yeah, useful career first-class batting average of 18.2 for Chris Wright. Another who can more than hold his own. As we mentioned, it's quite a young squad, this Leicestershire, but at 36, he's the elder statesman of the piece.
Yeah, Hendricks 31 is the only other man over 30.
As Wheel is in to Wright, who edges that one down to third man for a single.
And most of the rest in the first half of their 20s. Hassan Azad is 28, everyone else is 25 or younger, I make it. 269 for 8, update for BBC Radio Wales Sport comes shortly. So 5 overs to go. We'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners shortly as Wright takes guard. Leicestershire 269 for 8 now. Glamorgan fighting back in the second half of the day after Leicestershire at one point had reached 152 for 1. We saw a couple of run-outs. We saw 3 wickets for Marnus Labuschagne, Glamorgan's Australian batter, purveying his leg spin. And in the evening we've seen Michael Nisa, James Wheel and James Harris all strike the stumps. 82 from Rishi Patel, 64 from opener Hassan Azad, Leicestershire's main contributors, but Glamorgan fighting back. Leicestershire 270 for 8. So radio updates, Radio Wales out of the way as Harris is in and bowls, and Parkinson drives to mid-off, and there's no run. 270 for 8. Leicestershire's batting falling away despite decent contributions by 2 of the top 3, Azad and Patel. After that, Swindell's 22, Evans 29. A few scores in double digits, but not consistent as Parkinson defends up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, the old adage is that you wait to see how both sides fare on the pitch before you make a judgment on it and its suitability for batting, but you know, it does seem like a pretty decent surface, but we will reserve ultimate judgment until tomorrow.
As that is turned on the onside by Parkinson. Single taken away towards mid-wicket. 271 for 8. As Glamorgan would probably love to bowl Leicestershire out within the last couple of overs so their batters can start tomorrow with a clear head. 271 for 8, 4 overs to go. Plus 2 balls of this one from James Harris. In to bowl and turned on the leg side by Wright, but intercepted by Wheel at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So a far different story from what it appeared to be at one stage in mid-afternoon. Glamorgan's decision to insert just about paying off in rather unlikely fashion in some cases, as Harris bowls down leg side and Wright leaves. End of the over. 271 for 8. Wright is 1, Parkinson has 5, Labuschagne has 3 wickets, One apiece for Nisa, Wheel and Harris, and 2 run-outs on the card today.
Yes, and those run-outs really sum up the Glamorgan effort today, I think, because, as we discussed, it was hard going for them at 150 to 1, but they stayed in the game, continued to plug away, bowl accurately. Leicestershire were only able to score at a relatively modest pace, and when those chances did present themselves in the form of run-out, Glamorgan took them. Wheel continues from the Cathedral Road end, and it's left outside the off stump by Parkinson. And then Labuschagne and his 2 wickets in 2 balls really swung the game in Glamorgan's favour. But Leicestershire are still more than in this game. They've got 271 runs on the board. They're 8 wickets down as Wheel is in to Parkinson, who's forward and driving nicely through to mid-on, but it's well stopped by Michael Nisa, scrambling again on all fours. It's been a committed display in the field from Glamorgan today. Nisa, one of those who's contributed with a run-out as well as a wicket of his own.
But, I mean, that's the very least you expect, isn't it, essentially, at this level of cricket, at this level of sport.
As Wheel is in, over the wicket. Driven by right, but stopped at mid-off. Yeah, that commitment you do expect, of course. It's just sometimes you can see teams allow the situation to get the better of them, and perhaps standards may drop as teams amass a big total. But I guess that's where Leicestershire didn't get away, did they? They never really rammed home their advantage.
No. If they'd scored 3.5 towards 4 and over, it would look very different, the scoreboard. But
Wheel is in. It's a short ball which Wright allows to pass through on the leg side.
But then it has been a problem for them. This is still almost the highest first innings score of the season. 273 at Durham in the first innings there, so they might just squeeze past that.
As Wheel sets off again over the wicket. He's in, and Wright defends solidly. Yes, and Leicestershire will know that Glamorgan's batting lineup has been brittle at times, not just this season but in recent years as well, so they're by no means out of the game with 272 runs on the board and still with these 2 batters and 1 other to come.
You can't help fearing from the Foxes' point of view though that Labuschagne will be sort of looking at the wicket and licking his lips slightly.
Absolutely, and Wheel continues. Wright drives, but straight to that man Labuschagne at mid-off, and that ends the 93rd over. There are 3 overs left this evening. Leicestershire 272 for 8.
Looking at the dismissals, Evans 29 stumped. Azad run out for 64. Louis Kimber run out for 10. Mulder leg before wicket on the back foot to Labuschagne. Steele bowled first ball on the back foot to Labuschagne. Swindles bowled driving. Rishi Patel chopped on, might consider himself a little bit unlucky. Was, perhaps. In goes James Harris and bowls to Parkinson, who gets right behind it, just works it back past the bowler down the pitch on the on side, picked up at mid-on. And Ben Mike bowled driving, so once again, you can't help feeling that Paul Nixon will believe that certainly the majority, if not all those dismissals, were very avoidable.
Yeah, getting run out twice in a 4-day game will be particularly frustrating.
Harris is in, bowls, Fuller this time. Parkinson's waiting for it, trying to get in position to drive, but not timing it and pushing it out rather to mid-on again. Hogan tosses the ball from hand to hand. 272 for 8. 60-40 Glamorgan's day. Maybe even a bit more than that.
Feels that way, yeah. Give or take a few percentage marks, yeah, but feels that they've edged it so far.
Harris is in, bowls outside off stump. Parkinson steps forward, lets it go through. But as you made the point, and we do, and it is a cliche, but it's equally no less true because of that you never quite know with the pitches sometimes until the other side has batted. And so we'll have a lot better idea, sort of tomorrow lunchtime, what sort of score this is. But at the moment it looks to be 60 or 70 under par at least. Maybe 100. Harris is in, bowls to Parkinson, who hops across his stumps as he lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
The swings of momentum do kind of affect your judgment as well, don't they? Because, you know, the day was Leicestershire's in the afternoon, but with Glamorgan having the better of this evening session, it does feel that a bit of that recency bias will cause us to feel that this has been Glamorgan's day, even if Leicestershire have had their moments.
2 balls left in the over for Harris, who is in, bowls to Parkinson, who is solidly forward, head right over the ball, bat right next to the front pad as he leans forward and plays it firmly out to mid off. No run. 13 balls left in the day. Beautiful day it's been by and large. Forecast isn't too bad for tomorrow now. It initially suggested it might be sort of raining quite early, but not now. In goes Harris, bowls, pushed back past him nicely by Callum Parkinson. Very straight as well. Carlson is scampering after it. Puts in the slide in the modern way. Throw isn't a great one though on the turn. Parkinson and Wright were always going to complete a couple anyway. Parkinson on to 8, 274 for 8, so they have their best first innings score of the season. By a run.
Yeah, Parkinson looks like he's ready to really dig in here, doesn't he? Looks like his defensive game is in good shape.
I think they feel, Leicester, that he's got the ability to score more runs than he does. I mean, obviously going in 9, your scope can be limited, but he's been going in at 8 for much of the season so far. And he's got himself in on a few occasions. 49 he made in the second innings against Derbyshire.
As Wheel is in with a bouncer, which Chris Wright allows to pass by at a safe distance.
25 not out in the first innings against Middlesex at Lords. 14 second innings against Worcestershire. He's got in a few times without, well, it's the story of a lot of the Leicestershire batsmen without really going on and changing things.
As Wheel turns and runs in over the wicket. Wright drives well, past mid-off, and he'll get 4 runs. Slightly over-pitched by Wheel, but well done by Wright, and a no ball is called as well, so double whammy for Glamorgan. Yes, the second time in as many overs that Wheel has over-pitched and afforded the batter a bit of width as he's back in over the wicket to Wright, who looks to leave the ball but gets a thick inside edge, and luckily for him the ball just runs harmlessly to Chris Cook behind the stumps.
Could have chopped on, couldn't he there? Played on.
Yeah, Labuschagne has got out the way this season, trying to leave, but the ball hitting the underside of his bat and going on to hit the stumps as Wheel turns and runs in again over the wicket to right, who works it down to the leg side. It'll be stopped at fine leg, and they'll make a comfortable single, moving the score on to 281 for 8. Wright is on 6, Parkinson on 8. Still 2 slips and a short leg as Glamorgan look to polish off the tail before the end of play, but we've only got 9 balls left this evening. In fact, Carlson is no longer at short leg and he moves into the covers as Wheel is in, and right, and Parkinson defends.
He'd be doubly determined as captaining the side in this game. Parkinson won't have been over impressed, and you know, the batting unit as a whole has not really fired at all this season, and it's constantly left the lower order. I won't call them the tail because Paul Nixon gets cross when I call them the tail. The lower order.
Wheel is in to Parkinson again, defending solidly, getting everything behind the ball.
It's constantly left them so much to do to try and drag things back, really, and then go out and bowl and try and make inroads.
Wheel sets off in the evening sunshine. Parkinson leaves it alone outside off stump, and that's the end of the penultimate over of the day. Leicestershire 281 for 8.
Wheel's work done. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 39 for the former Durham man. He'll have been overjoyed to pick up that wicket for sure. Make a contribution. Could it be Labuschagne? Of course it could. Of course it could. Why not? I wouldn't be entirely surprised if something happens. Chris Ryder's got out to the spinners a couple of times this season, trying to hit them back over their heads. Now it is the last over, so one would anticipate he wouldn't be inclined to try and smack it back into the taff, but you never know. Labuschagne will be suggesting, I'm sure, inviting him. Go on, righty, see if you can plonk it over there. Short leg and slip are in as Labuschagne, looking for his first class career best, goes in and bowls to Wright, who is forward, just pushing the delivery out into the offside, picked up by Salter running across from point towards cover. He's toss him right up. Although he took his 2 wickets with deliveries that sort of hurried on a little bit. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Wright again. Out it goes into the covers. This time it's Northeast who's out there, who picks up an extra cover. He made his contribution today as well. Fine for a throw from third man to run out Hassan Azad by a distance. In goes Labuschagne. Forward goes Wright. Tall man, so he can get further forward than some of his predecessors in the order. Labuschagne all angles as he runs in and bowls. Wright is driving pleasantly and he's got it through. Dived across there and I thought he was going to get there. Young Gervin couldn't do so, so Wright picks up 4. Pleasant shot all along the ground as well, pretty much.
Yeah, very controlled. Even Labuschagne didn't give a yelp of anguish as that one went through the covering fielders.
So Wright moves into double figures on to 10. 285 for 8. How many balls we got to go? 2 balls left in the day's play. Labuschagne is in. Wright is waiting and then getting forward. Didn't really turn and pushes it out into the offside. Picked up by Northeast. Little flock of pigeons flutter around the ground And then over the stand above us as Labuschagne is in. Forward goes right to the straight-ish delivery, pushes it out to mid-on, and that is us done for the day. A fascinating first day here at Sophia Gardens. Leicestershire put in by Glamorgan. It didn't look necessarily as though it was the right decision from David Lloyd, and who knows, it may not yet prove to have been. However, Glamorgan fought back Leicestershire at one stage, 151-4-1, closing the day on 285-4-8. Glamorgan will feel if they can dismiss them for 300, just under. Set out building, they could easily build a first innings lead of a sort of 100, 150 and still look to enforce victory. We shall see. Leicestershire will be looking to extend that first innings well past 300 if they possibly can. Do join us back here at Sophia Gardens tomorrow, bright and early. We'll be here around 10 to 5 to 11. BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Leicester. Nick Webb, David Pritchard and Richard Ray, your commentators for the day. I think Eddie Bevan is joining us tomorrow. Yes, says Nick from the back of the box, so something to look forward to. And hopefully we'll be back with you in your company 11 o'clock tomorrow. But for now, from Sophia Gardens, it's a very good night.
Stone is in to bowl to Cook, who's gone big over mid-wicket. That's quite a long area of the ground.
Bowls to Higgins, who's bowled. He's been yorked.